Good morning, Darkrai, Blade Taval, Orcano, 040, and Act. What is up? Hi, Sputnik Lock. So, I got a comment. And I just thought I'd share this one. Because I know I don't really do the Gray 17s, but this one got enough of a laugh out of me that I have to share this. So, remember when I did the announcement video for Dragon Age Origins, and I happened to bake in a Baldur's Gate 3 non-spoiler review while I was there? Just a really quick, like, off the top of my head kind of a thing. I got a comment on the video that says, Baldur's Gate 3 is better than Dragon Age Origins. Get over 2009 already. This game dances circles around that one's boring MMO-style gameplay. Cry. And I don't know about you two. You guys, I can't get past 2009 in gaming. Like, I think about Mario Kart Wii. I think about Assassin's Creed 2. I think about Wii Fit. I can't move beyond it. It's too good. It is the pinnacle of gaming history. No, I did not, Darker. I was about to say, there's a lot of reasons why this is obviously, hilarious and stupid. But the fact that I didn't even, like we obviously hadn't compared or talked about Dragon Age Origins yet, because we hadn't reviewed it yet, is all I really need to say that. That's true. Baldur's Gate 3 is a worse game. I agree completely. Alright, so. Oh yeah, by the way, one other game that came out in 2009 was Minecraft. Anyways. That's true. Dragon Age Origins is the worst game ever made. Now then, if you'll excuse me. So you're probably thinking, what the hell are we doing? Well, something I've been debating excessively, because it's always a case-by-case thing, and this is kind of one of the most fringe border cases I've ever covered, is what do we think about the multiplayer? So the reason I was late today is I spent some time doing a couple of matches. And, it's not good. So let's get this out of the way. Devil May Cry 2, now that's a great game. First, let's spell gameplay correctly. So, 1+ to gameplay, because this is co-op. And, yeah, you can actually play with it. The part of the reason this took so long is because nobody was joining for the matches documentary. So, 1+ to gameplay, absolutely. Fair, Lilith Alex, but you know me. I hate being late. It's just a thing. So it's let's try to talk. No, it's nowhere near as good as Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. And I want to talk about some of the specifics of why. So the encounter design is pseudo-random, which worked in Mass Effect 3, but the reason it worked in Mass Effect 3 was because thought was put into how the enemies interacted with each other. What I usually call encounter design. So the enemy design was tight in Mass Effect 3, and the encounter design was great. So they would mix and match, and they knew which enemies could mix and match with each other to vary up the stuff. Cool. All right, that's neat. They don't do that in Inquisition. And that's really strange, because there is enemy design in Inquisition. We've talked about it. We've given it a plus for it. It's just, they just kind of grab bag enemies randomly. So no real encounter designs. That sucks. So that's the first problem. No, they do not Darkrai in either game I'm mentioning right now. The second aggravation here is the fact that the power progression curve is really, really slow. You'll notice I'm level 3 and some change, and I have terrible gear. And, well, that shows because, and this is the big thing, the game is overtuned to hell and back, even with a full party of actual decent, like at-level party or whatever. We were getting stomped. In fact, we didn't actually finish a single dungeon. And speaking as someone who's been playing, these kind of games with co-op boss design for years and years and years, especially in MMOs, this isn't boss design. It's pretty much just the same thing we've been seeing in Inquisition. A pile of stats and nothing else. So, gear, right? Gear is how you overcome it. Which all of this, and I know Blue Alex is going to disagree with this. I apologize in advance. All of this made me inclined towards giving this several negatives. And then I saw this. And all of a sudden, everything just kind of made sense. For the record, yes, this is still active, and yes, you can still buy these. So, negatives. Oh yeah, it also has loot boxes, by the way. You buy these with money, and then you get chests with them. And the chests contain items and potions. Did I mention that potions, which are a finite currency in this game, are something you have to buy? It's pretty much the only thing you could buy with in-game gold. And I'm showing you this screen to give it across an idea. After doing several matches, and also having gold left over from the last time we did this, because we did this last time we streamed this as well, I only have enough for one potion crate. Yeah, this ain't great. That's true. I could afford one chest, which would contain one item. Also, if I could be very, 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 very blunt here, Loke, no offense, but the you can spend in-game currency argument has never held water for me and never will. If Mr. Red was here, I'd have him tell you exactly how much credence I give that argument. Yes, I am quite sure I want to leave the goddamn multiplayer. So let's get on with it, shall we? Let's blow this thing, go home. Mass Effect 3 was actually very microtransaction-y. It just... I don't know how better to say this. They didn't know what they were doing, and so it actually wasn't microtransaction-y. What I mean by that is the specifics of the balancing of how much you can get from what resources matters, right? If you can run around doing daily quests for a week in order to buy a zone of content, that's obviously trying to push you towards, hey, spend money on the game. If you can just do random maps and gain all of the currency you need to buy the packs in order to keep yourself balanced, then it's balanced towards just being able to play the game. Exactly, Darkrai and Logue. So, while Mass Effect 3, if we were doing that, probably would get negatives for its microtransactions, it would get much less. Maybe only even one. Because the game was balanced in a way to lean you away from microtransactions. Oh, my back. Okay. Trespasser. Let's do this. Overpriced DLC. She didn't even know they had that. Beginning the Exalted Console will lock off other areas and jump the time forward to 2 years after the death of Corypheus.
Doing it again. Oh, I do apologize.
Now that's going to be in my head all day.
There's no going back from this point. Recommended level 20 or higher. With Corypheus dead and the threat of Fade Rifts and demons waning, both Orlais and Ferelden have begun to raise questions about the future of the Inquisition. Divine Victoria has... Oh, Jesus, it's Vivienne. Has promised to shield the Inquisition from political matters as long as possible. Eventually, she plans to call the Exalted Council, a chance to determine the role and fate of the Inquisition. It would be a debate, Loke, although it's a moot point because we'll never cover that. We will never cover the original Mass Effect 3. There's essentially no reason to do so. Well, ask me again in about an hour, Dark Day. Yeah, no, this whole DLC is all about pruning and getting ready for Dragon Age 4, by the way. This is completely set up for Dragon Age 4. Do me a favor, save it for later, Czar, but hold on to it, don't forget it. Good luck, Emperor Valerian.
Another parade, another bloody negotiation.
Smiles, everyone. We must be careful how we present ourselves.
Why did Divine Victoria call the Exalted Council? She's kept Orlais from bothering us for the last 2 years.
At increasing political cost, yes. She has done all she can, but the Exalted Council has become necessary. Orlais would control us, and based on their many marriage proposals, they have specific plans for you. Our real concern is Ferelden. They would see us disbanded entirely.
Yeah, at this point, we might actually be a larger scale nation than Ferelden. At least in terms of total influence and resources. Ferelden arguably has the better infrastructure, but we could just run over Ferelden and probably get the backing of Orlais if we wanted to.
Inquisitor, it has been too long. I hope the years have been kind to you.
How have you been, Mother Giselle?
I spent last summer in Emprise de Lyon, distributing food sent from the Exalted Plains. The Dales are finally recovering.
Yes, Loke. We're effectively, Interpol.
Corypheus left a great deal of damage for us to repair. I appreciate your efforts.
And I yours, your worship. I should mention that your forces at Suladin Keep were of great help. Please give my compliments to Baron Deschedin. Divine Victoria asked me to greet you on her behalf. She is currently attending to the Ferelden ambassador's concerns.
Yeah, we don't actually report to anybody. We just happen to have really strong political backing, specifically with Orlais, twice. One way or another, we are connected very closely to the Chantry, which is based in Orlais, and with the Empress, who's obviously with Orlais.
How do you think Divine Victoria has done these last 2 years?
It is hardly for me to say, Inquisitor.
With respect, that's never stopped you before, Mother Giselle.
The first year of Victoria's reign was tumultuous. We did not see the peace for which I had hoped. Nevertheless, she has united the Chantry and proven that the mages are under her control.
I'll speak to Divine Victoria.
I believe she would appreciate that, your worship. The Divine sees the good that you can do and have done. Duke Cyril will wish to greet you on behalf of Orlais. I believe he is currently speaking with the Tevinter ambassador. Many of your friends have returned as well. I hope you have a chance to speak with them before the Exalted Council begins.
The Imperium sent an ambassador?
Yes, your worship. Dorian Pavas has taken the chance to return from Tevinter. It will be good to see him again. I owe him my apology. I allowed my distrust of Tevinter to cloud my judgment. He took a great risk coming to help us, and deserved better treatment.
You're going to apologize? To Dorian?
I have little patience for those who cannot admit they were wrong, your worship. Myself included. I will have to make my apologies somewhere public. He will want an audience for his reaction.
Who has returned for the Exalted Council?
Your dwarven friend, Master Tetras, for one. I understand he spent much of the last few years in Kirkwall. I believe Sir Blackwall has returned as well, although he now uses the name Tom Ranier.
Who?
Enjoy time with them while you can, Your Worship. I doubt you will have the chance once the Exalted Council is underway.
No, I absolutely did not intend for the worst possible choice to be the Divine, Svatoslav.
Thank you, Mother Giselle.
Your Worship, a final question, if I may. This Exalted Council, Thorelden would have the Inquisition disband. Olay sees its power as another feather in a chevalier's helmet. What do you wish to do with the Inquisition?
I wish to rule on high as Sultan! But let's be clear for a second. Several of the options here are to be able to disband the Inquisition. The reason this is relevant, and I hate to keep banging this point on, obviously Dragon Age 4 is a never gonna happen and or will totally suck. We all know that. We all know that. Hang on. Let's just get one last time. Yep, nope, not coming out. There you go. Boom. That's the final one. That's the one that counts. But the point here, jokes aside, is that Dragon Age, they clearly were building up to Dragon Age 4. We talked about this. And you could tell by how a developer designs a game where they intend the next story to go. Not just in terms of story, but in terms of programming. And this whole game, they've been pruning branches, right? I've been pointing that out. Very, very few things have been unavoidable, right? As in stuff that no matter what you do, the game ends in a specific way. We'll actually be seeing one of those things in a bit. For example, Solus will always be at the end of this DLC, no matter what you do. And he will always get away at the end of this DLC, so therefore Solus was intended to be a main character in Dragon Age 4, obviously, right? Stuff like that. The reason I bring this up is the Inquisition itself can either... I think it's actually 3 total options here, but the point is you can either keep the Inquisition or nuke it. The mere fact that this is a choice means by default this is not intended to be a major impacting element of the next game. I bring all that up because it makes sense, especially since they were moving the story up north to the Qunari and the Tevinter, which is something that we've had long since confirmed at this point. So what's probably would be happening here is that... I'm sorry, Jesse Ward. What's nice here is that, or what's most likely what would happen here is you'd get a few lines of dialogue referencing the Inquisition, if it still exists as part of the Chantry, or referencing how the Inquisition was shut down, and that's kind of it, right? In other words, the Inquisition as an entity is not going to be a polity in any substance in Dragon Age 4. At least that's what it was intended. Again, all bets are off for the actual game as it comes out. They don't even have the same people working on the game anymore at this point. So I'm bringing all this up just to kind of talk about it, just as discussion points, because it is fascinating to me which specific things they absolutely intended to carry forward. For example, you cannot avoid the Flemeth encounter in the way it is, and you cannot avoid Flemeth giving up the essence of Mythal to Solus. That's happening regardless, right? So,
Corypheus is dead. We accomplished what we set out to do. If we're not needed any longer and it can be done peacefully, it may be time for the Inquisition to disband.
Thank you. Maker watch over you, Inquisitor. I will not keep you any longer.
yeah, no, I'm not joking. All bets are off with Dragon Age 4. We have no idea what format that game will take. It'll probably suck.
Why not?
Because it's gonna suck, Liliana. Okay, so let's roam around for a bit.
Victoria keeps close counsel on her position.
The Chantry at its best, waiting for the right moment to wedge itself in.
It's been quite a day so far, has it not? I've been speaking with representatives from everywhere.
Have they given you trouble?
Not at all. It is quite alarming. It means they are all saving themselves up for later. Would you walk with me? I should like to take some air before the Exalted Council becomes inescapable.
Pixel
Paris
Remaster,
has been
or
most
SNES.
accommodating. We are, after all, here at their insistence. But the ministers may... No. No more talk of the council. This meeting was to spend time with you in a more relaxed fashion.
Ahem. The console Pixel Remaster, specifically Mockingbirds, not the PC Pixel Remaster. They are different versions. Or the original SNES. That's my 2 recommendations, Mockingbirds. Also, hi.
Is this in your daily notes? 3 to 4 o'clock. Idle chat with the Inquisitor.
That's what I do.
Of course not. Not precisely. The truth is, there is a small entertainment happening tonight, to which I may be able to find a pair of invitations.
You'd like me to go with you?
Very much so. In all the years you worked with Orlais, you had so little time to enjoy its culture.
The PC Pixel Remaster does not have the quality of life features that the console version does, Blue Elf Alex, and they have yet to backport it. That's why.
Perhaps you're right. These meetings and talks don't allow for much leisure time.
And then back to Skyhold without a moment's pause to take in where we are. With all that's been happening, I promised myself a single evening out. I'd very much like to go with a friend.
And what is this small entertainment?
Something to ease our minds. I would very much like to surprise you with the details.
Ask the crowd the same question. If you... Yes, we have, Chungo. If you are the executive who is in charge of BioWare, the BioWare division right now, Dragon Age 4 is your baby. No, I that's my fault for not being clear. My point is, I feel like... Okay. First of all, I think the console versions are superior because they have the additional quality of life features. Duh, right? But second of all, you know Square, right? Who knows if they will ever backport any of that stuff to the PC version. They certainly haven't shown any indication of doing that anytime soon. So, Square makes no sense. So who knows? So you're in charge of Dragon Age 4. What do you do with it? Now, to be clear, you don't have, like, Q-like powers. What you have is a bungled mess that's been completely jumbled up and screwed over for the better part of half a decade. That's been rebooted at least twice. You do not have support from EA. You do not have the kind of budget and time to really do much with it. You're being told it has to come out next year to capitalize on the release of Baldur's Gate 3. So, that still gives you about a year to get the game out, or to cancel it, because you could pull the plug on it. That is a valid answer. I know that sounds strange because, you know, sunk cost fallacy is a real thing, but as several game companies, especially some of the good ones, will tell you, it's absolutely valid to just pull the plug on a project at a certain point because it's becoming a black hole of development. And so in some cases, it's the better option to just be like, no, we're done. So having said all of that, what would I do with Dragon Age 4? You don't, 040. But that's what you're being told by your bosses. If you want to capitalize on Baldur's Gate 3, it needs to come out in about 2 months, which is not happening. But yeah, I actually already reviewed Baldur's Gate 3, Sassy Saddles. It was alright. It was good. It was good stuff. So here's what I would do. I would do, because I'm the executive here, I can make decisions I wouldn't otherwise make. And I would do what is my inclination. I would be honest. I would, rather than trying to keep everything under the hood and then prove that, oh yeah, no, we've totally got this, and then proving that I don't once the finished product comes out, rather than trying to placate the jackasses above me, and rather than trying to keep the people below me constantly slaved to the table and sleeping in the offices, I would do a nice big public press release, not a text. It needs to be vocal. They need to hear tone and body language. And I'd be like, hey, Dragon Age 4 is a mess. We have constantly had issues from every corner. We would like this game to actually come out, and we're kind of under the gun on the matter. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sit down and we're going to start working on this game. And at some point, we might actually consider doing either an early access thing or like an open beta thing or whatever. And I'm going to be very blunt. We're asking for your help, and for anybody who's interested, in order to help us get this game into a workable fashion. If we do not succeed in this, the game will come out in an unfinished fashion. That's life. And I would be really honest about it. Then I would go back to the actual game itself and severely scale back pretty much the entire scope of the project. To use Dragon Age 2 terms, I would try to make Act 1 and just stop development on Act 2 and 3, like entirely, right? Just, nope, focus on that. Get Act 1 out, get it functional, get it proper. We can work on the later stuff later. That's what I would do. Less than 1 year, Sassy Saddles. 11 months on the high end. Ridiculous. Yeah, no, Dragon Age 2, Episode 1. That's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. I would go ahead and be very honest, scaling it back, trying to get it out. We'll see. Now, that probably wouldn't work, and I'd probably be fired for it. And they'd all blame me. Oh, it was his fault.
Thank you for thinking of me. I'd be delighted to attend.
Splendid. I will arrange things at once. The past years have been so busy. We have earned at least a few moments of rest.
A calm night out sounds...
Oh, bravo! Bravo!
I've been in battles that were quieter than this.
Oh, yes. What a stupendous voice Lady Brask has. Her D-sharp once shattered an entire conservatory. But tell me, did you enjoy the performance?
Yeah.
That was one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Truly.
That part with the glittery... And they actually set fire to the... Yeah, yes, I truly enjoyed it.
Then I call tonight a great success.
Make a note here.
Oh, look! The encore signal!
Okay. Just memes, act, which, as we all know, does not coincide with reality. I haven't had that one, definitely not Shelley. That sounds wild. How could Meryl's questline be improved in DA2? What do you think needs to be improved about it? Let me start from that perspective. I mean, obviously everything in Dragon Age 2 can be improved, but like that sounds like you've got something specific in mind. Hi, Evo. Olrasil. And no, I just talked to Josephine and nobody else.
The Prince of Starkhaven wrote to you again.
Of course he did. Just put that one in the pile with letters from the Merchants Guild.
And the captain of the city guard had a very colorful message for me to deliver to you as well.
Inquisitor! Andraste's ass, am I ever glad to see you.
And the Inquisitor comes to the rescue once again.
Is that what you call it?
This is Bran Caven. Until recently, he was the Viscount
Provisional Viscount.
of Kirkwall.
And what are you doing now?
I have resumed my post as Seneschal now that Master Tethras has been elected Viscount.
You're the Viscount of Kirkwall now?
Well, it seems the two of you have a great deal to discuss. Why don't I just leave you to it?
So, it turns out you fund enough reconstruction efforts in a city-state, the nobles give you the worst job they can think of.
That's fantastic. You'll make an excellent Viscount.
I think the nobility figured, after Dumar and Perrin, what's the worst that could happen if we put the dwarf in charge? They voted me in because I got the harbor and businesses up and running again. They want shit fixed, and I can do that. Anyway, I was hoping I'd catch you before the summit got underway. I got you a sort of present. It's official recognition of your title and holdings in Kirkwall. Congratulations. You're a compt now.
You can't actually do that without...
Too late. Already did it. You should stop by Hightown sometime to see your estate. It's pretty nice. For Kirkwall, anyway.
Proper disposition of empty estates is supposed to...
You were leaving us to talk, remember?
What are you up to? I feel like I should be suspicious.
Look, it's really not that big a deal. Oh, that reminds me. It's the key to the city.
You can't give that away without approval from the council and a special ceremony.
It's just symbolic anyway.
It controls one of the giant chain nets in the harbor.
Really? That is so much better than I thought.
This operates those giant chains. Can I try it?
No.
I don't know how this council thing is going to end for the Inquisition. But whatever gets decided, you've got a place lined up in Kirkwall if you want it. Also, control of the harbor, I guess. Anyway, you should meet with the diplomats. And we'll get in a game of Wicked Grace before I go back, though, right?
I wouldn't miss it.
Don't bet any public buildings this time.
This time? So, yeah, I know that we know Varric's going to be in Dragon Age 4, and we know that because he's popular, but you'll notice how there's some clear designs here to prune Varric, so he's no longer party member material. He's a Viscount now. He's got stuff to do.
All's well, it seems.
Oh, yes.
I'd probably keep Varric in as well if I was in charge of Dragon Age 4, but I would scale him back substantially. He needs to leave the screen, so to speak, you know? Background character, maybe a cameo or two. You know, because Kirkwall does have some connections to Tevinter, so there's some logic there to it, and you get the general idea, but eh.
Fashionably late. I thought you weren't gonna show.
You wanted to catch up?
It's okay, they'll rehire him again, Loke.
Up, hands filled with ripe squashes, and says, "Sir, I must report that it was an utter boondoggle." Maybe you had to be there.
It's good to see you fitting in.
It has its warts, that's for sure. But this life feels right. Like it's where I'm supposed to be. Anyway, it's nice to be back. Though I'm not sure what to think of this council. The Wardens will be missing me, but they aren't going to keep me away from a friend who might need my sword arm.
I'm getting a little worried for the palace, and any passers-by.
Anyways, yes, I am familiar with the Phil Spencer email and all the other leaks that happened. The leaks themselves are almost irrelevant, if I might be so bold. The fact that they leaked is substantially more questionable. See, that's Blackwall, continues to be a nothing burger. Like you do.
Inquisitor, I see you have time for afternoon refreshments.
Glimmering, glittering, perfect cut, mask a maze of gemstones. She will think it pretty.
Excuse me, I might,
I wouldn't say a whistleblower, because there's nothing worth blowing the whistle on at this point. And I mean that with sincerity. This is less likely to be someone who thinks they're cute, and far more likely to be someone who just completely screwed up. Someone who might not only be fired, but might actually be charged criminal charges over this, because criminal negligence is a thing.
You're useful to have around, Cole.
He wants stones the color of his eyes. Happy, bright, beaming, being seen, not seeing. And I needed the table.
For breadcrumbs?
Birds like breadcrumbs.
It's true.
Inquisitor, how good to see you here. I came to sit and pen another song.
Sweet songs, poignant pain plants joy that grows later. She can't see me. I help her help people.
I gathered.
You're smart and kind. You're worthy of true love.
Hello, Halam Shiral! The fire of Zither must be fueled by wine, ideally shared with adoring fans.
But not with him. You need somebody nice.
Ah.
Yes, better. He'll be gentle. So will you.
You're with the Chargers, are you not? I've seen you in the Skyhold Tavern where I sing.
Oh, yes. I love your songs. Sometimes I'd sit up on the chair to take a better look at your songs. The Chargers have their own song, if you'd like to hear it.
Okay, that's adorable.
Nicely done, Cole.
Okay, I get you, Czar. I get you. Game. There we go. What I would probably have done... this is just personally, and this is right off the top of my head, so I haven't spent time on this. But I would probably make it so that the friendly path encourages Meryl to remake the mirror, because she's just so earnest about it. Like, make it innocent, right? She just portrays the thing, and she constantly talks about it's not really that big of a deal, and she's just trying to get this one little artifact going, and it's going to be fine. And then it, oh god, it all goes, topsy-turvy, and we managed to salvage the situation, but it's still bad. And I would have the rivalry path go pretty much exactly the freaking opposite of that. In other words, I would have her arc, her quest completely branch if you went with full rivalry. And she decides either to cut off the mirror specifically, or cut off ties to the past entire. One of the two. Take your pick.
Inquisitor Herald, glad to be back for whatever it is this lot have shoved up their sleeves. Just right up in there.
That's it? It's been some time.
Well, we don't know what's what, so what's there to go on about? It's Inquisition business, innit? That's all we are. Maybe sort out how they want to mess with us. Then there'll be something to talk about.
Well, and that was Sarah. Scintillating conversation as always. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's gone now. No, this guy.
Your worship, I'm glad you're here. Listen, I need you to keep the chief distracted while we sneak this dragon skull through the room behind him.
Okay.
Got it.
It's for his birthday.
Didn't ask, Krem.
All right, here he comes. Just keep him talking. He loves talking.
Hey, boss. Good to see you.
I sure like Night Enchanting. Isn't Orlesian history grand? I just love Ferelden politics. Oh god, these are all great. What should I go with? What should I go with? Okay, Ferelden.
Did you know that Ferelden has its own names for lords?
Oh my god.
Into Terniers, governed by Terns. Inside those are cities and Arlings, ruled by Arls. And then there's the Banorn. It's a large area of countryside ruled by multiple bands.
Good to know.
Most mages hate the thick of battle, but I can't imagine hanging back. It's nice to get your hands dirty.
That's why I like you, boss. You swing a sword. It's a weird sword made out of magic, but still.
Do you think news of the Exalted Council could affect the lyrium shipments from Orzammar?
Maybe.
It's good to see that the Veil has largely healed, now that most of the major rifts are closed. You might think otherwise, but the Veil isn't technically a physical barrier. It's more like a magical vibration that repels the Fade.
Guys. You... She didn't raise her telekinesis skill high enough.
It's fascinating to see the remnants of Syrian culture here. Most of it was deliberately erased during Orlesian unification, under the reign of Mafrath's son, Izarath.
Uh-huh.
Surprise! Happy birthday, Chief!
Oh, you guys. You got me. Hey, boss.
Yeah, no, that was amusing. Yep, totally got him. Wink! Definitely got him. He had no idea. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh.
Hey.
Is everything all right?
Yes. Well, I wanted to speak with you, and now you're here.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Should I leave and come back later so you can try again?
Always with clever suggestions. Maybe you should sit.
Okay.
I can stand.
Maybe I should sit.
Okay. I will also sit.
The last 3 years have been a joy. I cannot have asked for more love or a better friend. But to take such a drastic step, despite all the consequences or how it would appear, I fear what it might do to us. Do you not feel the same?
I suppose I might.
You suppose? Marriage is no trivial matter.
Marriage?
Yes, marriage. You are here to propose, are you not? You're not here to propose. I am going to kill Varric. Why do I believe everything he says? Why?
He said I was going to propose?
He mentioned a proposal. I suppose I filled in the blanks. Or he did this on purpose. That dwarf gets entirely too much joy from my discomfort.
I mean...
Now that you've brought it up, maybe we should get married.
Perhaps one day. It will be a truly romantic proposal, and I will act very surprised. What comes next will not be easy for either of us, but you do not have to fight for me. I am not going anywhere, not even if the Maker himself tries to stop me. Believe that.
But he doesn't exist.
That is all I meant to say.
Like, that's my marriage proposal. I get on my knee and I hold up the ring. The Maker doesn't exist. And she's just like, "Aw, you know just how to phrase things." Just letting you enjoy the countryside there for a second. In fact, oh my god. Oh, right, I don't have the mods running because I was doing multiplayer. Duh. Are there any spiders in Trespasser? No reason. What the hell was that? Uh-huh. Whoops, wrong area. Turned around now. Okay, here we go. No, that. God damn it. Come on, game. Warrior only. Nice DPS, but, not my thing.
All's well, it seems.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yes.
Also extraordinarily expensive. Like, we actually cannot afford that. We don't have that kind of cash.
Wonderful.
Watch your tongue.
You there! You're to dodge, not catch. If that ball were a fireball, you'd be dead.
God, the Mabari looks so ugly in this game. It looks better in Origins. Look at that.
Found a dog.
They don't breed Mabari in Olay. The merchant said he was abandoned. Perhaps his owner's tired of the novelty.
I can't imagine why.
Tire of you? With that positive attitude and fetching ability?
He's not supposed to fetch it.
I don't think you understand how this works.
Another Ferelden trapped at the Winter Palace. I couldn't leave him to that fate. Besides, I think he likes me.
You could take him to Ferelden sometime. He should know where he came from.
I did promise my sister a visit. She might try to spoil you. Remember who you report to. The Inquisition will change after this. I'm not yet sure what that will mean. Whatever happens, our people, you, Liliana, Josephine, will have my support in whatever form you require.
I can't imagine the Inquisition without you.
I am honored, and likewise, Inquisitor. You can help. Dodge this, and I'll find overpriced Orlesian dog treats before we go.
You have to dodge it. Apparently we get Constitution for dog treats. It's a fair trade, I'd say.
Will you walk with me? The first time I came to the Winter Palace, I was only 18. I was dazzled. Such rich hangings, splendid marble columns, more golden lions than I could count. It's all still here, still bright, but I no longer see that same palace.
And that makes you sad.
It is easier on the heart to just see gilding. Now all I can see are the knives in the shadows, the poison in jeweled goblets. They seek to tear the Inquisition down. You feel it, no? Fear.
Anyone with their wits should fear us. We command more people than some countries.
It is not our secrets, nor our soldiers. There have always been spy masters and private armies. They are afraid of nothing so much as the hand that directs it all.
Mine.
Already your actions have begun to reshape Thedas. Your influence is felt everywhere. It was only a matter of time before they moved. I'm surprised it took this long. It may be time to end things.
I say Liliana, I think, is older than I am at this point. And I'm an old man.
You're dumping the Inquisition? You can't dump the Inquisition.
We set out to restore peace, and now peace is upon us. But I know from experience how hard it can be to lay down your blade and accept that things have changed. We can still work for the good of Thedas without the Inquisition, but the time for soldiers and spies has passed. You have suffered terrible things, Inquisitor. I hope you still see the light ahead of us. The world is ready to move past the horror of the Breach and Corypheus, and so should we. But whatever you decide, I will be honored to stand beside you.
Interesting. I don't see a birth date listed at a casual glance. For her. So I'm not sure how old she is. Yeah, Origins was 12 to 13 years ago, depending on how you define it. They kind of vague it up a little bit for obvious reasons.
Orlais is on your side, Lord Parvis. The Inquisition's support is not a thing to lose lightly.
Which is why the Orlesian court is circling it with a net and collar? But you'll have to excuse me. I see an old friend I must greet. Inquisitor, how long has it been? Don't actually tell me. I despise feeling old. It's good to see you, my friend.
Thrilled to be at the Exalted Council, Lord Pavus?
Oh, riveted. Orlais wants the Inquisition tamed, Ferelden wants it gone, the Chantry meddles, and Tevinter sends but one ambassador. That's me, by the way. A reward for my interest in the South. Thankfully, Ambassador Pavus is a token appointment. Call on me as you like.
Inquisitor, Duke Cyril Montfort, member of the Council of Heralds and Lord of Chateau Haine. I have long followed your work. It is extraordinary.
Is that sentiment shared by the rest of the court?
Of course. Orlais wishes only to offer respectful guidance to the Inquisition.
Uh-huh.
Does your grace feel the Inquisition should continue to rule itself?
I would rather see the Inquisition join us freely than be carved into pieces for the chessboard. I have not forgotten Justinia's death. I had friends who perished at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. More than the good you have done, it is the good we may do together I don't wish to lose. Whatever happens, Inquisitor, I wish you well.
So this may sound strange, but I actually believe him there. At least about that last part. Obviously politics and obviously Orlais, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure that he really actually does not want a repeat of that situation. And is acting in part because of fear of seeing a repeat of that situation. Now I gotta find Dorian. Hang on. These are mind powers. Wom, 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 wom. Wom, 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 wom. Yeah, we gotta attack to ban jackass. I mean, ban worthless. I mean, ban asshole. I mean, ban strength +2. Then we need to ban him. The reason he's a dick here is BioWare cannot get away from the obstinate bureaucrat archetype. We've actually talked about this in every single one of their games that we have covered. They are in love with that character. And you'll notice he's the one who fills that slot here. He's the only one, more accurately, that fills that slot here. So yeah, he drew the short straw. He gets to be the obstinate bureaucrat.
As the most eloquent dwarf you know, Sparkles...
Speech! Speech! Way too much speech.
Varric, there's really no need.
What's going on?
Inquisitor! You're just in time. Sparkles, the Imperium doesn't deserve you. Or want you. It may even kill you. But we'll miss you. If it counts. And you didn't know. Okay, folks. Time to take the party elsewhere.
Tama never wanted any. I swear.
Leave him.
It's true. When the Exalted Council has ended, I'm going back to Tevinter. For good, this time.
You know I'll miss you.
Naturally. My father is dead. Assassinated, I believe. I received notice this morning. A perversely cheerful letter congratulating me on assuming his seat in the Magisterium. We only met a few times while I was home. He didn't say anything about keeping me as his heir. This ambassadorship, his doing, I'm told. He must have wanted me away when the trouble began. I have to go back.
That actually implies a lot. Like, a lot. And you'll notice, yeah, going back to that whole pruning threads and dangling threads thing, Dorian they're very clearly setting Dorian up to be in Dragon Age 4. Like, he's our bridge character, right? Because they always give us at least one bridge character. And yeah, whether he gets a pass for everything else or not, it's clear Dorian's father gave a damn. So, you know, credit for whatever that counts for. Yeah, no, it's, like I said, his dad knew he was going to be assassinated. He knew something was going down. We don't even know specifics. It doesn't even really matter at this point. Hopefully that'll cover what those specifics are in Dragon Age 4. But either way, yeah. Actually, we have two, Czar, Meryl and Isabella. They're probably thinking, those aren't bridge characters. No, Anders is the bridge character. But all three of them weren't intended to be bridge characters, which is why there functionally is no bridge character. From 2 to 3, yeah, Flemeth and arguably Morgan.
So you'll truly be a Magister?
Oh, yes. I can't wait to degrade the Magisterium with my presence. A new outfit is required.
And then what?
I find my father's killers and kill them back. Then I find those giving Tevinter a bad name and kill them. They're most likely the same people, so that should make the job easier.
He's angry, too.
You'll need help. I could go with you.
Not this time, my friend. I won't be entirely without support. Maeveris has gathered other Magisters who feel as we do. We'll be an actual faction in the Magisterium. I'll teach them manners, take them shopping. It'll be fun.
I love his voice actor. I actually personally don't think the Iron Bull will be in any substantial manner in Dragon Age 4, and the reason why, spoilers, is you can kill the Iron Bull. He can die. And everything we've been talking about, right? Pruning branches. If they intended the Iron Bull to be in Dragon Age 4 in a substantial manner, then he would have no option to die. He would guarantee make it to the end. So, I agree he should be, but that's not what we're talking about.
I know it was complicated, but I'm sorry about your father.
Thank you. It still doesn't feel real.
I wish you safe travels and the best of luck.
Oh, I'll need it, thank you. Magisters are tricksy bastards. A present. A going-away present. It's a sending crystal. Amazing what friendship with the Inquisition gives you access to. If I get in over my head, or you're overwhelmed with sorrow for lack of my velvety voice... Magic. What? You didn't think I would just leave and you'd never hear from me again, did you? You are my dearest friend. Perhaps my only friend. That will never change, no matter where we are. Now let's finish the good wine before the others get back.
In lore, I give him a big old bear hug right there. A friendly hug, obviously, but just, you know, big old bam. I got you, buddy. I like Dorian. It's not obvious.
Why not?
Yeah, no, Dorian's a bro. I got him. So, Equalitas says they did do some things with Liliana to avoid her death. So, I'm apparently not explaining myself correctly, so I'm going to try this one last time. Dragon Age Origins was never intended to have a sequel. As a result, there was a whole lot of choices from Dragon Age Origins which had to either be retconned or written around in order to ensure that sequels could happen. Trying to write around those problems has formed every single issue we've had with regards to retcons and weirdness in Dragon Age Awakening, in Witch Hunt, in 2, and in Inquisition. Liliana is just another of those. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, because Dragon Age 2 and especially Inquisition were written with Dragon Age 4 in mind. At this point, they're not thinking about making this game, they're thinking about making the next game. Thus, we can pay attention to how they do things in order to kind of get inference of what they intended for the next game. Sense make? So while they could just snap their fingers and wave their hands, and all of a sudden, magically, the Iron Bull was secretly a clone who was left by his ancient Tevinter elf, who's secretly the architect. and also Morrigan. They can do whatever the hell they want to, but the intention is clear that they didn't intend the Iron Bull to guarantee be a major character, and I keep emphasizing that, a significant character in Dragon Age 4. By contrast, Dorian, who will always survive to the end of the game, pretty much guaranteed was intended to be someone who is a major character in Dragon Age 4. Make sense? Now, we may still see the Iron Bull as a cameo kind of a thing, but that's it. If you're paying attention, that's what they did in both 2 and Inquisition. Non-major characters just kind of were there, and it's like, hey, what's up? I'm here too. Wong.
Be careful, Inquisitor. We have a ways to go yet.
Exactly, Lich-Ball. Exactly. That's also most likely what will happen with the Divine. You'll notice all the Divines are called Divine Victoria. Cute way to write around that. You can always just refer to Divine Victoria and not go into specifics, and you're referring to all 3 characters. It cuts down on some of the work you have to put into that. Well, where the hell's Vivienne, then? Because she ain't on the map. I'm double-checking my own statement now. Yeah, no, she's not on the map. And yeah, there's Vivienne. Oh, and there's Bantegan. Well, what do you know? Hey, Twit.
Divine Victoria, am I interrupting?
Of course you are, darling, but that doesn't mean the interruption is unwelcome. The Earl of Redcliffe was briefing me on the current situation in Denerim. He represents Ferelden at this summit.
Inquisitor, good to meet you.
So let's get this out of the way. Yes, it makes sense in lore for Bantegan to be a jackass here. And yes, it is jarring that they chose him to be the jackass here. And yes, arguably this is just them trying to have a cameo, while at the same time just kind of moving forward with it. It's just whatever.
How are things in Redcliffe, my lord?
We still come across scars left by the Venatori, but the land continues to mend.
And yeah, he looks nothing like his previous person because, I mean, have you seen any of the characters from Origins and then also in Inquisition? Whether or not there's a negative for Tegan is certainly debatable. Time has passed and all that. But yeah, I mean what I say. He's the obstinate bureaucrat. He takes that archetype and runs with it. And whether that's good or bad is a little bit more debatable. I know a lot of people who are thrown by this because Tegan was always one of the, for lack of a better way to put it, the good ones, right? One of the decent nobles that we encountered back in Origins. Yes, and it's okay, I guess, Walker. I don't really have a lot of chance to use it. Everyone Nights went back on. Yeah. I don't know. We'll debate it. But I will admit, I would have probably picked someone other than Tegan. It's just, you know, they wanted that relatability thing. They wanted a familiar character to represent Ferelden, so they went with this guy.
I'll try not to keep you from more important matters.
Very well. We'll continue this later, your perfection.
Don't worry, my dear. The Inquisition has the full support of the Chantry at this summit, of course.
Is there anything I can do to make your job easier?
Relax. You will make a better impression on the delegates if you appear calm and collected. I must make preparations for the summit. My dear, should you need anything, you have but to ask.
Bad gameplay mechanics, Django? Not using a
Glad
walkthrough?
you finally arrived, Inquisitor. The Crown's anxious for news.
And your thoughts on Ferelden's position?
The breach is long gone, yet Skyhold's army remains. Ferelden can't continue to ignore soldiers on its borders.
I appreciate knowing where Ferelden stands.
You are owed that, Inquisitor, especially here. These Orlesians will talk circles around you before you get a simple greeting out. I won't keep you longer. We'll have words enough when the Exalted Council begins.
Yeah, I agree with that, look. To defend myself for a second, Svatoslav, I bought the Steam Deck as a gamble, essentially. The idea here is I want to be able to play, you know, video games 10, 20 years from now in a comfortable and portable fashion. So I don't really have a lot of use for it now, because now I'm doing fine. But when I'm doing a little bit less fine and, you know, maybe can't stream for as long as I can, or maybe I have more back issues or whatever, I want to be able to have that there and accessible. Make sense? That thing was an investment, and I use it almost entirely as, not that I would ever admit this on camera, but I use it almost entirely as an emulator deck. That thing is there so I can play NES games and SNES games, and then 64 games, and so forth and so on, 20 years from now.
Darling, you made it. Excellent. I scheduled this appointment ages ago, and they do appreciate punctuality.
Appointment?
I mean, it's easy to prove I own them. They're right there.
Imperial Garden Spa, of course. You work so hard, my dear. I wanted to treat you.
That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Of course it is, darling. That's the only kind I have.
I hate you. I mean, I can't even afford to have my own place to live, Svatoslav.
What are the cheese wheels for?
It pains me that you even have to ask. You've clearly been living too long in barely civilized conditions.
Hi, Sarah.
Did you hear something?
Relax, darling. It's spa day. How have you been? It seems ages since we've spoken. I hope things are well with you and Cassandra.
Okay, I hate to point this out, but the way they did this was they attached the cheese wheels to our eyes, not to our skull. And so if you pay attention to Vivienne, as her eyes move around, which is a procedural thing, the cheese wheels kind of move around a bit on her face, which just looks kind of weird. No, I encourage the idea, Walker. It's good for that kind of thing. The biggest problem with the Steam Deck, at least that I've seen, is its battery life is kind of crap. But I don't think you'll have a huge issue with that, as long as you're only playing it for a few minutes or a few, like half an hour, or whatever at a time. You know, you got 1 hour here, 1 hour here. You should be fine. Yeah, why cheese? Well, I asked her why cheese, and she didn't freaking answer. So, you know. Evo asks, have I ever been to a spa? No. I've actually always wanted to go and experience a proper spa pamper treatment, like full tilt, right? You know, mud bath and like cucumbers and being able to relax and having the finger hand massage. I give massages semi-regularly because I'm very good at them. I can't even tell you the last time I received a massage, like a real massage, a medical massage, as I like to call it. Oh man, that would be great.
Are you digging for gossip, Vivienne? Trying to get me to give up the juicy details?
Merely expressing concern for
Seriously,
your well-being,
watch the cheese
my
wheels.
dear. Someone ought to.
You must be keeping very busy.
A divine's work is never done, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. Don't you feel better, my dear? This place really does work miracles.
What happened?
Darling, it's spa day. Don't fret. You'll undo all the good they've done. Come along, Inquisitor. They have other appointments, you know.
Well, I give medical massages for free, Gigapony. Yeah, there's just... Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for the chunks of ham. Really adds to the atmosphere, I think, is how I'm going to phrase that.
Such changeable weather this season.
It already has, Blade Javal.
Will it matter?
Maybe.
I like the warning. That's their second point of no return warning.
Thank you, Your Holiness. Now, Artigan, as to your concerns...
The Inquisition established an armed presence in Ferelden territory. You outright seized Caer Bronach in Crestwood.
Yes, from bandits. Would you like us to give it back to them?
Your help was appreciated 2 years ago, Inquisitor. Now order has been restored, yet you remain. Invading under pretext of restoring order is exactly what the Grey Wardens did to us centuries ago, and we exiled them. Now the Inquisition is doing the same thing with Grey Wardens in their ranks.
Your concern is ill-founded. The Grey Wardens have proven their worth time and again.
Of course Orlais tolerates this interference. Without the Inquisition, Celine would have neither her throne nor her elven... marquise.
Rest assured, Tegan, the Empire of Orlais will not stand idle if the Inquisition oversteps its bounds. Unlike Ferelden, however, Orlais understands that these were the well-intentioned mistakes of a young organization.
An organization in need of a guiding hand. Yours, no doubt.
Pardon me, Inquisitor. Sister Leliana asked to speak with you.
It's even the same actor for Tegan.
Something has come up. I'll be back.
What? This is highly irregular.
Are we not even worth the Inquisitor's time?
Shut up, Tegan. You see why I'm kind of like, when it comes to Tegan. They really should have just picked another character if they wanted to go with this archetype.
Inquisitor, I thought you would want to see this. A Canary warrior in full armor. How did he get into the Winter Palace?
So what would the left hand of the Divine see when she looked at this?
This is a warrior, not a spy. Part of the Antam, the Canary military. Most of his wounds come from a fight against someone using magic, but at least a few are from a blade. He was badly hurt, separated from his allies, and made it here before he died. But how?
Cool.
Would the Iron Bull know anything about this?
I asked, and he is as surprised as we are. Since becoming Tal Vashoth, he has had no contact with his people. He seems frustrated at not knowing more.
See, that's why I'm hesitant to give it the negative Wandering Doll. It feels like, frankly, a good and a bad thing. It's fine, but only if we gloss over it, and they only brought him back for nostalgia, but they don't do him too bad, and it's whatever.
We need to find out what's going on. Can Josephine manage the diplomats while I look around?
She will be fine. It's all speeches and posturing for the first few days anyway. I will ask Divine Victoria to call a recess for now. I will also have our friends ready themselves for battle if need be.
You think that's likely?
I think the Exalted Council may be more exciting than we expected.
Also, yeah, as Loke points out, that's a Qunari in full battle armor. And we know what that means.
Please move along. There is nothing to see here.
Looks like he came down over the railing.
There it is. Yeah, also, Tegan just randomly being anti-Grey Warden is kind of a, huh? Moment. Even if it's political posturing, I can't imagine him being stupid enough to be anti-Grey Warden in a public conference with the freaking Divine and a representative of Orlais present. Give me a break. Like, even ignoring the obvious stupidity, if we just stick within the realm of politics, that's painting a giant target over your head and saying, I'm a moron, please attack me on this obvious point.
An active Eluvian? If I'm going through it, I'm not going alone.
First, I'm gonna loot. Listen, we have the scanner ability, okay?
What's going on? You can't keep me out of here.
Yeah, even though there's obviously some information with regards to Corypheus and how much people know, the common knowledge is that Corypheus was a darkspawn.
The game takes a life.
And that by itself would make talking ill about the Grey Wardens so soon in the wake of his attack not exactly politically expedient. Oh yeah, speaking of which, remember, in this timeline, Alistair is actually king. So he's even stupider than usual. I mean, I'm with you, Django. I really think that the easiest possible solution here would just be to eject Tegan. Of course he is Evo. Wink. Definitely didn't get the timeline screwy because the keep bugged out twice. Wink. In fact, I think Alistair's ruling alone, because I didn't see a single reference to Honora. Possibly, player Taval. Game? We're not running mods right now, so nothing can be blamed on mods at this point. Come on, game. You can do it. Come on, game. I believe in you, game. I believe in you. I just... Okay. Ah, wait. It worked, and then... Now it's just hard locked. And now it's crashed. I love the time played under the EA launcher. 150 hours and 36 minutes. I hate my life. Alright, I think that's higher than my Skyrim played time. Hang on, let's actually check that really quick. Probably Czar. No, we didn't have any mods installed. Or, as more accurately, we didn't have any running, but you get the point. So it just crashed on its own. So that's the first crash I can definitively say is just the game, and has nothing to do with any modding. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I have more played time in Skyrim. That's funny, because I've only played Skyrim like three times. Once for myself, once for a stream, and once for a stream. God. I was just curious. Is this done yet? Come on, game. Actually, I think I even know who you're talking about, Dr. Winter, and I agree. What rumination or lore run am I most proud of? Well, obviously, the WoW lore run is the best lore run I've ever done, top to bottom. Other than that, that was weird. That was also weird. The World of Warcraft lore run. Done 7 years ago. Earlier this year. Obviously, there's also the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run, which is probably my actual best lore run. As far as Ruminations, I don't know. They all suck, so one of them. Where's this? Okay, down here. Yes, and I highly recommend you watch the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run. That's not a joke. It is probably the best lore run I've ever done. No joke. People have linked it in chat twice. I suppose if I had to pick one of my best Ruminations, it would be one of the movie ones. Something in the Pixar block, something in the Disney block, or maybe Lord of the Rings. One of those. Hey! We'll just bring the power trio. Sleep, Evo, sleep.
This is the crossroads. Morrigan brought me here while showing me the alluvians.
We had some audio glitches on those particular videos, Anachromarxist. But, I don't know, I think they were decent Ruminations, other than the audio glitches. Nice place.
The blood trail leads to this mirror.
Right. Let's see where this guy came from.
Oh yeah, by the way, I've actually seen the visual indicators of how different this looks when you're an elf. It's pretty mild. It is different, but it's pretty mild. I'm not surprised it took people, you know, a little bit of time to even notice that. Oh yeah, I should probably put my armor on. There we go. I know who you meant. I covered the Dollar Trilogy on camera.
Elven ruins. I'm not sure we're even in Orlais anymore.
Hey, Rational Ginger. And yes, we're in Trespasser now.
Another Canary, dressed like the one in the Winter Palace.
He's Karashok, a foot soldier. Must have been in the same squad.
No, I have not seen Once Upon a Time in the West. At least not in a long time. So I can't really say anything about it. Nice place. That's interesting.
Scorch marks everywhere. This is the work of a mage.
A powerful one. I can still feel the heat crackling.
We need to find out why these Canary were here, and who did this to them.
I didn't say I didn't like it, Tara. I just thought it was okay, that's all. The base was much more impressive. Ow. Damn. Sure, game.
Over there, Canary. If we want to know why they're here, we've got to get across to that island.
Ah, damn it, Meryl. Least favorite tea? Anything with caffeine in it. I'm not a fan of headaches. Let's see. Have I covered anything by Scorsese? I'm not a fan of Scorsese, by the way. Not personally, not professionally. Let's see. What? Okay. Not any amount, but yeah, like a can of Coke will give me a headache. I don't think I've covered any of Scorsese's works. Pretty sure I haven't, anyways. Oh, don't. Think a way to put that, Anarcho. Wrong button. But I like your base, Tara. God damn it. I can't win here. I think I'm actually thinking of the wrong guy. No, I've never covered The Departed. A simple Google search could confirm that, but I'm pretty sure I've never covered The Departed. I tend to remember the films I cover. More like it might be part of a positive look. I was actually debating it as well. I'll jot it down right now. My memory's pretty good as long as it's not game ruminations.
To be fair, we are.
It must have been set to guard something.
The more I'm thinking about it, the more I think I'm not actually thinking about Scorsese. But I can't remember the name of the guy I actually am thinking about then. So help me out. Who's a film elitist snob jackass who's still making films right now? Heavy emphasis on the elitist thing. And not Christopher Nolan, that's not who I mean. Although he is absolutely an elitist jackass. Fen Harel bids you welcome. Rest, knowing the Dreadwolf guards you and his people guard the valley. In this place you are free, and trusting us you will never be bound again. No, not Tarantino. He's a geek.
That was like veil fire. It claimed this was a refuge for elven slaves.
You mean the ancient elves kept slaves? Maker's breath. One more thing never to tell Daisy.
This whole valley was a sanctuary, created by the Dreadwolf Fen Harel.
Fen Harel? The Dalish elves' god of misfortune?
Yeah, no, Tarantino's... I think it's Coppola. I think it's Francis Ford Coppola. Hang on. There's a specific quote I'm looking for. Yep, nope, it's Coppola. Sorry. So I'm not thinking of Scorsese, although Scorsese may or may not be elitist as well. I don't know. That's the point. I was thinking of Coppola. He's a prick and can go directly to hell. Because I've actually looked into him.
That alluvion only took us a short distance. That's the same lake we saw from the other tower.
Good for moving around a city, visiting friends, deploying guards.
Crows. A lot of crows for some reason.
Cuts all over the back. He was killed by surprise.
This can't have happened too long ago. The blood's not even dry.
Kurosawa is who I usually consider one of the best directors of all time. Maybe not the best, but definitely one of the best. Coppola is just an elitist prick, Estes Flakes. If you want me to come up with a specific quote, Coppola is the jackass who said that, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't remember the exact words, Star Wars cost the world a great filmmaker. In other words, he lamented the fact that one of the greatest filmmakers of our era made garbage films.
So, we're getting the band back together. That's exciting.
Don't tell me the Viscount of Kirkwall misses skulking around and shooting people.
You've never been to the Viscount's Keep, have you, Sparkler? Spend 2 hours there and you'll be glad to be shot at.
Nope. He meant Lucas, sir. He's pretty obvious about it.
Here we go again. What a change of pace from the Winter Palace. A clear sky, a beautiful view, and yes, fields and fields of stripweed as far as the eye can see.
Stripweed.
Terrible stuff. Looks like grass, stings like a knife, and causes sores if you so much as brush against it. So, of course, everyone in Manrathus insists it makes a very decent tea.
Ah, no. Correct, Loner. Was Lucas that great of a director? No. I actually come to bat for Lucas a lot more than most people, although I've noticed that trend has been shifting over the years. But calling Lucas a great director or one of the best film directors of all time is ridiculous. Actually, ironically, a shot like this right here is the kind of shot Lucas could do some really good stuff with. He's really good at establishing shots, the kind of second unit stuff that would be their purview. And it is worth noting that George Lucas has personally been involved in pushing filmmaking forward in terms of just technology. Multiple times. Because he's a film geek, and he got lucky and had the money to push it, so he did. He's also a bit of a film tech geek. Fen'Harel has been falsely named a god, but as immortal as any of you, he takes no divine mantle and asks that none be bestowed upon him. He leads only those who would help willingly, none be beholden but by choice.
This is Fen'Harel helping former slaves as a mortal, not a god.
Kinda curious that this guy had to specify he wasn't a god.
Ordinary guy saves people, accidentally founds religion. Sounds a lot like the chant, actually.
Yep.
Fen'Harel sounds like quite the rebel. The old elven gods must have simply loved that.
Oh yeah, no. The jackasses, ugh, who we'll discuss pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. The gods are Evanurus, claim divinity, yet they are not but mortals powerful in magic who can die as you can. In this place we can teach those who can join us and unravel their lies.
This claims the elven gods were just Evanurus, powerful but completely mortal mages.
Whoever ran this place was trying to rebuild the slaves' confidence. Get rid of old propaganda.
If that's true, Fen'Harel was teaching these freed slaves the truth about these false gods.
That's a simplicity, Anachromachist. Obviously, Marcia Lucas was a great editor and did some really, really good work on Star Wars A New Hope. But to claim that she single-handedly saved or created Star Wars is nonsense and stupidity. Also, flashing lights warning, because there's a flashing light here. Yep. We can now automatically join focus over time. Cool. Discharging the anchor now briefly makes your party invulnerable.
Everything okay?
It felt like the anchor stung me. This looks like it fits into that pedestal by the broken bridge.
That's some health. the name of that film that was... It was done by Spielberg. It was adapted from a novel about AI. There's a kid, there's a little boy. He's all innocent and sweet. He's actually a doll. Very Pinocchio. Is it just called AI? Jeez. No wonder I didn't remember it. There's a specific reason I'm bringing it up. People like Coppola piss me off because they're elitist pricks. But people like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, I give more of a leeway towards, because of the fact that both of them, while they have had flaws, the biggest mistake both made is they got a little too full of themselves and believed in their own hype a little bit too much. The only difference is everybody jumped on Lucas because he did that to a national pastime. Excuse me, an international pastime. Whereas Spielberg did that to AI, which nobody cared about. That's interesting. Yeah, Spielberg also had no issue with doing popcorn films. For good and for bad. Okay, fine, game. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I want here. Is to be able to see in strobo vision. There we go. Where the hell am I? God, I'm actually turned around now. I actually do think Spielberg is one of the best directors in history, and I stand by that. But I'm not saying he's perfect, and I wouldn't put him at the level of Kurosawa, just, you know, below that. But, I mean, Spielberg knows what he's fricking doing, and he has for pretty much his entire career. Zemeckis is a weird one for me. Obviously, Zemeckis is tremendously talented. Duh. You know, the punk kid who makes great films that bomb. Rashomon is the most obvious answer, Ketabo. But I'm going to spell this. It's Ikiru. Is another film I will immediately recommend from Kurosawa. Ikiru. And yes, Seven Samurai is one of the pinnacles of filmmaking. Shrug. I don't know what else to add to that. But I would recommend the other two first, to be completely honest with you. Refill our potions.
Kanari.
Bashidon! The Inquisition doesn't leave alive.
You heard him. Joel Schumacher. No comment. Oh, Dorian. Yeah, Spielberg is a multiple pillars filmmaker. I'm not sure there is a genre he hasn't touched. I could be wrong. Hell, even just in terms of technical style. True, Five. Like, he hasn't done stuff like exploitation stuff. But has he done horror movies? That's an interesting question. I'll go ahead and say no, he's never done what I call a horror film. He has, however, done thriller films. I don't think he was forced out, no. And I don't really have anything else to say about it. Charles Martinet is getting old. This feels like something that was going to happen at some point or another. Jaws is absolutely a thriller film, yes. No question. I'm a mage. I don't need my hands to kill someone. Look, Dark Day. To be completely honest, a lot of Trespassers' middle portion here is just kind of padding. We had the intro section, which was good, and we'll have the outro section, which we'll have a lot to talk about. But right now, we're just sitting here killing randos. And as we've already proven with my current setup, me just auto-attacking is probably the best contribution to DPS I can make right now. Especially when the AI is just walking up the ladder. And then down the ladder. And then up the ladder. And then down the ladder. I feel like I'm being condescended towards. I should also mention, I'm a bit of a film geek, but my knowledge of filmmakers outside of the United States is very small. Like, obviously I know Sergio Leone, duh. Obviously I know Kurosawa, but, like, those are big names, right? I'm not particularly familiar with any other filmmakers across the world. And that's not really by design, it's just, you know, lack of knowledge, lack of exposure. Miyazaki is definitely a snob. I've noticed several of the good filmmakers have just at least one really big personality flaw, right? Like, Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick. That man was a terrible human being. It's just, wow. Just, yeah. Yeah, even Tarantino is honestly kind of a prick. Bully, I think, is what I would call Tarantino. If you forced me to put a word to it. Talented? Sure. But he's a prick. Yeah, Kubrick is one of those, the more you know, the worse he is kind of characters. And by characters, I mean people. You know, the funny thing is, I'm not even sure I agree with that, Logue. Let me clarify that sentence slightly. Was Kubrick a talented director? Yeah, obviously. But I've studied several of his films, and I've actually done a rumination on one of them, and the more I look into it, the more I think he is merely a good director, as opposed to a truly great director, in my opinion. I know that's a minor distinction, and we're kind of splitting hairs, but I just pointed out, because I feel like a lot of people put Kubrick up as one of the best ever, and I don't buy that personally. Exactly, Estes Flakes. That's exactly the attitude I tend to push against. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying I disagree. Speaking of 2001: A Space Odyssey in particular, the first, I'd say, two sequences in the film are the best sequences by a huge margin. Which is funny, because I bet you can't even name what those two sequences are right now off the top of your head, because you're probably thinking of Hal, or the ending. Which would tend to be the more memorable stuff, or the stuff more people talk about. But for me, the portion with the apes, and the portion with the space trip up to the moon base, those two sequences right there are honestly brilliant. Visual storytelling and incredible technology and usage of the camera and usage of the set, and just so much was done. I talk about it in the rumination. So much was done there.
Why did those Canari attack the Inquisition on sight?
No idea. They weren't Talvashoth, though. This might be a rogue group, but they think they're following the Qun.
Listen, the Qunari would never be going to all-out war. That's definitely not going to be the plot of the next game. Maybe.
That's Fen Harel, removing the face markings from a Dalish elf.
Isn't this place older than the Dalish?
Maybe the markings used to have a different meaning.
I'm not a big fan of Clockwork Orange, to be very blunt. I probably shouldn't even have to explain why. Anybody who knows me at all knows why I don't like that film. And yeah, Eyes Wide Shut is another film I'm not a big fan of. No, hang on. I was seeing if there was a hint, because it looked like it was just trial and error. Okay, so it isn't that. Maybe let's do both. Yeah, you know... People misuse this word, but let me say with sincerity that Clockwork Orange is a fairly good film for putting the trigger warning in front of. And if you ask which, the answer is yes. Okay, go ahead and tell me what I don't, because it's not what I thought it is. And this would be the exact moment I would give up or go Google it. See, I'm a moron, as we've discussed many times. This is why I think Stanley Kubrick is not one of the best directors of all time. The moronicism. It gets in the way of my opinions. At least that's what the YouTube comments seem to think. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even notice that the wolf there was, like, part of the puzzle. Wasn't even looking. I was looking at the mural.
What's this?
A letter? From me? The brand of the Evanurus can be lifted from you, that all may know you oppose their cruelties. None here are slaves. All are under our protection. All may choose to fight.
Hidden weapons. These freed slaves actually fought back against the Evanurus, posing as gods.
Interesting word, Evanurus. If all it means is mage leader, well, they were basically magisters.
Listen, mages would never proclaim themselves as gods, right? Right? Now, there's a perspective, Crazy Horse. I'm not sure I disagree. Alright. Try that again. Even Palpatine was trying to achieve godhood, and he's a Force mage. You'd think being the most powerful Force user, arguably ever, and the Emperor of the entire galaxy would have been enough, but no. He must rule on high as Sultan. Hey, hazardous. How many stacks is he up to? He's only up to 2 stacks, Jesus. Yeah, I will freely admit that I like Palpatine as a character, but that statement does have to have several asterisks attached to it. Cookies! I have read your report. Station your people in the abandoned elven towers by the lake. It is a short distance from the entrance to the mirror that connects to Halam Sharal. We'll need the space to lodge our people after the infiltration is complete.
This letter says the Qunari came to these ruins because the Illuvians connect to Halam Shiral.
Cool. Give me a second, because I gotta do my equipment, okay? See if it's any better. Yeah, I'll take that.
So they're aiming for the Winter Palace.
It was some sort of infiltration. There's no more details.
This is crazy. They're acting like we're at war.
Are they?
I don't know, boss. I wish I did.
Again, they're in armor. So, yeah.
Let's look for anything that explains why the Qunari came here before we go.
Remember, if you wish to move the statue, light the second sconce from the list as you face the wolf's head. When you light the sconce, a box clutched in the statue's paws will open. There's an item inside. Do not touch it. It's old and elven. I mean, you'll notice I always make a point of calling him Palpatine Organo, not Sidious. I've noticed some of the more recent Star Wars works have tried to reverse that, by the way, referring to him as Sidious more often than Palpatine. It's an interesting trend. Listen, it's old and elven, which means the best appropriate action is to throw it into a frickin' volcano. I mean, speaking as someone who is terrible at naming things, Sidious, really? 2 hours ago, an unknown intruder penetrated our defenses masked and cloaked. A mage used magic to awaken spirits and turn them against us. Intruder moved as if he knew the place, fled after the spirits awoke. Dozens dead. Spirits that keep attacking. Engagement not
A note about an unknown intruder coming through an alluvion. They turned spirits against us, then fled.
It must be a mage. They killed any Qunari in the way and let the spirits do the rest.
2 parties, then. The Qunari and a mystery agent determined to stop them. Come on. We have to warn people about the Qunari's designs on the Winter Palace.
Yeah, remember that we've actually encountered an ancient elven artifact already back in Dragon Age Origins. It taught us how to be a knight, an arcane temple. Oh god, I can't think of the name of it. The class that I always take as a mage. And it had been trapped there for how many millennia? Yeah, Sheev. No, there's a dumb name. Which you will never hear me use again. Listen, Crazy North, it's either a volcano or I just sell it to the marketplace. One of the two.
One dead Qunari was bad enough. Now we have more, and they're hostile.
This makes no sense. The Qunari may not be...
How did I miss dialogue?
But they have no reason to attack us.
Hang on.
I've had the mirror placed under guard for now.
If they unite again... Not until we know more. It will be fine. I will attend to the Exalted Council.
Why can't I skip this?
And while Josie does that,
Why can't I skip this?
I'll head back to the crossroads.
Why can't I skip this?
Find out what the Qunari are doing and why they attacked.
And I'll have a quiet word with our honor guard.
I've never encountered dialogue in one of these games I can't skip. What is this nonsense? Alright, where am I going, Wandering Doll? Do I have to do 7 more hours of side quests? I guess I'm going right here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. The old team together again to kick some ass.
Right behind you, Tiny. Try not to completely obscure the battlefield.
I'm just confused by that, Lord Aramont. Like, the Dragon Age games have always been a stellar example of skippable dialogue and skippable cutscenes. To just suddenly have something I can't skip is weird. Oh, that's true, Hazardous. That's fair. No, you're fine, Wandering Doll. I didn't even notice it earlier. Mine's probably going in too many different directions. Is that it? Hang on. Yeah, no kidding, Dirt Day. That cutscene was literally just, we'll look into this situation. It's like, okay. And? Yep, there we go. Yes, do. All right, I believe you. I believe you. Let's rewind. Let's rewind. Got that bloom. I mean, even the creators didn't want to do that, Mr. Red, so I suppose that's a valid perspective. Ah, I should have brought Cassandra. Why didn't you tell me, Crazy Horse? Why didn't you tell me? I could have brought her.
One dead Canary was bad enough.
Instead of Eric.
Now we have more, and they're hostile.
This makes no sense. The Canary may not be friendly to the Inquisition, but they have no reason to attack us.
They also have no reason to be here, or using Illuvians at all.
I've had the mirror placed under guard for now.
Oh yeah, while we're on the subject, it's a good time to mention, whether you have an alliance with the Qunari or not, this still happens because, duh.
I just wanted the Exalted Council to go smoothly.
We must ensure that the Qunari do not disrupt the negotiations. The Exalted Council is in a very delicate state.
I'm certain you can soothe the nobles' ruffled feathers while we solve the real problem.
Not when the Inquisitor insults everyone present by walking out in the middle of the talks. Our only advantage is that Orlais and Ferelden are divided in goal and grievance. If they unite against us, Divine Victoria will have no choice but to support their claims. We could lose everything.
I know we're asking a lot of you, Ambassador. I promise we won't make this any harder for you than necessary.
My apologies. I will attend to the Exalted Council.
And while Josie does that, we will investigate.
I'll head back to the crossroads. We need to find out what the Qunari are doing, and why they attacked.
And I'll have a quiet word with our honor guard.
Deja vu.
Everything going all right so far?
Any word from Hawk?
I got a message from, well, best not to name an entire chain of smuggling syndicates in polite company. Anyway, Weishaupt is apparently the special kind of mess that only appears when Hawk shows up. I'm not entirely sure how it'll all play out, but my money's on Hawk walking away from the Warden's fortress as it explodes.
I don't understand how you could just become a Viscount.
When the ruler of a Marcher state dies and there's no heir, the nobles of the city pick a new ruler. Only none of Kirkwall's nobles actually want the throne. Most of them think it's cursed, actually. They can't leave it empty, though, or some other state like Starkhaven or Ansburg will probably invade. I complained about the empty office when it interfered with my reconstruction efforts. They took that as volunteering.
I'm surprised no one from the Council of Heralds wants your autograph.
You just missed them. Duke Cyril keeps asking me for spoilers for my next book.
So, Bran used to be Viscount, and now he just follows you around?
Provisional Viscount.
Pretty much.
With a permanent appointee, finally, in the Viscount's office, I am free to return to my post as Seneschal.
He means my true calling is arrogantly telling people they can't talk to the Viscount. He's good at it, too.
We'll talk more another time.
I'll be here if you need me.
All is well?
Was there something you needed?
Is there any news from Ferelden? How's your family?
My sister Mia keeps me informed. As I understand, she's training my nephew to best me at chess.
All good news, then?
Not all, but most of it is, and that's good enough.
Do you remember the first time we came to the Winter Palace?
All too well. I've already answered a half-dozen questions about my personal life. The reason we're here is because we made a difference. That's worth enduring the political small talk.
Is there anything I should know?
We were permitted soldiers here, but our every move is watched. Some things never change.
I should go.
Inquisitor?
Inquisitor, is there something I can help with?
How are things between you and the hero of Ferelden?
We're well, thank you. Our duties have kept us apart for a long time. Perhaps it is time to put duty aside and be selfish. I have sacrificed so much already.
That's it? Oh my god.
Tell me about your nugs. Did you get any new ones?
Oh yes! A litter was born just a month ago. We are weaning them right now. If you are hoping for one, I'm afraid they're already spoken for.
Your nug breeding sounds like more than just a hobby now.
It has certainly expanded. And who knows, if the Inquisition ends, there are worse things to do with my time. I find being with the little ones soothing.
Have your agents any news I should hear about?
There is activity in the Tirashan. Strange elves, like those at the Temple of Mythal. No news of Solus, however.
Perhaps later, Liliana.
I'll be right here if you need anything.
I mean, yes, absolutely, Crazy Horse. But I admit that that would probably upset some people who actually enjoy the open world stuff.
Darling, what can I do for you?
How is the Chantry treating you, now that you're Divine Victoria?
Quite well, my dear. The surge in recruitment of Seekers has proven quite a boon. There are still the occasional grumbles about having a mage divine, but they're easily silenced.
We'll talk another time.
Quite the party, wasn't it? I hear it left the Orlesians and Fereldans completely aghast. Andraste's herald, the Inquisitor, toasting a Tevinter Magister. Not a bad scandal to leave on.
What is this ambassadorship about, exactly?
I believe my father set it up, but the Imperium certainly didn't object. They'd love for the Inquisition to fall apart, so they're happy if it seems they consider this council a waste of time.
That makes no sense.
No? If Dread Tevinter actually pushed for the Inquisition's end, everyone else would disagree on principle. So they send a nobody pariah and hope for the best. Makes perfect sense to me.
What did you do in Tevinter while you were away?
I went home. Twice. Father was only there once. Mother was drunk both times. I also went to Carinus to see my good friend Maeveris. Then I settled some of Alexis's affairs. That wasn't fun.
Any thoughts about the Exalted Council?
A few. Divine Victoria needs a new tailor for one. Vivienne always loved her ludicrous hats, but even she can't pull off that Chantry monstrosity. As for this whole Exalted Council business, well... I warned you once that no one would thank you for saving the world. Sadly, I'm always right. So long as the Inquisition's around to remind them they're not really in charge, they'll never sleep comfortably. Whether they have the guts to take action, I suppose we'll see.
Another time.
I look forward to it. At once.
I do hope you recovered from your night at the opera. Any ear-ringing should go away in a day or two.
Thanks, Josephine. It's okay. We have the amazing and incredible best character in the game to talk to next. No, not you.
Need me for anything? What do you think's going to happen at the Exalted Council?
Maker, I have no idea. Politics always makes my head spin. The Inquisition shouldn't have to give in whenever some prissy noble gets their knickers wedged somewhere.
It's nice to have everyone back in the same place again.
I have to admit I missed it. What does it mean when we need a huge diplomatic talk or the world ending just to bring us together? I got the chance to have a few drinks with Sarah. Miss that girl. It's still a little awkward talking to Cassandra, but the commander appears to have forgiven me, finally.
What is it like being a warden now?
Things are in upheaval. There have been heated arguments about the future of the Order. I wouldn't be surprised if we tore ourselves apart.
So if you've been paying any kind of attention, you've noticed that the Grey Wardens have gone kind of downhill each game. I'm not here to discuss whether that's good or bad. I'm here to talk about the same thing I've been talking about the entirety of Trespasser. Pruning branches. You've noticed where this is going, right? Again, whether this would ever actually follow through on it is who frickin' knows at this point, but it's clear to me that the intention that they were going for was to just kind of push the Grey Wardens into the corner and out of the narrative. Now, maybe that's because they didn't intend for a new blight to happen for centuries, in which case they kind of want the Grey Wardens to just leave the narrative. There's a logic to that. It's also possible that, yeah, as Rational Ginger said, they wanted the Grey Wardens to just not really be a part of things anymore. So they go off and they get into a civil war and they fall apart and they're just blah, blah, blah. If I was being willing to be generous, which I'm not, but if I was, what I would say that they were doing is they were trying to build up to a future in which the Grey Wardens are not actually necessary. In other words, hear me out for a second. Dragon Age 4 starts up. We're after Solus, who is taken to the north. He is looking for stuff within Tevinter. While we're in Tevinter, the Qunari, with their incredible spy agency, has started to figure out that something world-affecting is happening. The Qunari have decided this is the time to pull the trigger and actually go to war. The Qunari start running roughshod over the Tevinter, and the Tevinter have to start doing some interesting things to push back, which is allowing Solus to get what he wants, which is feeding into the whole tragedy of the work. Partially through the story, probably either at the 1/3 marker or at the 2/3 marker, new blight starts. New archdemons up and about. Now, this could come from any number of sources. Maybe the architect, maybe the remaining magister. It doesn't even matter. All that matters is now there's a blight and the wardens have already been removed from the board. Now what? The appeal here, literarily speaking, narratively speaking, to me, is we have built up Blight, Archdemons, and Darkspawn in all 3 games, but also kind of pushed them into the corner, because we've got tools for that. Like, that's a solved equation, right? It's a big, dangerous thing, but it's fine. But anybody really paying attention to the lore knows just how terrifying the first Blight really was. And now the tool we had to deal with this situation has kind of been removed from the board. And now we have a Blight and no real way to stop it. And so now the dread is actually even larger than it would be if the Grey Wardens were out and about and just doing their thing. Because now it's like, oh, crap. Now what do we do? And, as was already mentioned, now we have to figure out a new way to deal with the remaining Blight. Probably something to do with Solus's overall plan. This is all very vague, of course, but you can see the skeleton and the structure of what could have been and almost assuredly will not be. Either way, all of that's pure speculative. The relevant point here is the Wardens have left the narrative, and the more we hear about them, the more that's happening. Okay, so let's go talk to Cole.
He died in the darkness so a blue rose could bloom.
Thanks for that, Cole. Appreciate you.
Hello, and shh. I'm trying to figure out why everyone is acting so weird. I mean, besides because Canary assassins and everything. You see it, right? There's something going with the elf servants. Makes sense after that ruin, right?
When you start going on about elves, it's hard to tell if it's about them or you.
Yes, you're ever so clever. Arse. Point is, the servants have no complaints. No asking for a Jenny. They serve this lot, but don't want them done for anything.
So, the nobles are nice and the servants are happy?
Two things that have never been true. Mark that I said it. We're fighting Canary, but something else is on the up.
I suppose you've a lot to say about that elven ruin. About the creators.
They're not even demons, just big magey knobs punching down. And yes, the shits who use them to make me feel broken can still eat it. But always waiting for that fight is way too much work. It's like doing half the hurt for them. Maybe we're old now, but I'm tired of it. We've new fights to look forward to. We always do, seems like.
Aren't you 18?
It's been a couple years. How's everything sitting?
Excuse me, 20.
It's weird meeting back up and seeing everyone get their grey. First time I've been anywhere long enough to get fond of things. Vivi is still Vivi. Never could suffer anyone having a bigger hat. You know it's solid, right? To stop me hiding fish up there. And all for Andraste, I suppose. It still rings right, but the way people used to go on about it, I thought there'd be more trumpets.
We'll talk later.
Count on seeing you, yeah?
So, you and the bard. You know most bards are spies, right?
You were a spy, Chief.
Look, I just don't want you to get burned.
Don't say it.
Because then you'd be creme brulee. Creme brulee.
And yes, Krem still can't actually sit on a chair.
Graham, I understand you and Meriden are seeing each other.
Yes, Your Worship. I mean, we've just started, so...
Oh, come on. Get in there, show her what you can do.
Listen, Chief, there's this thing you may not have learned growing up Canary and all.
Hey, I'm great at foreplay.
That's good to know, Bull.
I didn't mean foreplay, I meant courtship.
Oh, well, that's a waste of time. You two are good though, right? You need me to talk to her about... things?
No! No. Thanks, though. We're good.
The Chargers have been with the Inquisition for a while now. Is everyone still happy?
No complaints, Your Worship. The Inquisition's been good to us. We'd disband and join the Inquisition officially, but the Chief gets this sad dog look when we suggest it.
The loyalty is touching, Krem.
I'll talk to you later.
Anytime, boss.
Lol. Missed one. Gotta get my stat ups. Very important. Very important.
How did Varric, of all people, become the Viscount of Kirkwall? A mystery for the ages.
I hear you've been rebuilding the Seekers.
Slowly, but yes. I managed to find a few of my former comrades who'd scattered to the winds. Some of them were unsuitable, and I did not ask them to return. Others felt as I did, once they read the Lord Seeker's tome. We've since recruited a few candidates who are going through training now, with full disclosure. What comes after this, I cannot be certain. I'm making it up as I go along.
I'm sure you'll be fine, Cassandra.
I need to be better than fine. I want to build something that is worthy of lasting.
I'm not sure they even notice such things, Crazy Norse.
So, what do you think of the Chantry?
You ask me just to poke at me and see if I react, don't you? It is what it is. Most Holy is a tyrant. Some would say she is what the Chantry needed, but I will never agree. Regardless of what I think, it could have been far worse. You and I both remember the dark times we faced. Sadly, others have far shorter memories.
What do you think of the Exalted Council?
They are frightened of your power, and there is no longer a hole in the sky to remind them that it was needed.
It's just talk, isn't it? What could they actually do?
Individually, very little. As a united front, You do not have that much power, Inquisitor. Even so, I would wait and see where this leads. Calmer heads may yet prevail.
When has that ever been the case?
I'm an optimist. Just ask Varric.
I'll see you later.
Farewell.
Sorry, Kieran. You know how it is. Talkie. We might have even finished before the first lunch, or, well, the first lunch break. Before the lunch break. Come on. There we go. Okay, let's... Yeah, I suppose I'll get the Constitution up. I am not watching a guide. No, Beaver Pudding. No walkthroughs. No masters. Hey, Justin. I'm glad it's an improvement. This way, maybe? There we go. Alright, so we'll bring Dorian, Cassandra, and the Iron Bowl.
Hey, Ben Abasto Hasot. Guess they didn't feel like talking.
That path wasn't there before.
Yeah, it's the Fade. Depends on how long this takes, Lord Hermont. We have a little bit of follow-up to do. Although we've done the majority of the audit, so that shouldn't be too long. We do still need to do the final audit. And, of course, finish the friggin' game.
What is that?
At this point, I'm starting to think this game is just eternal.
Let's see where they were going.
Like, this is just my life. It's playing Dragon Age Inquisition forever. Oh yeah, I think we have officially bypassed, passed Dragon Age Origins in length today.
Demons, ready when you are.
I honestly might. I don't like to complain about my job because I have a good job. But getting through Inquisition has been legitimately very draining on me. My family has actually been expressing concern about my health for the past about 4 days at this point. Like, when they were like, so, you're finally done with Inquisition last night at dinner, and I was like, no. Several of them suggested that I just pull the plug on the stream and just say we're done, which obviously I'm not going to do, but this has been a very, very draining game. I agree, Dark Day. I always say that the length itself isn't the relevant part, it's what you do with that length. But, well, I've given my opinion on that several thousand times. I mean, look at that score. I think that says everything it needs to, you know. What's funny, both this and Dragon Age Origins are games that are dragged down in score because of having way too much padding to them. And what's funny in both cases is if I ever did design to, play these games again, I could just skip a huge portion of them. In Inquisition's case, I just don't do the optional stuff, other than the bare minimum required. And in Origin's case, I just skip a decent chunk of all the DLC crap. Just do the vanilla game and walk away from it. Exactly, Blades of Ball. I can still give a recommendation on this game, it just has a nice big asterisk attached to it. I find myself wondering how much longer this would be going if I didn't use the run mod. At least another day, possibly 2. What is more likely if I didn't have the run mod is I probably would have given up on the open world areas. I mean, this game is going to get the storybook tag, Giramata, absolutely. Having said that, I still think it's worth playing. It's just, again, use a walkthrough, use a guide, skip the optional stuff. You probably haven't even noticed because it looks like I'm doing nothing, but actually that's a strategy. I focused entirely on just staggering as much Sunder on them as possible there. Because holy crap. Elegance eludes me. The aim is to improve the coordination of the body and sharpen the perception of the heart, but grafts do not live long enough to plumb their worth. The current process is ruined. The batch's loss begin again. And that does what? Oh, there it is. The other weeps. There it is. On ability usage. Oh, it's a set. It actually has a set bonus. Sure, whatever. Not like it matters. Oh, jeez. Blades of All. That sounds like fun. I don't know. I've never bought the excuse, and I'm going to say it that way, that a game is better if you play it intermittently.
So that's how the Qunari move the paths.
You know what I mean? Like, not into it. Never bought that, never will. Like, if a game is such that you have to stop playing it for a while in order to enjoy it properly, maybe there's something wrong with the game design.
Those Qunari can't have gotten far. Be ready.
It is. It is how most people experience games. They put the game down, they pick it up, and they put it down, and they pick it up, and that's normal. And no, that's a good point, Yura. In fact, I could name several long games where I have not felt like taking a break during them. For example, every MMO we've covered so far, FF14, STO, and Tor, as well as the Yakuzas, Pokemon Shield. I can name several examples. Hell, Oblivion, which is a pretty decently chunky game, is a game I never feel like I have to put down just to go enjoy it. Either way, I've made my point on this 1,000 times. I'm not going to retread this ground again. It's not a defense. Moving on. Saw YHT cross from the Volca. That which draggeth souls down to Yeat's larder in the brine dark? What? His beast preys on humble wits and goldsworn. Even as the tower keeper declares, I will rest here if he would ease me. If it would ease me. The elven which pulled me grip up from my end, kens he is last of my kind. I made it known elven live south-like, but he says it would not be as it was, and it was. And I said that's ever true, and laughed, lark-like. Come dark, he showed me a mirror deep strange, an alluvion sworn to been in his family for... 1, Lord Heremont.
Oh look! More demons for us to clean out!
Speaking of demons... Sorry, that was really hard to read. So I was having trouble with it. That's kind of my fault. I apologize. You want to hear something funny, Ross? And I mean this with total sincerity. I think Breath of Fire 1 will score better than Breath of Fire 2 will. Probably not on the story axis, if we're being honest, but I think overall. Breath of Fire 1 is an old RPG. Breath of Fire 2 is a bad RPG. I mean, this is straight up Iconian pancakes. By memory, it's not particularly grindy either, whereas Breath of Fire 2 lives and breathes grind. And you know my thoughts on that. Fear not, we've already committed to, for those of you who haven't heard this, we've already committed to cheating our brains off in Breath of Fire 2, because I've played that game to death, and we've already covered it before. I don't really need to not cheat in order to talk about how extremely bad that game's gameplay is. How much health do these things have? 150,000. Jesus Christ. It actually was Savacom. I forget if you came up with the idea or I did, so forgive me. I'll give you credit. I don't need the credit here. But it was like, you know what? I know that game well enough to review, even with cheats. I've played BoF 2 way too many times. Let's just cheat. Let's just cheat and add it to the list. What the heck is an espresso martini? Question mark, question mark. Well, what do you have access to, Yura? In fact, actually, here's a better question. What are you currently in the middle of playing? Breath of Fire 2 is almost funded, Crazy Horse. But yes, you are correct. Okay, so you're in the... Oh, is he dead? He's dead, okay. There's the treasure. So that's a Unity, Lotro, Dark Souls 2, and Morrowind. Of that list, obviously, those games all suck horribly. Worst games ever. 0 out of 10. But I would recommend going ahead and finishing up Unity first. It's going to be the shortest, and therefore the quickest one to go ahead and push off the table. Third attempt. 2 enchantments whose matrices should have meshed. Caught. The combustion caused such damage it broke several previously forged pieces. There's no resonance between them, however, and light on my thoughts. An enchantment linked in tandem, as the neck turns the head or the wrist turns the hand. So another set bonus item there. Funnily enough, if we get our third piece, we'll actually have an increase to our movement speed. Hey, hey! Waka waka. I know, right? We're like, what, an hour before the very, very, very end of the very last bit of the very end of the game. And it's like, hey, you can move faster. If you get another item. We haven't even gotten it yet. We have yet to get the other item. It's neat visually, Blade Javal. Kind of makes me wonder. Reminds me a bit of Zelda.
Those Canary can't have gotten far. Be ready.
Found the Canary. I also love how in the final thing, like the last dungeon of the final goddamn DLC of the final end of the game, now, here at the end of everything is when you can do some optional fights to get better gear. What? Yeah, the last dungeon of the franchise at the moment. I mean, at this rate, Wandering Doll, it might be like several hours. Check how long these fights are taking.
We need to find out what these Canary were up to. So let's go see, shall we?
You know what makes me really sad? I bet you these fights are actually going faster than they're supposed to. Because, you know, we're pretty well geared and pretty well equipped, and we're very high level. We're almost max level, which I believe is 27. Because they couldn't get away from the number 3 in this game. Papers covered in what appears to be mathematical calculations. An extremely precise and detailed sketch of the wall has been heavily annotated and measured angles, dimensions, and several lines of text in Kunlat. Whatever conclusions were drawn about the measurements are lost. The page has been ripped, seemingly by sharp teeth, and the remaining paper is hidden by a hardened layer of dried blood and dust.
Look at all that. The Canary have a huge operation here.
Yeah, but for what?
Once again, your mark is glowing. Are you all right?
Well, maybe the anchor could make itself useful down here. The Canary were definitely up to something. Excavating that cave-in, maybe.
I've been using Dragonbone stuff. I'm pretty sure I have tier 4 weapons at this point. Or is Dragonbone not tier 4? In which case, never mind. Listen, our anchor's fine. You worry too much. It's fine.
How desperate are the Canary to work in these conditions?
Depends on what they're after. Oh my god, stop body blocking! I just wanted to study. Sorry. Ending it, now I gotta... That's fair, Blade Cheval.
Someone up ahead.
Stay back! Oh, wait. Your hand.
Are you the Inquisitor?
Odd to find a human down in the deep roads at all, let alone surrounded by Qunari.
We don't have much time. Please, what the Vidasala is doing, you have to stop her.
The Vidasala? That's a high-ranking Bin Hasrath. Specializes in magic. Finding, studying, stopping.
Not anymore. I don't care whether you serve Fenharel or not. Someone has to stop her.
Why do the Qunari think that the Inquisition serves Fenharel?
I don't know. The Vidasala said it, and the Qunari here accept it as fact. We've had agents of Fenharel causing trouble all over the crossroads. Sabotage, making spirits attack us. I assume the Inquisition was their army. That you came here because Fenharel told you to.
Interesting.
Who are you, exactly?
My name is Jeren. Sir Jeren, once. I was a Templar in Kirkwall, until I joined the Qun.
You're Qunari?
Kirkwall was madness. Chaos. The Qunari were like the eye of a storm. I stand for order and discipline. Protecting the innocent from magic. But this plan... it's as mad as Meredith ever was.
What do you mean? This Vidasala's not doing her job anymore?
Almost a complete reversal, actually. This place is a lyrium mining and processing center. The Qunari need it for... Have you ever heard of Sarabas?
Dangerous thing. It's what the Qun calls mages.
Even as a Templar, I'd never seen anything like the power Sarabas can unleash. And now Vidasala is giving them lyrium. A lot of lyrium. It's part of something she calls Dragon's Breath.
That's a load of crap. There's no way the Vidasala would let any Sarabas within 1,000 feet of lyrium.
There's more to it than that, but I couldn't find out what. The Qunari don't like it when you ask too many questions.
Yeah. Sorry.
Where are we? Why are there elven mirrors in the deep roads?
This place is close to something like a lyrium spring. The more we mine, the more there seems to be. As for the mirrors, I don't know. Maybe the elves were mining here too.
What are you doing down here?
The Qunari wanted me to teach them everything I knew about lyrium. Where it comes from, everything it can do, how we put it to use. I knew enough from my time in the Order. They figured out more. I'm not sure how. Maybe they got to the Carter.
The Qunari can't be mining their own lyrium. It kills anyone who tries, other than dwarves.
It killed the Qunari at first. But Qunari workers have a discipline only Tranquil can match. And they're quick learners. They figured it out.
That's not seriously the name of the plan, is it? Dragon's Breath?
You know that most Dragon's Breath destroys everything in its path, right? She said it would save the South. That can mean only one thing. An invasion. This mine is the only source of lyrium the Qunari have. They're using Gatlock, the explosive powder in the round casks, to mine, so they don't have to touch raw lyrium. If you get the primers from Central Supply, you can prime the Gatlock and detonate it. The mines will go up in flames.
Even if I succeed, will that really stop the Vidasala?
It would be a start. Deep Stalkers and Cave-ins will cut off reinforcements, but they'll still come when they hear trouble. You've got to find the Vidasala to end this war before it begins.
Execute the traitor! Why is this choice even here? What do you think? I don't care. His life is meaningless to me. That's true, it was 2 years ago. We don't know what Titans are, don't be silly. Ugh, fine, Liv.
There's no telling how bad things will get when I destroy the mine. You better get moving.
I will. Good luck, Inquisitor.
Let's go. We have a lyrium mine to ruin.
It'll be fine. Crazy and it'll be fine. Go kill 7,000 things. That's true, we should kill all Qunari, especially converts like him. Although, as I already mentioned, anybody going from Kirkwall to the Qun makes perfect freaking sense, because they came from Kirkwall. We haven't talked about that in 2.
We saw the Qunari make these things explode. Maybe we can use them to get out of here.
Probably Blade Chaval.
Make it take you!
It makes me wonder if the descent was intended to be followed up on at all. Because we've heard a lot of talk about the Qunari and the Tevinter and Solus, and nothing about the Titans or Lyrium.
It shouldn't be this dark. Dwarven buildings are lit by molten rock. That doesn't just go out.
Even though if you think about it from a world perspective, the Titan reveal is the bigger reveal and should have more large-scale implications. The fact that half the setting moves and breathes off of magic blood, which comes from Titans, should be a huge sea change, and instead, it's not.
Keep feeling like I'm gonna bang my horns on this crap.
Would you like me to go first?
I wouldn't mind the view.
Are you comfortable fighting Qunari, knowing they are hostile to the Inquisition?
I'm not Qunari anymore. Whatever they're doing, I'm ready to stop. And until then, there's nobody I'd rather crack skulls with than all of you.
Not only that, we can literally see the blood vessels, call them what they are, up there. It's like, I mean, they even look like blood vessels. Whatever.
That doesn't sound good.
Excuse me, we need to go through here. Or trachea, yeah. No, it's okay. The Qunari kids walk up and they're like, Master Law Runner, we have heard the fighting. We are not certain. What should we do? And I look at them, and then lightsaber. Silver lightsaber, of course. You know another benefit to the way we're doing lightsabers in the Star Wars rewrite? The color of...
It took an exalted march to stop the Qunari, and that barely worked. If they strike now, Thedas may fall.
With the way that lightsabers work in the Star Wars rewrite, we can change their colors dynamically pretty much on the fly. Like, across a battle, you could see someone's lightsaber change color, for example.
All this lyrium. If the Qunari wanted, they could make a fortune.
To battle!
Sure, Wandering Doll. I do love being lore shocked. Listen, Svatoslav. We must kill them all. The women and the children too. Oh, sorry. Well, ideally both, Blade Chaval. But I think it's something we could discuss, because we could make it tied to their emotion, or we could make it tied to their frequency. Or, to put this in Warcraft terms, someone who is both evil and good can pull on the light equally.
There's one of the mining platforms. Now we just need primers.
Okay. Yes, good, good.
This cavern is barely holding together.
The Qunari! Look out!
okay?
So much you don't see.
It's true. I see nothing in my frozen heart of death. Well, we'd have to decide what color means what. Ah, sorry, I didn't finish my sentence, Blade Interval. I knew there was something else I was trying to say, and then I got distracted by these people yammering about nothing.
You are blind, Inquisitor.
Shut up and die. Melt your eyelids. Christ. The idea being that someone who is sufficiently skilled, disciplined, someone who has a tremendous amount of self-control.
What a well-oiled operation.
Shut up! Someone who has a lot of really substantial amount of self-control could control the frequency of the force they're putting into their lightsaber. To use a direct example, someone like Palpatine could be someone who wields a lightsaber, but it appears blue. So everyone assumes he's with the light side, which, remember, it doesn't exist. But everyone could take that as a good sign. He uses a blue lightsaber. We've got proof positive, right? And it could then be a reveal that he actually has sufficient control to be able to, like, deceive that, for lack of a better way to put it. So that when he actually lets it go whatever color it should be, it would probably be jet black, I think, would actually be Palpatine's color. Just like a void. You can't even see the lightsaber. There's just this absence there or something like that. Anyways, just food for thought. All right, what was that, Dorian?
Kenari have. I think we should explode it, don't you?
Yeah, a black hole lightsaber. Which I think is kind of what I want Palpatine's to look like. It makes way too much sense. And I'm sure Malachor would agree with me on that. Although he's not here right now to say it. I wouldn't have Nihilus use a lightsaber. Also, Nihilus doesn't exist, but assuming he did, I wouldn't have him use a lightsaber at all. Oh no, Palpatine would absolutely wield a lightsaber. Whether he would use one or not is a little bit different. It's not like he needs to. But considering that Palpatine is probably a member of
should be nearby.
the Synod, then yeah, he's probably going to have a lightsaber. Ceremonial, right? Listen, Svatoslav. Actually, being completely honest, I don't remember what we decided for Nihilus off the top of my head. I know we made him not a planet eater. But I don't remember specifics, probably because we didn't even get into specifics. Because I don't usually do specifics until I'm at the last step of writing. Yeah, there's nothing to talk about or do right now. There's a lot of padding in this. I'm going to give this another negative for padding. Just straight up padding. I also got a very unusual comment in my YouTube comments while we're going through this. And I'll explain why it's unusual in just a second. Check this out, check this out. I gotta switch accounts, hang on. Switch over here, go down here. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, this is not a joke, ever, I have been accused of being too positive in a review for a game. Of this game, actually. They have said that I have been too generous with gameplay positives. And gave reasoning for that, like the fact that I had to cheat to speed up time, with the speed running thing and all that fun stuff. And the fact that the difficulty isn't super well designed, and yeah, here we are. So, yeah, that's a first. That's never happened in my YouTube comments before. It's happened on stream several times. That's different, though. Different environment, different people. Loke, of course, thinks I was too harsh. See, that's the norm. That's what I normally hear, is that, Lore, you shouldn't give negatives to games ever, 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 because they're perfect. And that's the normal thing. That's what everybody thinks. That's what I expect every day. I'm being a little facetious, but I'm just doing that to make levity of it. Because what Loke says is the norm. Everybody thinks I'm too harsh on games. And I disagree. The more I do this, the more I do my job, and the more I question. And that's the important part. I have to question if I'm right every single time. And every time I do, I tend to be even more firm in my opinion that, no, I really should be as harsh as I am on games. Now, sometimes that leads to some interesting noise. Like if I give a negative of any type whatsoever to a game called Baldur's Gate 3, well, you know, that leads to the thing. Where am I going? Ah! Yep, I can't give Breath of Fire 2 any negatives for padding, or grind, or padding, or the Sten section.
We're almost there.
Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, no nonsense negatives. Okay. Get up, get up. Oh my god. Anyway, so lightsabers, right? So much as I hate to... Oh no, I wasn't making fun of that person at all. That person's cool, Estes Flakes. That's kind of the joke, is that I'm used to seeing people who are dicks, and then I get this one person that's like, no, I think you're being too kind. It's like, oh, okay. Nice change of pace, right? I mean, Mass Effect 3 got a lot of negatives for intro. It might actually be the worst intro we've ever covered to date. Post-Oblivion line, at least. Anyways. We'd have to establish colors and what the colors mean. And I think there's a value in going with both blue and red. As much as I hate that, most people assume blue is good and red is bad. It's a really, really, really common color association. Blue would probably be something good, and red would probably be something bad. But we'd have to define what exactly that means, because as I've already said, I'd prefer it not to be a moralistic thing. An evil person doesn't use a red lightsaber. Maybe an aggressive person uses a red lightsaber. Maybe they're using it because, you know, they're trying to inflict their will upon the Force, as opposed to a blue lightsaber, which is someone who's going along with the will of the Force. Something like that, right? Just spitballing here. Orange lightsabers. That's just the Hollywood lightsaber. That's what all they get. Oh my god, this fight. Please answer me, Bleachable. Or ask me, not answer me. Don't answer me your own question. I mean, you can answer your own question if you want to. I'm okay with that. No, see, that's more emotional, Loke. And I'd like to avoid that, if that's possible. Which, of course, means I'm an idiot, because that's kind of what I meant. Not moral, I meant emotional. I think this game controls worse than Kingsfield 4. Yes. I think between the stuttering movement, and the collision issues, and the melee combat issues, and the interface issues, and just the Frostbite engine not being designed for this kind of game, I think the controls specifically of this game are worse than Kingfield 4's. Which I suppose answers your question. Because yes, this game got negatives for... I suppose it's not technically for controls, but I don't know what to put it under. So this game, here's the 6 negatives. Meleeing and collision, which absolutely is terrible. Mega massive, terrible animation locking, several seconds in some cases. And you know me, I don't like animation locking when it's like half a second. But there have been times when I can't act for 3 solid seconds after doing an animation in this game. So there's the first 4 negatives. Then there's the hotkey limitations, the 8 hotkeys, and the fact that they don't support that. That's arguably core combat, not controls, but whatever. And then movement, which is bad and weird. So yeah, I stand by that completely. I might recategorize those away from controls, because arguably one of those is core combat, and arguably the other one is core balancing. But the fact remains, I stand by every single one of those negatives I just gave. This game is weirdly frustrating to play. Like I said, it has been just a chore. Like, I'm going to stop joking for just a second. I'm going to leave levity for just a moment, because this game has absolutely been sapping my will to live. I have been severely depressed the last several days as I've just stared at the fact that I'm nowhere in this goddamn game. And I know I'm nowhere in this goddamn game. And I know I have to keep slogging through it. And the only thing that's been keeping me going is the fact that I have the frickin' mods to be able to bypass so many of the issues here.
You've got the primers. Let's go explode some Gatlock.
As I've said many, many times, whether this game is longer or shorter than Dragon Age Origins doesn't really matter. What matters is what they do with it, and I am extraordinarily tired of playing this game. It might actually be shorter than Dragon Age Origins. I don't know. We'll find out. I haven't actually done the calculations yet. We're at the end. We're at the finish line here, Yura. We haven't cheated either. No, don't look at me like that. I'm not throwing up the cheat flag for this. We have not cheated. That's GTA 5 is going to be pretty long too. I don't think it'll be quite as problematic to go through. Part of the reason, let me speak in the game's defense. Part of the reason this game has been dragging on me so hard is because I have been playing a lot of this game off camera, several hours. And for those of you who know my life, you know I don't really have a lot of free time in my life. I wake up usually about 40 minutes before I have to start stream. I get about 50 minutes, in between streams. And then I get a couple of hours at the end of my night. And I've been filling that time with this game. And if you don't understand what that means, please consider your job for a second, whatever your job is. And imagine that in the time you wouldn't be doing your job, you instead have to go do your job. Mandatory overtime, essentially. And that always drags on me every time that happens. That happened with FF14 as well, to be completely honest. And I think there's another game I had to do that with. Yeah, mandatory unpaid overtime. No offense. And I think that more than any other specific thing is why this game is something I am extraordinarily ready to be done with. That's right, I did do that with Tor. Actually, I'm kind of crunching for you guys. So, let me ask you something, legitimately. No, I didn't have to do anything of that for STO. You know those giant swaths of dead air where we just kind of chat about stuff, like right now, for example? Well, those giant hours of off-camera time, that's all dead air. That's all just doing giant swaths of running around open world zones doing nothing. Nothing to talk about, nothing to debate, nothing to discuss, nothing fancy or flashy or interesting on the camera. Just dead air. The reason I do that is to remove that dead air from the show, so you do not have to endure that. I put up with it because it's my job, and I am trying to do as accurate a review as possible. Damn it, really? Did they just spawn enemies on me for that? Now, Blade Travell brings up a very valid point. We have pulled the skip button several times when something was not worth our time. You're probably wondering, why didn't I do it here? Did you know that this run of Dragon Age has been my best watched, like my most watched stream this year? Even Inquisition. But I mean the whole franchise, all the Dragon Age stuff we've been doing. No, I have not, DeQuack. Obviously, I play games on camera. No, Baldur's Gate 3 was actually really low viewing figures. Like, really low. It was kind of strange. The reason I bring that up is not to... There's no shame here, right? I'm not trying to cast shame or be like, this is your fault! None of that is in my tone or in my mentality. I'm bringing this up because this is clearly a game that matters to you guys, just like it matters to me. It's Dragon Age, right? That makes sense. I don't even have to explain that, do I? So, the reason I wanted to go ahead and be thorough here and not just pull the trigger on skipping things was because this is my only shot, right? I'm never playing this game again, and I'm never reviewing this game again. I wanted to be as thorough and due diligence doing as possible with something as important as Dragon Age.
That's it. Let's get out of here and warn the others about this Dragon's Breath plan.
Good. Let's move before this place fills entirely with water.
So anyways, we're inside a Titan right now. Woo! Okay. Mythal apparently killed it. Why? But, you know, killing Titans is cool. I like killing Titans. I mean, I imagine at least some people didn't watch Baldur's Gate 3. Like, as weird as it may sound, Baldur's Gate 3 having low viewing figures, like below average, made perfect sense. A, people don't want to be spoiled. B, a lot of people just don't have an interest in that kind of a game without the pre-existing investment of it being a Dragon Age game, for example. C, there's lots of competition, so I'm not going to get people, you know, any kind of new people, because anybody wanting to find a Baldur's Gate 3 stream is going to find somebody substantially larger and more popular than me. C, some of you were already playing it, planning to play it, ready to play it, you know, in various states of not there yet. Is the water actually rising? The water is not actually rising. I feel like there's like 2 or 3 other explanations here, but I can't remember them right now. Point being, there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense that Baldur's Gate 3 was not a particularly popular stream. Now, whether it's a good stream or not, that's more a matter of debate. I think it was a good stream. I'm actually really happy with how it worked out. I am, as weird as this will probably sound, I am thoroughly happy with the Baldur's Gate 3 review. And stream, in general. Halo continues to hold the record for my most viewed at a time, yes. I wrote that number down somewhere. $379 people on at the same time. Now that's only concurrent viewers, not total viewers. Man. Okay. Exactly, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, I'm a little fish, and I know that. That's okay. 'Cause I'm dead. I have no knowledge of FF16, so I can't speak to that. Nope, I have not played FF16. I don't even own FF16. It may at some point come out on the PC, at which point I'll probably pick it up, but I do not own it as of this moment. This is backtracking. Where am I going? That was where I just was. Okay, whatever. Yeah, also, ironically, streaming Dragon Age while Baldur's Gate 3 was still in the news was probably the right call anyways, and I knew that walking into it. Oh, you're right, Dakota, that's probably what you were thinking of. Yeah, we watched through Reximus's playthrough of the demo, and I was giving commentary as we go. Yes, where I just was. What extremely obvious thing did I miss?
We should see where that leads.
Why did that? Okay, whatever. only I had the jump mod. Oh, never mind, we made it.
After all the places we have been, I hardly expected to find us in another cave. Still, as mad as our lives have been, I would take any chance to be together.
Why, Seeker, after all these years, I had no idea you felt that way. Oh, you meant him.
Also true, Type 3B Skeleton. I kind of plan to have a bit of a wrap-up stream today, too. Once we're done here. I cannot see.
Poor man. He didn't make it far.
There's the guy we let live, by the way. The Qunari found him and killed him. So there's a branch pruned. Hope you enjoyed that choice, because it lasted like 10 minutes. Okay, exaggeration, probably 30 minutes. Oh yeah, this is...
So who gets to tell Cullen and Josephine we're probably at war with the Qun? Anyone?
Don't look at me.
They're gonna kill me.
It would be extremely easy to do, actually, Yura. But the viewers would hate it, and I know that because we posited that same idea earlier this year, and the viewers hated it.
Dragon's breath. The Qunari always enjoy their metaphors.
But what does it mean?
Who knows? Qunari agents moving through Illuvians to attack the south is bad enough already.
I still do not understand why they accused the Inquisition of serving Fenarel.
I don't know where Liliana is, von Falkenstein.
It doesn't matter why the Qunari think we're tied to Fenarel. All that matters is stopping them.
Let's see the Exalted Council try to disband the Inquisition after we've saved them from this dragon's breath.
We must find out what Dragon's Breath is first. For now, our only lead is the Qunari leader, the Vidisala.
Gentlemen!
My apologies, Lady Josephine. There has been an incident with one of your soldiers.
How dare you? It was bad enough that the Inquisition chose not to inform the Exalted Council of the Qunari corpse.
Orlais would have been happy to help with the matter.
But now your own guards are attacking servants? You have overstepped your bounds.
My plan to seize power in Ferelden would hardly start with soldiers scuffling in Orlais, Arl Tegan.
While the Exalted Council is our foremost priority, the Inquisitor will, of course, address this matter personally.
Thank you, Inquisitor. Orlais stands ready to assist the Inquisition, as always.
Secrets and lies. Do you understand why we fear your Inquisition? You act as if you're the solution to every problem. How long before you drag us into another war?
Yeah, that's Tegan. Getting closer to that negative, I'm gonna be honest.
What's going on here?
The Orlesians tried to take one of our people, Inquisitor. We've secured the area.
This is the Winter Palace. You cannot simply seize control when one of your guards attacks a servant.
The Inquisition is handling this. When some noble commits a crime of fashion, you can take over.
I only asked what he was doing.
And when I refused to bow to the Inquisition's dogs, you attacked me! How would you like us to handle the situation, Inquisitor?
That barrel there. Where did it come from?
I was ordered to bring wine for the guests.
You're lying.
Your Inquisition soldiers are completely out of control.
No, we're in control. Keep talking and you'll find yourself in chains.
Please take the servant into custody.
Right away, Your Worship.
Inquisitor?
Ambassador Montillier will explain later. For now, please hold the servant for questioning.
As you say, Inquisitor. Lord Cyril will hear about this.
Inquisitor, I also found this by the barrel. I can't read the language.
Did you resolve the problem with the guard?
The guard is the least of our problems. Someone smuggled gatlock barrels into the Winter Palace.
Smile, Inquisitor. There are many eyes upon us. At least now we know the true extent of the dragon's breath.
You think the dragon's breath is these gatlock barrels?
Of course, a surprise attack, even through the Illuvians, would have met fierce resistance. But if everyone at the Exalted Council died in an explosion, the South would be rudderless, vulnerable to attack. This is what Corypheus should have done after the explosion at the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
Yeah, but he was an idiot.
An attack as swift and unstoppable as the breath of a dragon.
How are you still smiling?
Years of training as a bard, Inquisitor. We cannot show weakness now. Enemies could be watching, or we can let them seize idle conversation between two friends.
I did, Blade Travol.
The guard who confronted the servant said she found this note near one of the barrels. It looks like Qunari writing.
Let me see. I picked some up from the Iron Bull, though I'm told my accent is atrocious. These are orders for positioning the gatlock in the palace. When duty has been performed, report to the Vidisala through the mirror marked by a bookcase.
Mirror marked by a bookcase. I'm on my way.
Good. While you do that, I will have agents locate the gatlock barrels and remove them safely. I will also send word to my foreign contacts. We must see where else this dragon could strike.
Well, time to do the rounds again. We're never beating this game. We're never. This is my life now. I'm going to wake up tomorrow in the hinterlands, in real life, and I'm just going to scream until I wake up.
Need me for anything?
Oh, nope.
Until later.
Take care.
Apparently we're done with dialogue. Cool. Alright. Moving on. Thanks, Blackwall. Continue being a nothing wall. I wake up in the Brazilian forest. Nah! Oh, God, why? Why? Why would you do this to me? That's a much trickier question than it sounds, Blade Travol. Which is funny, because it's a truly interesting dilemma that they have not actually put into our hands at all. Of all the choices we can make in Trespasser, that's the one they're just walking away from. So, we'll bring Sarah for this. And Dorian and Iron Bull. It's pretty much the only options at this point. I need my geared people for this nonsense. Truth from government, or officials in general, is one of those really, really, really weird things. You know me, I tend to be pro-honesty, and I tend to be pro-truth when it comes to these kind of situations. But when it comes to a crisis, especially an immediate crisis, and especially an immediate crisis we don't have a solution for right now, the water gets muddied. Because the last thing you want is a panic. Panic is bad on every level. It's bad morally, it's bad objectively, it's bad. It will make it harder for you to do your job. It'll make it harder to actually figure out what they're doing. The enemy, if there is an enemy involved, which there is in this case, will find out that you know now because of the fact that the panic has happened and blah, blah, blah. Panic bad, yo. But keeping quiet about this is almost as bad in a more long-term perspective. So what I would do is I would try to find the one individual, and I do mean one individual of the factions present, to reach out to them personally and say, hey,
an alluvian marked by a bookshelf.
Here's what's going on.
This should be it.
Good. You need to keep this under wraps. We're trying to solve this situation. And, of course, in this game, that would be the Duke, whose name I can't remember, and Arl Tegan. Which is funny, because I wouldn't trust either of them with this. This is the kind of thing that should probably go to, you know, like, the reigning Chevalier who happens to be present on the Orlesian side. Vivienne, I could see being pragmatic enough to know how to deal with this. Liliana, yeah, obviously, but she's already aware of it, so that doesn't help. But yeah, no, exactly. Military leadership. Get the people who are used to these kind of crisis situations involved, and the people who can do what needs to be done, not only to help us prevent the crisis,
Silly buggers out here.
but in case the crisis goes bad. Hawk would actually be an interesting pick here. So this should be another fight.
Let's kill the damn demons already!
I do like killing demons. Wait, no I don't. Jesus Christ. That's a good question, Blade Travell. Yeah, exactly, Lo. Reach out. Say, look, I need to talk to the highest military ranking commander in the office. And Tegan probably brought somebody with him who's, you know, in charge of security or in charge of forces or something. And I would try to keep Ferelden in the loop, too, as an aggregate. But I don't think Tegan himself is the person we should contact, because Tegan is the obstinate bureaucrat who is playing at politics. And the last thing we need is anybody who's playing at politics to know what's going on right now. To be blunt. They can whinge later if they want, but we can also prove that we were keeping them in on the loop by virtue of the fact that we did. The weave goes smoothly, bound tightly between many items. Stress, blah, 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 it's actually whatever. So that's cool. It's a medium armor, which I have no real use of. Yeah, Telenora. No. Oh, never mind. That's not medium armor. Huh. What do you know? Well, we're now up to 3 set pieces, which is the movement speed. We did it. We finally have the movement speed. And we look like that now. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. See that run speed buff. I can feel the wind in my hair. Anyways, I hope that answers you, Blade Travell. If the game put me to, do you tell Arl Tegan or not? It is faster. I can't actually tell you that that's faster, but as this tooltip said, it is 10% faster, and it shows. Like, that's minuscule. The animation gives it away. Do not stray from the marked paths. There are many mirrors, some lead to danger. Do not linger longer than you must. Yeah, I agree. Alistair would be a fantastic pick here, amusingly. If Alistair was present, I'd tell him without hesitation. Not just because I know him from Origins, but because he is the kind of person who would be able to deal with that appropriately and be like, oh, okay. So the Qunari are trying to bomb the assembly. Got it.
Some sort of old elven library.
Let's deal with that.
It definitely saw a massive magical backlash some time ago.
Let's hope we can track down the Vidisala in all this.
Hail Elgarnon, first among the gods, be his victory eternal. 1,000,000 servants, which is 1,000,000, I believe, swarming over a lump of fallen stone as large as a collapsed mountain. By the end of the day, the stern figure of Elgarn stares down at the valley carved out from the foothills of the rock. The slaves have disappeared. Light radiates from the Eidolon's narrowed eyes and its opening snarled mouth. Yeah, by the way, the ancient elves were really evil. Lore shock. For abandoning the people in their time of greatest need, and for casting aside form to flee to where Earth could not reach, we declare Zebenkek and the others of her ilk exiled from the lands of Evanuras. Beware, their familiarity with shape allows them to travel unaided. They may be bound, but only the protection of your gods will fully shield you from their malice. They're forbidden from the Earth. That is our right. An elf approaches a city of glass spires, so deeply blue they ache. The city's outskirts are wrapped in lakes of mist, and figures stroll along the pearly, glowing strips, as if they walked on solid ground. Groves of trees woven into enormous parks shelter elves in quiet hollows, while other elves walk below a churning river, along an invisible shoal in the air. Why? Elves are always evil dicks. Okay, that's an exaggeration, obviously. Enchantment? Very private diary of Sandro Fendick. Enchantment. 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 Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to not read this. Okay, so I was curious, and I was right. These are time-stamped during Inquisition. Not the DLC we're doing right now. So right there, 941, that's when the Inquisition was happening proper. 942 would then place it in between Inquisition and Trespasser. I wanted to double-check my math on that, though. Enchantment?
Andaran Atishan, Methadra Elven.
You're dead, go away.
Why is it talking to me? Don't talk to me. You make me dizzy.
If you wish, honored Elven, I will speak so your guests understand. I am study. I am a learning thirst. Come, know what has not been lost. New words, new stories. The Kunari would not approach, but we learned their words as well. If you wish to exchange knowledge, they congregate by the lower gate.
What did the old elves use this place for?
This is the Vir Dirthara, the living knowledge of the Empire. The libraries of every city, the wisdom of every court. A connecting place whose paths are in disarray.
What put this place into disarray?
The Vir Dirthara was made with world and fade. When they sundered, so did we. Paths broke, knowledge fragmented, many were trapped. I preserved their last words.
What were these old elves' last words?
What happened? Where are the paths? Where are the paths? God save me, the floor is gone. Do not let me fall. Do not let me... on this spot, that is all.
Thanks. Really paints a picture.
I'm looking for a Kunari called Vidisala. Do you know what she wants here?
Vitisala, yes. She uses scholars and mages for study. They fear this place, but they seek to know the Veil.
What does Vidisala want to know about the Veil?
I regret I do not have more information. I am sundered from myself. If you discover another one of me nearer the Kunari, I may know more. Kindly give it my greetings. I have not thought with myself for some time.
There must be thousands of years of history here. There must be so much you can teach us.
I will try to recall, honored patron, but there are gaps, breaks. Greetings, laughter, Ema Enasal, forms out of air, light, memories. And yet there are so many broken paths at every... missing. I cannot. There is no more. Apologies. I knew all once. We knew. With the break, only fragments or knowledge new since the fall.
We'll be going now.
Know this. An unknown person, not of the Kunari, recently woke the librarians.
An unknown person? Could this be our agent of Fen'Harel?
The librarians facilitated learning before the fracture, before the fall. Now, beware them. They are unwell.
Let's get this out of the way. The ancient elves are almost assuredly inspired by the Netherese. The Avernus, or, well, you know what I mean. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, that's life. But something that needs to be kept in mind when it comes to Dragon Age is that Dragon Age was their desire to do their own... I'm saying that wrong. Dragon Age came about What? Because of the fact that they really wanted to do another Baldur's Gate or another Neverwinter Nights. And there were issues in the early aughts, because that was right around when the troubles were happening with regards to Forgotten Realms. And so they were like, okay, sure. And they wandered off to do their own thing. Their first attempt was this Chinese thing, which just didn't hook anybody. Honestly, who knows why? We could discuss that for days, but I don't have a specific bullet point reason for why Jade Empire didn't really take off. So instead they tried again. Now, they also wanted to do their own Star Wars thing, but they lost that one too for their own reasons. And that's a little bit different. So they couldn't do Forgotten Realms, and they couldn't do Star Wars, so they did Dragon Age and Mass Effect. Now, none of this is condemning. I'm not being like, ugh, Mass Effect is Star Wars light. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is that I feel like in many ways you can see the bones of Forgotten Realms in Dragon Age. Probably because that's where it came from, like I said.
On that upside-down island?
How are they not chucking their guts just constantly?
Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. But I bring all of this up because I do think they do their own twist on it. The Netherese weren't evil. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. The Netherese were arrogant, and they caused a whole lot of damage and a whole lot of problems. But, like, especially with regards to Faerun in general, they were just another magically powerful ancient race of whatever.
Let's look around for more.
Yeah, there's a reason it's called Karsus's Folly, not, the Netherese Folly. By contrast, these jackasses, these people had issues. Like, this is one of those built on the backs of the bones of your slaves kind of organizations. Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. Imagine a whole race of Karsuses, and they're all kind of cool with it. I say, obviously, it's not the whole race. We do know that there were resistance and rebellion. We do know that Solus was against the whole thing, blah, blah, blah. Mythil was kind of doing her own thing. He wasn't great either. But yeah, certainly a nice big chunk.
Did you notice? Your anchor is flaring up near magic. Elven magic.
An immensely tall, immensely graceful vine that flowers with the heat of a copper sunset and has blossoms as large as ponds, petals as long as a man, and scents puffing out like citron and sky carrion death. The day the last of the vines folded, spent and extinct, the creator of this memory weeps after recording the flower's sights and sounds.
It doesn't hurt when I cast spells. What's causing this?
I'm not sure. Tell us if it gets worse.
So, here's an interesting question, because Svatoslav asks a great question. Worst elves in fiction. I put forth, these elves, the ancient elves, were goddamn terrible. Another possible answer would, of course, be the Drow. And then there's the Dark Eldar from Warhammer 40k, although that's twisting it a little bit. A pair playing collided in the air, bodies forming for kissing, stroking, and lines of heat as molten as the sun. The dance is fluid, roiling, never ending, lovers entangled in a laughing knot that rolls on for years, a promise never to be departed, whatever ages come. An annoyed thought intrudes from one who marked this memory after it's recorded. Gods, find a private chamber. And yeah, it's probably worth noting, we've said this several times jokingly, but now that we're in the realm of spoilers, no, really, almost everything in this setting comes from the Ancient Elves. Like, all of it. It's just everything in this setting. Like, the Tevinter Imperium was built on their bones. The Fade exists because of them. Or, I'm sorry, the Veil. The Veil exists because of them. It is very likely that most of what spirits and demons are exists because of them. Half of the magic in the setting is based on what they did. We know they mined and killed Titans to do their own thing, so that's caused by them. It's elves. It's elves all the way down. A narrow plateau on top of a mountain. 2 armored figures, one in gold, one in black, fighting in the snow. Steel flickers so fast the air hums. Blood dots the ground. They do not stop for breath, and the one in black makes no sound as a blade parts his throat. Mythal, in her wisdom, interceded in an argument between Elgarnon and Falandin. With clever words, she convinced them to settle their agreements through a battle of champions. Elgarnon and Falandin agreed and set their champions against each other rather than declare war amongst the gods. May those nights be long remembered and Mythal's wisdom praised. I would put the Thalmor as not as bad as these people, and I say that speaking as someone who absolutely goddamn despises the Thalmor. Also, the Thalmor are kind of cheating because that's a faction, but I'll still give it, consideration. Are these elves worse than DOS 2's Eternals? No. Okay. They aren't Colgrim. That's just... Screw them. Alright, I think my favorite part about this place is this bloom is actually hard on my eyes. So I'm just kind of slowly developing a headache in one of the primary dungeons of the game. What is uniquely good about Dragon Age? So, I would say that uniqueness is a gradient. I could point to something and say, that's unique, but, it's a balloon. So there are balloons like it, and then there's the concept of balloons, and then there's the concept of things that float. So, gradient, right? Having said that, even though there are quite a few similarities between them and a lot of other fictional factions, I actually am going to go with the Grey Wardens. I think they're one of the most interesting things about the setting, and the thing they really should be spending more time and effort on fleshing out, in my honest opinion. Grey Wardens are cool. Grey Wardens are unique and interesting, and they're not even technically, more elite. Usually when you see that kind of a faction, they're stronger and more powerful and all that fun stuff. But no, the Wardens only really have an edge against the Blight and the Darkspawn. Everything else, they're just another person, right? Actually, no. We played one in the first game, Savacom. In any direction, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. There's so much more we could do with them. They do tend to have more training and equipment.
Backs hunched, eyes wide open. They were scared shitless when they died.
I mean, they're in the Fade. And they're Qunari. Hi, Baron. And yeah, certainly kind of some Witcher parallels there. I'm not denying that. Like I said, there's a lot of factions you can point to and be like, they're kind of like the Wardens. Or vice versa. But...
Welcome, welcome. Listen to the last words of those who lived past the fall. How could the dread wolf cast a veil between the world that wakes and the world that dreams? The Evenures will send people. They will save us. When have you last heard from the gods? When the veil came down, they went silent. What is this veil? What has Fen'Harel done?
Are these records saying Fen'Harel created the veil between our world and the Fade?
That can't be true. The veil's always been there. No one made it.
If it's true, that means the Fade and the waking world were once one and the same.
And there's one of those implications that I really wish the game would spend some time, really discussing, because that implies a lot.
Look at this place. Now that we have so many samples, how hard would it be to build Illuviens of our own?
Dorian, how about you not be so Tevinter about the ancient bullshit?
After these past few years, it would just be good to create something magical that is also helpful for a change.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of with Dorian on that one. Can we, like, make good stuff for once? Please. Just once. Just to, you know, be a little different about it. It makes sense that yes, Loke, sorry. It makes sense the Wardens are more elite. It's just, I guess my overall point is a lot of these kind of individuals, they're elite because they're empowered in some way, right? They have crystals empowering them, or they have magic, or they have equipment, or they have mutations, or they've gone through a thing, or whatever, right? Yeah, the Wardens are elite because they have training, they have dedication, they have resources, they can call upon a lot of things. Wardens also tend to be rather experienced. There's a reason the dwarves almost universally tend to revere Wardens. It's because they know what they're frickin' doing. And yeah, they don't screw around at all. At least, they're not supposed to screw around at all, and that goes to the hypothetical to quite a much. They are supposed to be an apolitical force. Reality doesn't quite line up with that, but that's okay. I'm with that. Donnan wiped spilled ale off the bar, listening to the cries of the birds and the crashing of the waves outside. Another slow day on the Amaranthine coast. Tavern didn't get many visitors, just a little too far south of the Antivan border to catch the caravans, but he hadn't opened it to make a profit. Toward the last drink, this is Hardin Hightown. Why is this here? I'm not reading all that out loud, that's long. Epiphany requires us mind smooth as mirror glass, still as stone. Put aside 10 years for practice and the next 100 for searching. What others have learned will ease your journey. Those who never manifested outside the Fade will find it easier to find its stillest roots. But it is rare the compulsion overtakes our brethren of the air. And yeah, Varric probably says something there, but we don't have him, so whatever. A heated argument between a group of well-dressed elves inside an elaborately arched pavilion on an island floating in the void. In the distance, haloed by a blizzard of light, thousands of elves are maintaining an elaborate magical ritual that pulls essence from the Fade, funneled into the sphere in the air. Through the lens of the sphere can be seen a world of indigo waterfalls and rust-red jungles. And a temple palace so frescoed and cleverly carved it's a masterpiece itself. The well-dressed elves' shouting grows so loud it can be heard over the magic. One leap at another, howling and pulling a knife, burning with prismatic flame. Architects of the Grand Sonalium, a gift from the Blessed Siles to clever June, as thanks for a great favor, in a friendly debate over the color of the palace's roof trim. Enough said, really. Yeah, these elves thought.
These blocks are heading toward that upside-down illuvium.
Creepy. Helpful, but creepy.
It's a place of learning. Maybe this Vir de Thara is helping us find what we need.
Now it's even weirder.
Actually, yeah. Although in a good way. As opposed to a Souls way, which is terrible. I spit on Souls game. Sorry. Anytime someone brings up Souls games, I just... flashbacks, you know? To the dark times. Just being thorough. Yes, Colgrim. He's just like, oh, fine then. Ooh. Damn it, Rational Ginger. No! No! Oops. Oh, for God's sake. Can I help you? I think I've said this before. I had no expectations for Dragon Age Inquisition's score. I've only played it the one time. Unlike Origins and 2, which I was pretty familiar with, this is our second time ever playing this. And the time I played it was when it came out. It's been patched since then, and it has DLCs that have come out since then. Having said all that, the moment I realized just how bad the open world segments were, I expected this to score pretty badly. As in, worse than it is currently scoring. So make of that what you will. as has been pointed out before, and this really isn't a joke, it could be argued I'm being too lenient on the game. Now, I don't fully agree with that, but we also haven't gotten to the audit yet, which is a good time to track that kind of thought. Oh, God, it is so hard to tell where I'm going or where I've been. And that headache-inducing nonsense is not helping anything. Also, this is, I'm pretty sure, functionally, our last dungeon of the game, as in the final dungeon, in gameplay terms. Which means we're probably going to give it a negative because of all the reasons that should probably be obvious. Irritating and actually painful visuals, frustrating to navigate, and nothing significant or substantial about it from a gameplay axis.
That's really not getting better, boss.
The pain stopped.
It's worse, right? You need to not get worse. Please?
Also, I hate to point this out, but, the game keeps giving us new goodies and abilities in the final dungeon. As we will talk about when we get to some of the Final Fantasy games, I'm not a big fan of that policy. I never have been. No, this is the end, Yura. This is the song that doesn't end. Wait, no, the opposite of that.
More dead Canary, with terrified expressions.
You never saw those, Savicom? Sorry, those have been there a while. Oh, absolutely, Loke. Either that, or there should be some way to gain advantage from that, but whatever. How does a design choice impact my review on a game? If a choice is intentional, like you can't travel freely in New Vegas, because the PC level, versus Fallout 3 because it scales to you, how does that thing? So the answer, of course, is the answer you're going to be most upset about, Czar. Case by case. It's always case by case. I do take into account what the designer intended, but I also don't give a damn what the designer intended, because all I care about is the actual end result. As I am very, very fond of saying, deliberately annoying is still annoying. So, it depends, is the simple answer. Well, that's super valid, Jesse's Mask. I love getting abilities 5 minutes before I beat the game. I'm sorry, no, you gotta explain yourself here, Jesse's Mask. By all means, defend this. I'm actually curious how you can come up with a defense for this. Please. While you're doing that, I'm gonna... Right. Okay. Sure. Absolutely. I'll take the impetus of explaining myself. I already did. So we're at the end of the game, and we get a new ability. There's the explanation. You have given me something new to play with, and not given me the content to play with it. I don't have a better way of explaining that. It's... I'm running into a wall on this mentally because I don't know how to break that down anymore. In Final Fantasy VII, the cool stuff is in the very end of the game. Like, literally in the final dungeon. And yeah, if you're doing it, so there's a... interest of fairness. There's a couple of ways this could work. If you're going for a Hyper Beam moment, sure. Super Metroid, for example, that's awesome, because you get the Hyper Beam after... well, technically during the final boss fight. That's cool, because that's a Hyper Beam moment. But that's not kit. That's not giving me some new tool. Imagine for a moment if you got... random example. To go back to Super Metroid. Imagine if you got the air jump, which I still can't think of the name of, in the final dungeon, which is just... I mean, frankly, Jesse's Mask, yeah, I'd rather get nothing for the DLC than have something that I don't get to enjoy. Really. I mean that with sincerity. First and foremost, you've given me something I don't get to enjoy, so I derive no enjoyment from it. Point made. But, further to the point, speaking as a manager for a second, the developers had to sit and design this new additional cool stuff that has no purpose. That is time wasted when it comes to development. Time that could be spent on anything else. Development is a zero-sum game, and any time they spend on one thing is time not spent on something else. Now, if they gave us all these cool new things at the very beginning of the DLC, and I mean right bang start off the beginning, so we could enjoy them throughout the DLC, okay, I'm actually with that. Because at that point, it's more like you get the new cool stuff for the final dungeon. And I'm a little more with that, right? I still think it's not great, but I wouldn't give it a negative. Now, more dialogue.
Welcome, and listen to the last words of those who walked this place. If we get out of here, I will end Fen-Haral. After he held back the sky to imprison the gods, the dread wolf disappeared. Lies. We must tear down the veil, the cities, the pathways. Without magic, they're crumbling. You're wasting your time. Fen-Haral's veil has turned our empire to ruins.
So the ancient elven empire collapsed because the veil weakened magic?
There's that Netherese thing again.
The elves relied on magic even more than the Vince. No wonder things went to crap when it dried up.
Do you realize what this means? What this place is? The actual history of the elves could change everything.
And Bladejaval says, isn't there a story reason for, delaying getting power-ups? And yes, absolutely, but to be as blunt as I can, if your story only works that the power-ups you get are at the very end of the game, maybe rework the story.
Floating crap, magic mirror crap, evil demon crap. This is like the Fade, only with falling to your death on top. When this is over, I'm gonna need somebody to hit me with a stick again.
That works. It isn't over, and I already want to hit things with sticks.
I'm not sure whether I want that to be a metaphor or not.
Next time we get the gang back together, let's do a dragon instead. Dragons are fun.
We can't. We killed them all.
This looks like technical notes. What did the Qunari come here to learn?
They're real technical. I can't make out any either. Something about magic. That's it.
I recognize some formulas. The Qunari are trying to prove theoretical magic of some kind.
That's true. Until the next game comes out. I'm gonna laugh if Dragon Age 4A comes out and B has no dragon fights in it. What was it? By the way, for those of you not really aware of this, in lore, we actually complained about this. In lore, that just happened. The explanation for it being called the Dragon Age was because a dragon showed up during a major battle, which was considered extraordinarily rare. People thought that dragons were extinct. So it's like, oh my god, there's a dragon, hence it being called the Dragon Age. This is one of the reasons why dragons are such a rare enemy, despite being present in both of the first two games. So it's kind of funny that there's 13 dragons in this one. Oh, Takota's right. Shadow Machine's right. There are other places with other dragons. Can I jump over this? I cannot jump over this. Okay, it's good to know. Well, whatever. Whatever it is, I don't care. Yeah, we've brought them back to being rare. Are any of the dragons on our side? So dragons are beasts in this setting. Animals. They don't really have any intelligence to speak of. Having said that, we don't have any dragon trainers or the like, because again, dragons were considered so rare that nobody ever really learned the talent. Anyways, for the record, to go back to Jesse's mask thing, I'm not actually going to give this game a negative for that specific point. Okay. I still think it's not a good thing, but I've got plenty of other things I could give a negative to the outro for other than that. And this is the outro, in every way that matters. I don't remember Blade Chival. Yeah, this is actually a common policy we had to establish. Games can have multiple outros. Mostly because of DLC or expansions. And since they tend to be treated as outros and designed as outros, we treat them as one. Cole... Oh, Jesus Christ. How do I summarize Cole quickly? Alright, so there's a spirit of compassion, right? And then there was this kid who was, like, locked up into a tower and they forgot he was up there, so he starved to death. And so the spirit of compassion's like, no, I will take your form, and then, like, became sort of an image of him, but not quite a person, but not quite a spirit. And tried to become, you know, more than just a spirit. And then we, because we were trying to get rep with Solus, and for no other reason, turned him back into being more of a spirit. But you can also help him to be more of a person. Which has some interesting implications, but whatever. Yeah, spirits in this setting are reflections of people, pretty much top to bottom. They have no identity or sense of self other than what other people
They're the librarians?
gives them.
Shit, shit, shit!
These have a lot of health. Yeah, Cole, the real Cole, is extremely dead. Has been for a while. I was tempted more than once, Golgrim. More than thrice. Ugh. Why are you doing this? Oh, I'm being interrupted by a freaking spider.
Deltos!
Can we not do this? Thanks. Oh, absolutely, Yura. No question. For me, specifically, when I get depressed, keep in mind, I do not suffer from depression. I do not have chemical depression. But for me, when I get depressed, I have motivation issues. I don't want to bother doing anything because life sucks. Look, I'm not counting the jump as cheating any more than I'm counting the run as cheating. You can't change my mind on this one. I deliberately went out of my way to only use it to speed up things, not to actually gain advantage in certain circumstances. Means to an end. You can argue it all you want. I don't give a crap. Not that I don't give a crap about you, Von Volkswagen. I don't give a crap about putting that up. It's not cheating. We're done. Moving on. I should probably just shotgun another 10 negatives to the game to make up for the stuff we skipped for that, but whatever. I was gonna say, war table, right? We cheated the war table.
Herald of change. Hero of the South.
The Vidisala, I presume.
Wow.
Damn it, Sarah.
After fulfilling your purpose at the breach, it is astonishing to hear you still walked free among your people. Your duty is done, Inquisitor. It is time to end your magic.
Yeah, so because of how the Qunari work, if we had successfully accomplished our goal, it's very Warhammer 40k. If we had successfully accomplished our goal and closed the breach, in the Qun, we would then immediately be executed. Just like that.
I've defeated all your Ben Hasrath so far.
So you have. The repercussions have already begun. I am no stranger to catastrophe, but this chaos in the South defies comprehension. The Qun left your people to curb your own magic. You've amply proven we should have stepped in long ago.
Then enlighten me about the Qun's plans for us.
Do you believe closing the breach solved everything? That its consequences stopped there? The day we saw the breach, the Qun decided its action. We would remove your leaders and spare those who toil. This agent of Fen'Harel has disrupted everything. Lives that were to be spared, lost for him.
Who is this agent? Why would you think they work for the Inquisition?
Kill the Inquisitor, then follow me to the Darvarad.
I remember this fight is sucking. You can already see why. There's a lot of things with a lot of health. Again, Inquisition, they actually were planning forward. But, go figure, right? Anyways. Oh yeah, sure. These things have 12,000 health, 12,000 health, 12,000 health, 22,000 health, 40,000 health. I think that's it. Yeah, by the way, Iron Bull has 800 health, for a bit of a contrast there. I know that's normal and all, but it's funny to think about. It's like, Iron Bull, do some more crunches, God! Thank you, Narset, as always. I will put that towards Dungeon Siege 2, Persona 3R, and God of War 5. Von Falkenstein brings up a very good point. I was going to actually bring this up during the audit. So, I want to give this game more negatives. Or to be more accurately, I don't want to give this more negatives, but I'm going to. Because I've been thinking about the cheats thing. And what we have done. What we have skipped with the cheats. Believe it or not, the specific thing that's really been in my brain about this is Breath of Fire 2. I know what this game feels like without speed, and without the war table, and without the jump. I don't even have to explain that, because I did that goddamn trenches area without the jump thing. It was the thing that finally made me get the jump mod, if you remember. I've also played through this game and the Hinterlands for days, I believe it was, back when we streamed this the first time. And, of course, the War Table, which we didn't really have any option for like that. What is Flicker? I cannot tell anything in this goddamn thing. There we go. Yeah, so what this boils down to is two big things. Traversal and backtracking. Yes, Spartan. Traversal is obvious. I don't feel the need to explain that. Backtracking, though, once again, there is so much content and meat and relevance, and also some stuff required to unlock and progress through certain things that is locked behind the War Table. Now, we've already given negatives to the War Table by itself, which I stand behind, but you have to consider what the War Table does. Because what would have been happening if we didn't use that mod, because we've been playing this game for about 8 days at this point, we probably could have finished all those missions legit, but what would happen is every time the little prompt came up saying, hey, a War Table mission has been done, it'd be like, okay, hang on. save, go back to town, go back to the war table, get the thing, get a new thing. Okay, go back to fast travel to the nearest point to where I was, and then go all the way back to it. So...
She brought mages here to research strengthening the veil.
A way to clamp down magic. No wonder she's here.
It explains why the Qunari thought it was worth camping here.
Yeah, in the Fade. That's true. We also can only do 3 missions at once. I kind of forgot about that. Oh, forgive me.
Visitors, patrons, welcome. The halls are open.
Farewell.
Whoops. I didn't actually mean to... Oh, whatever. Try that again.
Visitors, patrons, welcome. The halls are open.
Can you tell me where a Qunari called the Vidisala went?
Yes, we heard much. Although she fooled herself into thinking we could not hear. Take a keystone to the Davarad. I will join you there soon and take stock of our remaining Gatlock powder. If it is something you would like to see, I sense a key nearby. I have words to open it.
I would rather kill myself, Colgrim. You'll notice, however, that I have not given any addition negatives yet for each of these 2 points I just brought up. It was something I really wanted to think about during the audit, which is the truth. It's just, I got nothing else to do right now.
No wonder the Qunari translated notes into our language. It was for their non-Qunari spies.
They'd have to. Kunlat's not an easy one to learn.
Oh, right. I didn't bring Cassandra because someone asked me to bring Sarah. Whatever. Well, true, Sonoshi, the game gets no credit for that for extremely obvious reasons. Yeah, the limited party size bites again. Come on, game. Oh my god. What? Okay, I'm not even 100% sure what's happening here. There we go. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Dakota. Whatever, that's all just for gear anyways, which I'm not even going to put on. Actually, I can put it on Sarah, because she's not caught up. And we might be about to go into a boss fight. She's even got accessories on. Got several of those. Yeah, Frostbite is not made for jumping, any more than Source is. Which is funny if you think about it. Fine. Just for you, Blade Ball. Yeah, sure, don't care. Don't care. Don't care. There you go. I'm probably staring right at whatever it is I'm looking for, and I just cannot see it. Does anybody know where it is? I might actually have to Google this. I am not seeing anything. Oh god, a whole platformer made out of frostbite. That sounds terrible. Well, Sarah hasn't been a primary party member, that's why she was so far behind. Hey, Geludo. No, Mr. Red. It's an in-house. Jesus, RRC. Language! I am trying to find the keystone that unlocks the Darvarad. It is off a corpse. Okay. That's problematic, because there's no corpses here. They're not here, RRC. There's no corpses.
I found a keystone with one of the Canari.
Yes, and you need words for their key. Maras Nira. It glows. It will open the way to the Darvarad. May you find what you seek. In coming here, you strengthened the paths. I can now raise one, if you wish to go.
Thanks.
You've been very helpful.
Gilda Thalan was what the Elven called me. One who guides seekers of knowledge true. I was connection. One city could read the records of another. One Elven feel the memories of another. When the veil fell upon us, I marked the end of all they knew.
We've got to find this Darvarad and corner Vidisala there.
Hey, Evo. Did you sleep well?
The Fade. Not good. I would rather be anywhere else. I mean, please yourself, Inquisitor Herald, but really, let's kill everything and be anywhere else.
Even the hinterlands? You know, you want to hear the saddest thing about all of this? I have done every zone in this game now. Almost 100%. I obviously didn't do the shards because that's bullcrap. But, yeah. And the reason I bring that up is of all the zones in this game, I would probably put Hinterlands at one of the better ones. Maybe kind of middle of the pack. but nowhere near as bad as it gets. Hinterlands was boring. Later zones get into bad. Oh, the hissing wastes. I did that one off camera.
Confirm there are Gatlock battles in Denerim's palace?
Yes, and in Val Royeaux and across the Free Marches. The Winter Palace is not the only target.
The Canari are one order from destroying every noble house in the known world.
Oh, there is a bright side. Warning the ambassadors will remind them of the Inquisition's value.
Not when the Inquisition is responsible for that threat.
They came in through us?
Yes.
How, damn it?
The elven servant handling the barrels confessed to working for the Canari.
But the servant was Orlesian. That implicates Orlais, not us.
But the barrels arrived at the Winter Palace on the Inquisition supply manifest.
How are we supposed to fight a war when we can't even trust our own people?
Do you know who got the barrels onto the Inquisition manifest?
Yes, several of the Inquisition's elven workers have gone missing. I had their backgrounds checked. They joined the Inquisition after fleeing the chaos in Kirkwall.
I remember when Kirkwall was at its worst. Many of the city's elves converted to the Qun, trying to find a better life.
And the Canari turned them into spies.
We can't change what happened. Only how we react to it now.
I fought to protect the Inquisition in this exalted council. And for what? So we could deceive and threaten those we claimed to protect?
Once we locate the spies...
This isn't about the spies! You hid the Canari body. You've all but seized control of the Winter Palace.
We did what was right, not what was politically convenient.
Do you know what this has cost us with Orlais and Ferelden? They are planning to dismantle us as we speak. And perhaps they are right.
Meanwhile, yeah, this is a whole lot of fake drama, frankly.
Oh, shit! Damn it! We save Ferelden and they're angry. We save Orlais and they're angry. We closed the breach twice, and my own hand wants to kill me. Could one thing in this fucking world just stay fixed? I need to get to the Darvarad. You all can fight amongst yourselves once I'm back.
Thank you, Inquisitor.
Would you like us to inform the Exalted Council of the danger?
At this point, yeah.
Yes, if we fail, the Exalted Council needs to know what happened.
I will inform them personally.
Leliana, I can...
No, your job is hard enough already. This is my responsibility.
I'll have guards ready at the Alluvion, in case the Canari attack the palace.
Make her watch over you.
Abrupt cutoff. But yeah, no, the game doesn't do as good of a job of setting us up as it probably should, but the idea here is we're going off to die. So, Dorian, Cassandra, Iron Bull. Make her watch over you.
What happened with your hand?
There must be something we can do.
Whatever happens, I wouldn't trade the years we've had together for anything. I love you.
And I you. Always and forever, my love.
Enjoy me while you can. I expect you'll all miss me terribly later.
It's been an honor to kick asses beside you all. Anan.
The problem is, this is the kind of speech I would expect before the final boss. Which this isn't. I mean it is in gameplay, but like, I don't feel they've earned this moment, you know? Which is a shame, because it's actually pretty well done. better than the lead up to Corypheus, for example.
So this is the Darvarad.
I believe this is the actual final dungeon.
It's an Illuvian graveyard.
Where did the Qunari get all these? How long have they been studying Illuvians? The sooner we stop this invasion plan, the better.
I'll debate the music thing. I've been writing down notes. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh, right. Now that we're in combat, I can take a break. I'll be right back. Frankly, they probably should have, Caspian. I know that sounds strange, but again, think about this from the perspective of you're setting up Dragon Age 4, right? And again, we knew they were setting up Dragon Age 4 back then. They didn't know they were going to spend the next several years of their lives dwindling. So, with the perspective of setting up for 4, I would have chopped that branch off completely. Make it so that there is actually no way for your main character to survive. It's not a great answer,
We should hurry.
but it's the only real answer that exists there, to be blunt. At least under the limitations they're under.
Here they come!
Exactly, one Falkenstein.
I wish I could say I'm surprised that Vitasala wants to murder everyone, but it makes sense. We tell stories about how corrupt the South is. Who wouldn't want to kill the evil nobles and save the people?
Patrolling guards. We need to deal with them as quickly as possible.
No, I think I stand by my statement. Sorry. I was considering. Because obviously you're going to piss some players off by killing off the main character. And this is going to sound like an insult. I don't think most players care that their main character doesn't matter in the next game. Not really. So, for example, if we just had the Inquisitor, like, leave the narrative, just like the Warden did, and Hawk, I don't think anybody would care. Or at the very least, most people wouldn't care. Iron Bolt, what are you doing? Hey! But you know me. The only thing I'm really interested in at the end of the day is the good game and the good story. And with the soft reboot that Inquisition is, the etch-a-sketching they've been doing, and the setting the board for what is to come, it makes too much sense to remove the Inquisitor. Not just because they're the PC, which is obviously relevant, but also because of the fact that it's removing one of the major defenders of good, right? We have killed Aragorn, and he is now removed from the board, and now there's so much more that can happen narratively as a consequence of the removal of that piece, right? Yeah, by the way, that's a door. Jesus. The catch there, execution would be everything. If we tripped on that, on sticking that landing and making the ending, you know, the death not work, that would suck. There would be no defending that at that point. Elf who is Talus. It is no longer my role to instruct others in the Qun, but I will share what I can with you if it brings you peace. You are not alone in your struggles to achieve mastery of yourself and your purpose. Many Vidathari come to the Qun filled with fear and anger. These feelings build walls brick by brick within the self. They prevent you from seeing the others around you, from seeing the world as it is, and they convince you are alone and in darkness and you must fend for yourself. The walls are real, but the darkness and the solitude, the world they create within the self, that is all an illusion. You must work to tear down those walls if you wish to see the truth. And the truth is this. No one is alone, FF9 song. It was the wisdom revealed to Koslun in the desert long ago. What looks like solitude is connectedness. What looks like darkness is only the space between the stars. It is not just Vidathari who struggle with these illusions. The world changes the self, and we must balance mastery upon its turning tides. Once I was an Ashkari, and I spent my days examining the philosophy of the Qun, trying to seek the enlightenment that Koslun found, but my dreams of demons took me down a new path. And now, with the song Liquid, and now I study the dam which holds back magic at its source, it's our purpose to... Things change, little Talus. The world changes. Find purpose in the people around you, and your role will be clear. Remember when... It'll be hard to find wisdom in the noise. The noise is an illusion, like the darkness. But the walls are real, remember that. Tear down the walls first, and you will see the truth.
Is that an astrarium? How did the Qunari move it here?
And one of those weird keys you can only find with a tranquil skull.
Weird. And kind of gross, actually. Yeah, the Qunari have been busy, probably for a while. Yeah, if only we had that whole list of Qunari spies.
Red lyrium. Do the Qunari have any idea what they're dealing with?
See, the problem there, Blade Travel, is everything. The player character needs to be removed from the board. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be death, but they do have to be removed from the board. There's no ignoring that. It's just not feasible to continue having the PC be a relevant character in the background in future works. So there's only really 3 options here. You ignore them, that's what Dragon Age usually does. You make them the player character going forward, which is what they intended to do, and then there was backlash against that idea, so they changed their mind on that. Or you remove them from the board. Okay.
It's no good.
Hawk, Loke. Now, whether that backlash was real or fake or whatever...
have to try something else, I suspect.
Who knows?
It's no good.
But the creators have spoken several times that they got so much negative feedback about Dragon Age 2 in general, and Hawk in specific, that they decided to change a lot of their plans going forwards. Hawk was originally intended to be the PC of Dragon Age. Now, let's talk this out here. So we know that Hawk was intended to be the PC, and we know they changed their mind on that. Why they changed their mind on that? Who knows? They say it was about backlash, and Lord knows people will not stop talking about how much Dragon Age 2 sucks to this very day. Because that happened today.
No good.
Either way, I don't know. I'm extraordinarily ready to not be playing this game anymore. I honestly figured we'd finish a little bit before the lunch break. That's why I just had a Snickers. Because I'm going to have a really late lunch today, or possibly just skip lunch. Because we still have the audit to do. And I'm not done with this goddamn fucking game yet. So, I'd kind of like to get on with this, please. I'm really sick of this. I'm really, really, really sick of this. I keep resisting the urge to just tap Alt F4. It would take just a few seconds, just boom, and I could be done with this crap. I'm glad that there are people who derive enjoyment from this game. That's a good thing. Life sucks, and the world sucks, and we need more enjoyment in it. I'm happy for you. I hate this game. I hate this game more than Dragon Age 2. This game is such a goddamn waste of my time. Even if Dragon Age 2 is a worse game objectively, I hate this game more because of the waste of time. Dragon Age 2 is a bad game that lasts like 20 hours. This game is a mediocre game that lasts 60. No, that will not be reflected in the score. That's not how that works. apologize to those of you who love this game. You do not have to apologize for liking something. I mean, I hate to repeat myself for the 700th time, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be nearly this aggravated if I just skipped a huge amount of the content. But that's sort of my point. It's always been my point. Like, just... a game does not get credit for including content that sucks, that is skippable. It does not work in that direction. I get that a lot of people disagree with me on that. I get that I'm like the only person in the frelling world who thinks that a game should be reviewed based on all the content of the game and not just the part that's a normal playthrough. But I do think that. I have analyzed that thought. It's not just an idle thought. I'm not just like, you know, it'd be cool if... No, I actually have put real thought and care and effort into this concept and into this philosophy. And I really do think that if this is going to be a review of any substance or worth, it needs to take into account everything within reason.
It's open. Let's go.
Can't even open a door without it taking too long. Get out of the way!
I see nothing.
Cute game. Forcing me to fight them because they dropped the key. You're cute. To play devil's advocate for a few seconds, I'm not saying I am dismissing... Like I said, I've actually thought about this. I'm not saying I'm dismissing the idea that we should not review everything. I have put real thought and effort into it. I've even thought of a way it could work. It's like this. What we would have to do is we would have to do the same thing we always do. Judgment call. Every single game, there would have to be a judgment call of what is normal playthrough, what is normal content. And then we would figure out what that is, do that, and review that, and move on. Agreed, Ziad. The Dragon's Breath must continue regardless of concerns at the Winter Palace. Many are new to the Qun and have not yet learned to trust. Your worry is understandable. The rest of the world has betrayed you. All who have been to the Darvarad know the difficulty of maintaining the specimen for extraction for as long as we have. If we delayed Dragon's Breath, we would have to dispose of the specimen. Creating Gatlock is normally a slow process, requiring much mining and careful alchemy. Venom extraction offers only the means to deliver the Dragon's Breath quickly and in large quantities. To delay Dragon's Breath is to lose any chance of bringing peace to the South without needless suffering. The Qun demands we save the workers of the South from a bloody war and deliver them into our teaching before the corruption further overtakes the land. Others have voiced concern over the specimen. The Qun does not demand cruelty to any living being, but all creatures have a place and a duty under the Qun. The specimen serves as it must. When Dragon's Breath is complete, it'll be extinguished quickly and painlessly as we slaughter animals for food. Allow your superiors to deal with the agents of Fen Harel and remember your role in service to the Qun. Oh, I saw it, Evo. I caught that. Thank you for reminding me, Ross.
That sounded bad. Hold on a little longer.
Again, the game doesn't do this as well as it probably should, but yeah, we're actively dying right now. And I'm with Fife on that. If the optional content is optional, don't do it. Don't have it. Don't make it.
Dragon's breath is an actual dragon?
Tethar! Bars!
Inquisition! Nira Tasia!
Odds, you're right, Shadow Machine.
Hisrat, now! Please! Vinekatas!
Not a chance, ma'am.
Hey, he didn't turn on us. We don't have to kill Iron Bull this time. Yay. Yeah, last time we did this, the Iron Bull turned on us because we didn't have his loyalty. Having said that, that is a weird scene. Like, that probably should be more than just, nope, and that's it. Or, yep, and that's it. I've jotted down a potential for music. I'll chew on it. I've actually already given it a positive for the internal continuity on display, so I'll just agree with the positive I've already given and move along from that. Are you alright, Bull? And then we have to fight more Qunari! Great. I have no idea, Triaxia. I really don't remember. It's been a while. We might just not have used him in combat, so we didn't have a lot of chances to get rep with him. We also didn't do a lot of the side stuff last time. Well, if this fight would ever get over with, you know, we'd be right there, Lothario. So I'm thinking like 58,000 minutes before we get there. People who are upset about joining the Qun in order to be mean to a dragon. Can I, Croatia? Well, I mean, it's whatever now.
So, boss, we're gonna fight the dragon or what?
Yeah, this is your reward for not turning on me.
It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
This is your reward, the Iron Bull. Hey, TSP. What are you doing? What's happening? What? Huh? What? What is happening? Okay, now we're doing something. I'm so confused. I don't know what was going on there. We were all doing it, too. Wait, we can not kill the dragon? But... how do we not kill the dragon? Man, sure wish I could jump right about now. I'm on a bit of a timeline. They're just leaning into that dragon right now. Darren Bull's like, yeah! Leroy!
Kishara!
Use those rings, we can clear a path for the dragon.
There's a bunch of crap stopping it from moving, boss.
It's okay, I know how to get rid of that. Right? Right. Hang on. Is that this ability? Is that this ability? Oh my god. This one, I think? Okay. The new power, which is what? You mean the thing I can't click right now? That thing? You have to be near something. Hang on. Run around looking for anything I can interact with it.
Got it. It's opening.
Halfway there, boss. We've got the gate. Let's open the barriers.
Yes, it has, Crazy Norris. Can you, like, not do that, please? Thanks. Okay. Are the rocks the things in the way? What's the crap that's in the way, exactly? Okay, I was right the first time. Lady, you're making this a little bit harder than it really needs to be.
This is the honor of the Inquisition? Attacking an innocent creature?
Shut up or die. You're good to go. What's going on with the sound? You hear that? Seriously, you're hearing that, right? Oh, it's just a bunch of different things, Yura. It's a typical vanilla MMO, to be completely honest with you, right? They didn't know what they were doing with quest design. They didn't know what they were doing with flow, or class design, or encounter design. And the story is... almost every vanilla MMO story is the same. There's some big thing that's going to kill the entire world, and we got to go stop it. And it's always framed as, we must save the world. ARR, we're going up against... well, I guess that's spoilers, but, you know, a dude with a giant mech, let's put it that way. And it's always framed as, we're saving everybody, regardless of the logic of that sentence. In ESO, obvious, right, because Molag Bal is trying to be Molag Bal. In WoW Vanilla, there wasn't really one, but there kind of was, because it was building up to this whole thing with regards to the Scourge and the Black Dragonflight, who were going to destroy the world. And yeah, we're the only one who can save the world. In STO, it was the Borg at launch. That was the big thing. In Guild Wars 2, it was Zaitan. Yeah, no, you get it, right? Almost every one of them, they all hit the vanilla story. Now, that sounds like an insult, and it is. But it's completely understandable why they do it. There's this thing you may not be aware of. It's called... stupid people. No, I need to rant just a little bit. I've got a lot of irritation just pent up right now. And I'm trying to work through it. So you know what? I'm just gonna be less polite than I would normally be. Okay? Take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt, okay? Yeah, they're playing it safe. Because stupid people really enjoy the bog standard story. You know the one, because you've seen it 1,000 times. You've seen the one where it's like, oh my gosh, the entire universe is being threatened by the death of all reality. And it's all going to be destroyed, and we must save... we are the chosen ones who will save everything in the entire... Anyway, so we're dead. We actually just wiped. They're playing it safe and using the bog standard existential chosen one story because plenty of people prefer that. And those people are part of the problem, is the nicest possible way I can say that. People who give a crap tend to not be into that. I accept sounding elitist. On this one thing, I will accept sounding elitist. Because they are part of the problem, and it has demonstrably lowered the overall quality of fiction in the world. Do you know how many stories have been a bog standard? Stop blocking! God damn it! You have a spear! How are you blocking my magical bolt? Fiction is made worse by the desire and intent to tell the bog standard stories. There's actually several. The one I'm talking about is just the one that most often circles the video game cycle, but there's actually several bog standard stories. No, I don't mean that stupid quote about the fact that there's only 5 stories or 8 stories or 15 or whatever that particular person says there is. I mean the bog standard stories. You know the ones. And so the music actually bugged out. The bog standard stories make everything worse. Now, I don't think that the people who are into those kind of stories are the only problem here. The producers, who, that is to say, the money people, who necessitate that they have to go with playing it safe by doing the bog standard story, because the bog standard story almost always sells, are absolutely part of the problem. And I'm not even going to get into the economics rant about this.
Iron Bull is just fine. When this is over, drinks are on me. Probably a lot of them. All right, break time's over. Let's do this.
You know what's really funny is I would argue strongly that Star Wars 4: A New Hope is not one of the bog standard stories. Not that I particularly like that film. And you're probably thinking, sure it is. Not the ones I'm talking about, no. No, Return of the Jedi. That's a bog standard story. I hate these enemies so much. Yeah, we got the answer from the bull. It was worth it. It was worth redoing this fight 3 times. But even if we are to argue that A New Hope is one of the bog standard stories, which I'll let go of that because I'm really not in the mood for arguing right now. In general, not just with you, Evo. I'm not in an argumentative mood because I'm too angry to argue properly. You know what I mean by that, right? Like, you're too pissed off to form coherent thoughts. So you're just like, Please don't apologize. I'm just stating fact. Yeah, I'm tilted, right? I'm in the tilt right now, so I can't actually make any arguments. So, you win. Cool. But the bog standard movie, even if A New Hope is one of the bog standard movies, it's still a very well executed one. For all the I hate these enemies so much. I can't move. I can't move. Ah, there we go. For all the crap I can spit at A New Hope, it is very well executed. It is something that a lot of time and effort and editing and work and innovation was put into in order to make it as good of a movie as it is. Arguably much better than it has any right to be. And perhaps that's part of the problem. You know why it's called Summer Blockbuster? Have you ever be aware of that? A little history here for you. It's because back in the day, there were several movie studios would say, okay, here, here, and here. This is when you can release films if you want them to be financially successful. Here, here, and here, this is where you put the filler films, right? And back in the day, and I don't remember which film started this. I used to know this by memory, but again, tilted. But there's a specific film that came out in the summer. I think it was actually Jaws. And this film broke the mold, because it was being pushed out as one of the filler films. It wasn't supposed to be successful. And it was so successful that everyone's just like, holy crap. Yeah, exactly, Estes. I think it was Jaws. I think we're right. And Jaws broke the mold, and now it became the summer blockbuster. What does this have to do with the bog standard story? The bog standard story is the thing they do. The reason it's safe is because someone did it well first. Is my overall point. There are several bog standard movies, usually older ones, go figure, which are actually pretty damn good. But the problem is they also sold well, and so people said, that's what we want to do. And yeah, I was about to say, to go back to our Jaws example, the reason most summer blockbusters don't really succeed in the same way is because Jaws was Jaws. It was made by one of the greatest filmmakers in history, in his prime, under unique circumstances. You can't just replicate that. This all boils down to the same thing I've talked about a few trillion times. In fact, this literally came up last night at the dinner table. Bullet point syndrome. You can't just look at something and say, that succeeded. Why? Well, because it was a story about beating a great evil and succeeding because of being the chosen one. You can't make that and say, there you go, there's the winning formula. Because first of all, there is no such thing as a winning formula. And second of all, because you didn't do your goddamn job. All you did was read the cliff notes without comprehension or understanding of what made the thing good. And then you decided to say, here, make me money. Because that's all you care about. Is you just want the money. You don't care about adding to the substance of the universe. You don't care about trying to increase the overall benefit of livelihood or enjoyment, or trying to squeeze some tiny bit of good out of this goddamn planet and this terrible life by trying to have something you can enjoy with your friends or family or by yourself just for a bit. Whether it's a game or a show or a movie or a book or a freaking song, you were interested in making 0.346% more money this month. And that's why the bog standard stories exist in movies. And why they tend to piss me off. Nobody clip that. Nobody clip that. It is Yura. I mean, just like Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is kinda good. Just like WoW Vanilla is kinda good. But this is why so many large-scale financial projects, usually AAA games, tend to lean on the bog standard story. Exactly, as Dakota said, because I keep pointing about movies, but everything, this hits everything else. This drifts into everything else because movies make money. Or at least they think they do. That's actually more complicated than that. Yeah, the bog standard story, I keep saying it like that, I'm so insulting, but I mean it that way. The bog standard story is safe. Okay. I think I know what I'm actually doing now with regards to this stupid encounter.
Boss, we gonna fight the dragon or what?
Well, I would, but there's no music playing.
Have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
We will not let you cut down the Atashi.
This is kind of funny, honestly.
If we move those rings, we can clear a path for the dragon.
Exactly, Estes Flex. I talk about this. Oh my god, you're right! Empire Strikes Back has a bog! That's it! That's what started it! Jacques Hughes! Jacques Hughes! Oh my god. Do I have nothing? I do. Let's get up here and do this stupid thing. Damn you, Bog! Damn you! Yes, I do. Absolutely, no question. Like, just ignoring the review. Ignoring the more measured thing. I am drunk. I'm drunk on Inquisition. I've been playing this game for 5 hours today. Just today. Okay, so I'm apparently missing a wheel? Where's the other wheel? How do I get to the other wheel? Like, there's clearly another spot over there. How do I reach over there? Wait, what? Where did I pass it? Where was it? Where was it? Oh, I think I see it. I think I see it. I think I see it. No, it's okay. We're gonna save him. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, that's why I keep playing Inquisition. I love this game so much. I can't get tired of it. Game. There you go.
The barriers are set. Now we just need to open the gate.
Sure, I'm gonna accept that. Yet tomorrow, we're streaming more Inquisition. That's our life now. It's just non-stop Inquisition. This is the game that doesn't end. Yeah, we gotta replay through the entire game without using the mods, after all. So we gotta see all the Spideys.
It's opening.
And we gotta see all the time wastingness. And the time wastingness. And the time wastingness.
That's it. There goes our dragon.
And we're gonna romance Solus. Because we're playing an elf. On Nightmare difficulty.
Dear Inquisitor, you have such little time left. You must finally see the truth. Elven magic already tore the sky apart. If the agents of Ben Harel are not stopped, you will shatter the world as well.
If these agents of Fen'Harel are a threat, we'll handle them.
How, when you have never defeated anything without their assistance? You would have died from the mark on your hand, but for the help of one of their chief agents. The same agent who helped seal the breach, who led you to Skyhold, who gave Corypheus the orb, then founded the Inquisition. Solus, agent of Fen'Harel.
What?
We knew this.
Whatever Solus is involved in, I'm nobody's puppet.
Even now, you refuse to see the strings. Solus tricked us all. He pushed a dying Canary into the Winter Palace to lure you into opposing us. Without him, we could have brought the South peace and wisdom along the gentle path. Now we must take the way of blades. Hannah Hayden, Inquisitor. If it is any consolation...
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that was a Meanwhile Elsewhere scene. I apologize. You're right, you're right. So in that case, what? Ah, thank you, TSB. Always appreciate.
Whatever else, Solus was one of us. I won't leave him for Vitisala.
Yeah, do you notice there's 2 songs playing right now? To make up for the total absence of music during the final boss fight there. Except that wasn't the final boss fight, was it? It's okay, the music will stop, right? Right? Yeah, no, it's F-Zero. You realize that's going to be, like, of all of the super short SNES games we're covering, F-Zero might be the shortest by far.
Can't be too far ahead.
Like, F-Zero is a very short game. It's more innovative than it is a game, really. So now it's Mass Effect.
It's going to... Everyone back!
The Incarnate builds up even faster, using it as difficult but discharges all focus. If the focus reaches full power, it discharges uncontrollably.
If it keeps up like this,
That's a cool mechanic. I'll give you that one.
Solus must help as he did at Haven. Solus, an agent of Fen'Harel.
Yeah.
I should have suspected.
An agent. Wink, wink.
That must be where Solus is.
Oh, now we have a second bar. We haven't had the second bar this whole time. many of these damn mirrors everywhere. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I definitely knew that, Evo. Wink! I am very knowledgeable about all things. Here, my elite knowledge. Game. Oh, it's on cooldown. Okay. I believe you, RRC. I mean, it's not like I've reused the damn thing, really. Yeah, honestly, they have amputation in this setting. Like, we've had amputation in real life for centuries. You can't tell me they haven't figured out how to cut someone's arm off and not kill them from it. Especially with magic healing, which is a thing, despite what this game would like to pretend. Would you go away? Game. There you go. No kidding, Crazy Norse. Well, since I can do this, apparently, let's just run through. Screw it. We're invisible. By virtue of a piece of equipment I haven't taken off since I got it. Like, we got that forever ago, and I have never replaced that. I think it's a ring. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I wasn't paying attention. Possible, Evo. That's true. Or we could have assumed she was right, even if she isn't, and therefore refused to get amputation because of that. Okay, so I believe this is actually the final boss, if I'm remembering correctly. Finally. The most appropriate final boss a game could have. A Dragoon. I love how it's tracking me even though I'm invisible. Check this out. It knows! Yeah, that hurt. Okay, apparently we're not at the final boss yet. Alright, whatever. Get up. So, everyone be healed. I remember not liking this fight last time, but we'll see what we think of it this time. Yeah, you like how we're still going, by the way? Like, this is literally longer than the Descent now, by the way. Did you catch that? We have spent more time in Trespasser than in the Descent. I would agree with you, Colgrim.
Is that all you've got? I will use the hell out of this little shits!
Ah. Sorry. Oh, right. Well, I was going to, and then he knocked me down, and now it goes off without me. Well, that sucked. That frickin' stun. I mean, I've said this before, Estes Flakes. I feel like most people in all of life, never mind just video games, underestimate the value of actual management. No. There you go. Because sometimes management means telling the developers, hey, quit adding features. Or, stop working on this thing that isn't going to be in the final product. Or, focus on the things that matter first, and then do the side polishing stuff later, and so forth and so on. Not that I can claim to be a great manager, but I'm a better manager than all of those jackasses. Well, I was going to do a nuke, but let's just heal everyone. Yeah, let's add a multiplayer no one's going to play so we can add microtransactions and loot boxes. Yes, both, by the way. And the multiplayer was also badly designed. And not fun. Look, all I'm saying, Svatoslav, is that I'm a goddamn idiot. So what's their excuse? Come on. Trying to get rid of the shield. Come on, get rid of the friggin' shield. Oh, don't do that. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. Let's see. Mass Effect 3 is one of them, Act. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Dragon Age Inquisition servers suck. Very bad netcode.
It seems the Cerebas is no longer following orders.
You will not leave here, Inquisitor. Antam, Ibrasha Gadi!
Blah, blah, blah. Are we done here? No, of course we're not, because this is the game that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friends. Some people started playing it not knowing what it was, and they'll just keep on playing it forever just because this is this game that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friends. Some people started playing it not knowing what it was, and they'll just keep on playing it forever just because. Ah! It's okay, we only have 807,000 trash fights before the next boss. No, it's okay, we've got stealth. We've got stealth. Stealth. Five, Colgrim, off the top of my head.
One of the mirrors must lead out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the same thing, Colgrim. I didn't... Yeah. That's what I meant.
One of the damned mirrors has to lead out of here.
Let us finish this.
Is that even...
Inquisitor, your soul is dust.
It is? Final boss fight. The same goddamn guy. Which is why I remembered him as the final boss. I honestly wasn't even looking, Lord Aramont. In the interest of fairness, a Cerebos, especially a Berserk Cerebos, makes a lot of sense for a final boss. These guys are beasts. So, yeah, that makes sense. Like, honestly, this guy's probably stronger than Corypheus, just, you know, a little less directed. Yeah, a Cerebos who are already strong, who is force-fed lyrium, who has lost control. That's at least 2 magnifiers of power on top of someone who's already strong. Oh, yep, thank you. That would be interesting, Lord Aramont. I mean, you're right. In lore, this guy should be nothing compared to Corypheus. And yet... a good song. It's a good final boss song, too. So it fulfills both requirements there. It's actually a decent boss fight, too. I will give you that, game. He's opening rifts. He's just randomly opening rifts to the Fade. So demons are pouring out. Yeah, the only downside of this fight is he has way too much health. We've already seen his entire attack cycle. We're just repeating ourselves at this point. It's actually not a bad Hyper Beam. I'll give you that, game. The big nuke, a CC, or a group heal. Yeah, honestly, I think Marauder Shields is probably one of the best BioWare final bosses we've ever had. Especially from a gameplay perspective. The way you have to shoot him once with the only weapon you have at your disposal, fantastic. The traffic light ending. I've never heard it called that. That's great. No, that's great. We usually call it the Crayola ending over here. Crayons, you know? Crayons. Game. Okay, whatever. Let's just eat that, because I can't move.
We can't touch this guy! Use your mark!
Done. to do that anyways for the final blow. Uh-oh. Okay, we're back, we're back. We stopped existing there for a second. So, last time, we were not on good terms with Solus. This should be interesting. God, this is just the ending of Mass Effect 3, isn't it?
Ebesit kata, etwa ost.
Maraskata!
Your forces have failed. Leave now and tell the Qunari to trouble me no further.
Solus.
That should give us more time. I suspect you have questions.
The Qunari were trying to kill you. I wanted to get here first.
I know. They sought an agent of Fan Harel. I am no one's agent but my own. I fear that the truth is much simpler and much worse than the Qunari believe.
You're Fan Harel?
I was Solus first. Fan Harel came later. An insult I took as a badge of pride. The Dread Wolf inspired hope in my friends, and fear in my enemies. Not unlike Inquisitor, I suppose. You also know the burden of a title that all but replaces your name.
Attack him!
Are you a fragment of what Fen Harel once was? Like Mythal?
No. This is all I have ever been.
And the legends?
I sought to set my people free from slavery to would-be gods. I broke the chains of all who wished to join me. The false gods called me Fen Harel, and when they finally went too far, I formed the Veil and banished them forever. Thus I freed the Elven people, and in so doing, destroyed their world.
You love the Fade. Why would you create the Veil to hide it all away?
Because every alternative was worse.
Meaning?
Had I not created the Veil, the Evanurus would have destroyed the entire world.
You banished the false gods? You didn't kill them?
You met Mythal, did you not? The first of my people do not die so easily. The Evanurus are banished forever, paying the ultimate price for their misdeeds.
You said that the Elven gods went too far. What did they do that made you move against them?
They killed Mythal. A crime for which an eternity of torment is the only fitting punishment.
I thought Mythal was one of the Evanurus.
She was the best of them. She cared for her people. She protected them. She was a voice of reason. And in their lust for power, they killed her.
How did creating the Veil destroy the world?
You saw the remains of Via Dathara. The library was intrinsically tied to the Fade, and the Veil destroyed it. There were countless other marvels, all dependent on the presence of the Fade, all destroyed. The elven legends of immortality, all true. It was not the arrival of humans that caused them to begin aging. It was me. The Veil took everything from the elves, even themselves.
The Evan Eurus were elven mages? How did they come to be remembered as gods?
Slowly. It started with a war. War breeds fear. Fear breeds a desire for simplicity. Good and evil, right and wrong, chains of command. After the war ended, generals became respected elders, then kings, finally gods. The Evan Eurus.
That's the past. What about the future?
I lay in dark and dreaming sleep while countless wars and ages passed. I woke still weak a year before I joined you. My people fell for what I did to strike the Evan Eurus down. But still, some hope remains for restoration. I will save the elven people, even if it means this world must die.
Why does this world have to die for the elves to return?
A good question, but not one I will answer. You have always shown a thoughtfulness I respected. It would be too easy to tell you too much. I am not Corypheus. I take no joy in this. But the return of my people means the end of yours. It is my fight. You should be more concerned about the Inquisition. Your Inquisition. In stopping the Dragon's Breath, you have prevented an invasion by Qunari forces. With luck, they will return their focus to Tevinter. That should give you a few years of relative peace.
Yeah, Solus is the villain, arguably of the entire franchise, by the way.
The Qunari said the Inquisition was unknowingly working for agents of Fen'Harel.
I gave no orders.
You led us to Skyhold.
Corypheus should have died unlocking my orb. When he survived, my plans were thrown into chaos. When you survived, I saw the Inquisition as the best hope this world had of stopping him. And you needed a home. Hence, Skyhold.
You gave your orb to Corypheus?
Not directly. My agents allowed the Venatori to locate it. The orb had built up magical energy while I lay unconscious for millennia. I was not powerful enough to open it. The plan was for Corypheus to unlock it, and for the resulting explosion to kill him. Then I would claim the orb. I did not foresee a Tevinter Magister having learned the secret of effective immortality.
Wah wah.
What would have happened if Corypheus had died and you'd recovered the orb?
I would have entered the Fade using the mark you now bear. Then I would have torn down the veil. As this world burned in the raw chaos, I would have restored the world of my time. The world of the elves.
If you destroyed the veil, wouldn't the false gods be freed?
I had plans.
You'd murder countless people.
Wouldn't you to save your own?
No.
You must understand. I awoke in a world where the veil had blocked most people's conscious connection to the Fade. It was like walking through a world of tranquil.
We aren't even people to you.
Not at first. You showed me that I was wrong. Again. That does not make what must come next any easier.
Whatever your reasons, we couldn't have defeated Corypheus without you.
Your doubts are misplaced. Everything you accomplished, you earned.
What's wrong with the Inquisition?
You created a powerful organization, and now it suffers the inevitable fate of such. Betrayal and corruption.
It's not that simple.
Do you know how I discovered the Qunari plot? The plot I disrupted by leading them to your doorstep. The Qunari spies in the Inquisition tripped over my spies in the Inquisition. The Elven Guard who led you to the Qunari body, who intercepted the servant with the Gatlock barrel. Mine.
Why bother disrupting the Qunari plot if you're going to destroy the world regardless?
You have shown me that there is value in this world, Inquisitor. I take no joy in what I must do. Until that day comes, I would see those recovering from the breach free of the Qun.
Why?
Because I am not a monster. If they must die, I would rather they die in comfort. In any event, it is done.
I guess we owe you for that one, too.
I hope it gives your people some final peace.
You control the Illuvians now?
Yes. You remember Briala from Hallam Shiral? For a time, she controlled part of the labyrinth. One of my agents was supposed to take it from her, but he did not succeed. I had to override the magic personally. The Qunari stumbled upon this section independently. With them gone, the Illuvians are now mine.
There's still the matter of the anchor. It's getting worse.
Yes, I'm sorry. And we are almost out of time.
The
mark will eventually kill you. Drawing you here gave me the chance to save you. At least for now.
You don't need to destroy this world. I'll prove it to you.
I would treasure the chance to be wrong once again, my friend. Take my hand. I'm sorry. Live well, while time remains.
Just ignore it. Ignore it. Nothing unusual happened there. Everything's fine.
Something must be done, but we cannot lose the Inquisition now. We stand
Game.
on the brink of war with the Qunari.
Game.
Yes, because this Solas provoked them in the first place.
Game.
The Inquisition did not cause this threat. We informed the Summit of the danger.
The danger posed by Qunari spies inside your organization.
Without our organization, I doubt you would be alive to complain.
No one has forgotten what you have done. But Corypheus is 2 years dead.
If the Inquisition is to continue, it must do so as a legitimate organization, not a glorified mercenary band.
Inquisitor.
Yeah, so in case you missed that, he chopped off her arm. Totally. Wink, wink.
You all know what this is. A writ from Divine Justinia authorizing the formation of the Inquisition. We pledge to close the breach, find those responsible, and restore order, with or without anyone's approval. But if the Inquisition now threatens the very stability it helped create, it is clear our time is done. We will not become what we once fought against. We do not have the luxury of corruption and complacency. This organization has become too large to do its job. There is only one solution. Effective immediately. The Inquisition is disbanded.
Ordering our soldiers around.
Yeah, so the last reason why it makes sense for the Inquisitor to die here, it's the perfect reason for the Inquisition to disband. Depth of field, depth of field. Oh god, come on, game! You see that? The stuff behind them is in focus, and they're not. Come on, game. This game, I swear. The flower pots saved us all. But yeah, no, exactly. Without the Inquisitor, there really is no Inquisition. Hence the point. I wasn't joking when I thought about it for several minutes, and I said, yeah, no, I think killing off the Inquisitor, or let me say that more clearly. Removing the Inquisitor from the board is the correct choice. There are other ways to do that other than death. In short order, the Inquisition was disbanded. Some were relieved to see the unpredictable organization dismantled. Others preferred to remember the Inquisition's good works and the many lives it had saved. Those who had served returned to their former lives, knowing they had stopped a great evil from destroying the world. No, not Solus. He's still going to go destroy the world, but, you know. And hoping for the peace for which they sought remained once the Inquisition was gone. I mean, there's no way we could work under Vivienne. Holy crap. With the dragon's breath disrupted and any hope for swift victory dashed, the Qunari retreat to the north. Few knew what debates were being waged in Parvalan, but not long after the Exalted Council, the Qunari launched new attacks against Tevinter. No, Eva. Their aggression caught the already unstable Imperium off guard. Tevinter was soon mired in a war many feared would spread across Thedas. Yeah, the Qun's on the march. The Exalted Council remained intact, advising Divine Victoria on important matters. Cassandra served for several years. However, she eventually became disgusted by Vivienne, who she felt was perverting the Chant of Light's intent, and left the council. Possibly von Falkenstein. Although I thought we already knew that. Cassandra also spent time in the Hunterborn Mountains north of Orlais, where she worked to rebuild the Seekers. Literally, apparently, because she's got a hammer and everything. For a time, the new Seekers remained reclusive, showing no interest in worldly affairs and working to new purpose outside their order. Well, I misread that completely. Working to a purpose few outside their order could guess. While Cassandra and the Inquisitor were often separated by duty, they still found time to be together, and to read very bad poetry to each other. It is not unusual to see the Inquisitor appear unexpectedly at Cassandra's side, or her at his, as they work to restore order. Those who knew her from her earlier days said that while she was true to her calling, they'd never seen her smile so often. As the Inquisition forces returned to civilian life, its mages pushed for independence from the Circle. Divine Victoria, secure on the Sunburst throne, and with a rebuilt Chantry Circle at her disposal, chose to be magnanimous. She grudgingly allowed them to remain as College of Enchanters, as a mark of her regard for the Inquisition. For the next few years, the College and the Circle coexisted, peacefully, if barely. Exactly, Lord Harriman. Again, we continue to prune branches here. Liliana continued to act as the Inquisition's spymaster in its final months as an independent organization. During this time, she shared many of her responsibilities with her most trusted agents, including Charter, Rector, and Harding. She also dies, but then turns into a flock of crows. Many believe Liliana feared what lay on the horizon and was grooming successors in anticipation of challenges ahead. Liliana continued her romantic affair with the hero of Ferelden, even though their respective responsibilities often kept them far apart. Whenever she could spare the time, Liliana would join her love at a villa on the waking sea, the house from Liliana's childhood. Those days were deeply cherished, for both saw troubles were to come, and neither would be present in the next game. And then the Warden gets the calling and dies. The end. Sarah left the Inquisition with scarcely more ties than when she began, disappearing back into her confusing weave of favors and friends. After seeing the world brought to the brink of arrogance and pride, it was a blessing to return to normal, however strange and normal it might be. With frequent visits to her whittle, of course. Who is that? Varric took up the role of Viscount and, with the help of his friend Hawke, rebuilt Kirkwall's damaged infrastructure. Under his rule, the city-state finally resumed its place as the major trade hub of the Free Marches. Yeah, Aveline looks weird here. He continued to ignore all mail from both Merchants Guild and the Prince of Starkhaven. With the Inquisition disbanded, the Bull's Chargers returned to taking jobs throughout Orlais and Ferelden. Fighting demons and clearing out the remains of the Venatori forces, the Iron Bull did his part to restore order to Thedas. Who, Anguished One? After the Inquisition disbanded, Cullen retired from active service. He returned to Ferelden, establishing a sanctuary for former Templars on land Divine Victoria granted to him. With his help, many Templars shed their lyrium addiction, and those whose minds were too gone spent their last days in comfort. Cullen's gone. Like narratively, we'll never see Cullen again. He promised that should his friends from the Old Inquisition ever need him, his blade would be ready. Yeah, frankly, Cullen shouldn't be in 4. He's earned this. Let him retire. Dorian returned to Deventer to take his father's place in the Magisterium. He should be in 4. We'll see. As rumors flew about the Imperium's infighting, Dorian was spoken of often as a voice of resistance against corruption. Along with Magister Bob, he formed a group called the Lucerne to restore and redeem Tevinter, a fight many thought was hopeless. Those fighting by Magister Pavis' side noted that he kept in constant communication with the Inquisitor via message crystal. The former Lothario. I don't even know what you're talking about with regard to the actor. Whether for vital information or moral support, these talks seemed to give Dorian the strength to continue his fight. In fact, I feel like I just said that, Lothario. His story is done. He deserves his retirement. I don't care about the actor. After the Exalted Council, Tom Rainier bid farewell to his friends and went to Weishaupt to pledge himself to the Grey Wardens for good. While he is rarely seen in the years that followed, some say they encountered a Rainier in far-flung lands, and all their accounts were always similar. Rainier carried out the duty of the Wardens, but always found time to help others on the way. They are mere tools to be used, Svatoslav. Sometimes he served as a shield for the defenseless, other times he spread simple cheer amongst children with gifts of small, carved toys. With the Inquisition disbanded, Josephine made her farewells and returned to Antiva and her family. Yeah, Blackwell is also not coming back. And shouldn't. She was soon approached by an agent from the House of Repose, whose assassins had been killed by Inquisition agents on Josephine's behalf. Far from being offended, the House of Repose was inquiring as to whether or not Josephine would have need of their services. She quickly persuaded them she had no need for assassins, but instead hired them as guards for the Montillier's new trading vessels. Rivani pirates looking to rekindle an ancient feud soon learned the Montilier ships were not lightly boarded, and her house prospered greatly. Cole returned to the Fade, saying there was more pain coming, and he knew that compassion would be most needed. Because he's a spirit, not a person. Get out of here. Get out of here. You don't matter. You're not a person! Okay, we're cool. We're cool. I'm not sure, Crazy Norse. He promised his friend in the Inquisition would remember him, and that's where the... Oh, I didn't even read that down. After the events of the Winter Palace, elves left the Inquisition under mysterious circumstances, as did elven servants all across Thedas. None could say where they went, but those who believed the Inquisitor's story about Fen Harel wondered just how large the Dreadwolf's forces really were. And what the ancient elven rebel had planned. To be continued by Dreadwolf, even if it sucks. Which it will. Epically looking at a map. The war table returns!
With the Illuvians, he could be anywhere.
With the Inquisition officially disbanded, we have no army, no formal alliances.
We have what we truly need.
We will need to be careful.
Solus knows everything about us. Who we are, how we work, our strengths and weaknesses.
Then we find people he doesn't know. We will save our friend from himself. If we can.
We will find the PC of Dragon Age 4, the Tevinter Imperium Saga. And time. Oh God, it's done! It's done! God, it's except I'm not. I've still got work to do. Okay, hang on. Let's finish this. Let's finish this. Do me a favor and hold off. Chat's going pretty quick right now, Zar. Not yet. We'll do it in a minute. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the music.
this? A new book? All this shit is weird. Oh, Varric, that is a terrible title. What are you even thinking? The sky churned like a rolling sea on a dark and stormy night, centered on a gaping hole that led to the arse end of nowhere. A hole that spit up many things that day. Comets, demons, and a whole lot of trouble. It's about the Inquisition. The din of the tavern cut the silence like it owed the carter money. In the middle, in her element, Red Jenny. She looked me up and down, mostly down. Not playing, weirdy, she said, gesturing with and dismissively eating a sandwich. Don't write that. Seriously, piss up a rope. Sarah made the subtext text, which suited me fine. The court enchanter swirled into the room like a drop of beautiful poison spreading in a wineglass. She sized me up with a glance. I'm so glad you made it, my dear, she said. I am Madame de Fair, the most terrifying person you shall ever meet. Liliane enfolded Alphonse in an embrace as warm as a serpent's kiss. I always knew I could count on your support. The Count did not feel the bite of her poisoned dart until it was too late. Even if it requires your death. Drops of rain glistened on the griffin medallion grasped tightly in Blackwall's hand. The silverite wings of valor, they mean nothing. He flung the medal to the cold and uncaring ground. You don't know what I've done. You don't know me. So romantic. Cole moved like a shadow that also moved like a knife. A shadow wearing a hat where dreams came to die. It's a riddle, he whispered. A cold riddle that gnaws at your mind, but you'll feel better when it's gone. That makes as much sense as anything Cole says. Place your herald above the law, ambassador. Whose law, my lady? Josephine's eyes glittered like angry opals. The law destroyed by rebellion, by civil war, by poor fiscal management. We are the law. Left our mark on adamant, but the dust hadn't settled, and neither had Harding. I can offer you a drink, if I catch your meaning. If you'd caught my meaning, you'd have offered a double. What is even happening here? Iron Bull was a great slab of muscle with horns that could hang a tapestry. One eye scanned for threats, while the other hid behind an eye patch like a chantry's sister's old sins. Come on, he barked, not looking back as he entered. The dancer with the great rack comes on in 5. That is spot on, actually. The commander had the look of a Templar who had seen the worst of humanity, yet still had the time to style his hair. "This isn't just a war," he said, his gaze steely like a dull blade. "It's the only war." Cullen! That's Cullen! The mage wore a class of handsome sneer cultivated by 1,000 years of Tevinter elitism. "The name's Dorian," he glared. D-O-R-I-A-N. Spell it right, you marble-headed lump, or it's toad time. A toad? That's hardly credible. The bold elf spun, mage staff crackling like the city after a good man's murder. "You're crazy!" the Red Templar cried in terror. Moonlight glinted off ears like the knives you never see coming. Better to fade out than burn away. Ugh, Varric. Wait, where am I? I don't... Oh, here it is. The Seeker clutched at my vest, her tears as desperate as they were pitiful. "Varric, I was wrong about everything," she sobbed. "Could you find it in your noble heart to forgive me?" That dwarf, he put me in the book! I'm in the book! I am reading the shit out of this!
To all of you who played Dragon Age, who laughed, cried, and reached out on social media, who made fan art and comics and cosplay and jokes, thank you. Dragon Age Inquisition was a labor of love. I believe that. Without you, it would have never been possible. Your support and your passion touched us deeply. We hope, in some small way, this game touched you too. The Dragon Age developer team. Enjoy it. It's the last one. This was the end of BioWare. Right here. After this, Tor started just nosediving. Andromeda. Anthem. Oh, and, of course, who could forget, which is not coming out today, only hit it failed. First reminder, this is the best-selling Dragon Age game. By triple. I thought it was before Litario. Fine. One last thing after this, and then it's all downhill from there. Assuming you're right. Why is what, Act? I'm sorry. Dragon Age or... It's really isn't explained why this game sold so well. It's actually the exact same reason Dragon Age 2 sold so well. But there's actually several things going into this, which I've actually already talked about. Let me finish this really quick, and I'll talk about it. 3 big reasons. Marketing is the obvious one. They marketed the crap out of this game. They also did cross-marketing, which means there was a lot of cross-pollination from anybody playing any given BioWare game. Then there was the fact that this year was a very dry year for gaming. When Inquisition came out, they got crap lucky by coming out when they did. If they had delayed but 1 year, I'm pretty sure Inquisition would have flopped financially. And finally, Dragon Age Origins is not just one of the most popular of the CRPGs of all time, but also entered into popular area. Like, it got outside of the typical CRPG audience and is well known enough to have that kind of pull. Yeah, imagine if this had come out alongside Witcher 3. I think we know how that would have gone. $150 hours and 36 minutes. What a goddamn waste. Uninstall. But yeah, this game stomped financially, and I mean that. Just absolutely stomped. It's a little crazy to think of how well this game sold. I'm not quite done yet, but I'm getting there. Give me one moment, please. Have some Metroid. God, that's a lot of points. It's okay. Part of the reason I like to do this paperwork ahead of time is so we don't have to... This would take me like 2 hours if I hadn't done all the prep work before now. I'm going to ignore chat for just a second. I had no interest in redoing Asylum Act. Frankly, I have no interest in redoing any of the other Arkhams. I'm glad it was a good run, Caspian. I'd like to think this is a good run. My own frustrations with it, I'd like to think it was at least entertaining. If nothing else, it was definitely informative. And I said what I said, I meant what I said earlier. Dragon Age deserved to have this kind of... I hate to use it that way, but it deserved to have this kind of consideration. I have done my due diligence. This is a very thorough, well done, never have to do it again review of Inquisition and 2 and Origins. Done. Dragon Age has been reviewed. We'll actually have some franchise notes to come to in a second here as well. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good discussion sequence of streams. Oh, I need to write down a number. 617. Jesus. No, Lord Aramont. We forgot Rubber Romance. No! Damn you, Lord Aramont. How could you do this to me? Really? See you around, Crazy Norse. Enjoy the food, or be destroyed. Oh, damn, you're having negative effects, Valerian? I believe I did, Lord Haramont. Hang on, let me finish this. But if anybody so, by the way, Zara, this is a great time to share it. But if anybody has any suggestions for positives or negatives that have not been given, this is a great time to bring them up. We might have already given them. I know there's a lot to keep track of, but this is a great time to mention them. I don't know yet, Sean. I mean, you know me. Wasting my time bothers me more than a bad game. Ride to Hell Retribution, despite arguably being one of the worst games ever made, doesn't bother me as much as Dragon Age Inquisition. Because one of those games is about 8 hours long, the other one is about 80 hours long. But that's pure personal perspective. Purely pure personal perspective. There we go. Time is the fire in which we burn. Okay. I'm done with the default story review, so let's pause for a moment here. Iron Bull Betrayal Consequence. That was positive number 109. Music, that's positive, gameplay positive, number 33. Brickwork and Illuvion, that's positive number... I know it's there. 111. Epilogue, and that's positive number 114. Negative Fatiguin. That is negative number 40. Doodad usage positive. Not that great, actually, but I did give it. For Skyhold, the Winter Palace, and General. Mostly towns and villages, like Redcliffe. I have no idea. Negative for romance being... story being locked behind romance. Admittedly, I don't have a lot to gauge on that, so do you mind giving me the thought process on that, Lord Hermont? There was a dragon fight in Trespasser. We just had some issues with it. I will acquiesce to a soulless voice acting positive. Of all the things I dislike about that character, the actor is not one of them. It's... People think I'm exaggerating, Geludo, when I do the coin flip joke about Dragon Age 4. I don't think people really process how messed Dragon Age 4's production has been. It is straight up cursed. It's why some people have suggested the idea of just launching whatever the hell they have, taking the hit, and moving on. I know that sounds like a strange statement, because you'd think, wouldn't that hurt sales? Wouldn't that hurt customer thing? That's kind of debatable, but it is an acceptable policy, whether it should be or not, to launch something just to get it out the door, just to kind of flush the system, so to speak, and then either, you know, fire all the people, which is normally what happens, or move on to the next project. I have Giga Pudding. It's quite funny. I don't want to talk to you. Okay. Slunk. Yeah, they've already flushed their employees. Why not flush the game? Christ, BioWare. I've said this before, I'll say this again. While EA absolutely deserves some of the blame here, and that should always be stated, I feel like too many people point to EA and say they're the bad guys, without acknowledging that BioWare has also had problems before EA. You know what? I'm not even going to argue it. I'm just going to agree with it, Lord Hermont. Done. Put that under writing. Yeah, they've had management issues since day one, and they are very much a victim of feature creep. They are way too ambitious for their own britches. And that has always caused them problems. No, you've actually talked me into it, Lord Harriman. I'm completely with it. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 2 was a mess. Just a mess. Behind the scenes, I mean. Like the development thereof. Hit me, Czar. Hit me. Please. Although I misread that. I thought you were going to say that I was wrong. Okay, so Czar's theory, I'm going to read this out loud, because Czar has been very patient in sharing this theory, is that the Nightmare and Solus is that it wasn't Corypheus or his agents who approached Nightmare to work together to dismantle, destroy the Wardens, and thus have the Nightmare feature card, but it was Solus, because Solus would know more about the demons and spirits of the Fade, duh, and the reason I think it is because he has a bigger connection to the Fade, spirits and demons, not Corypheus, but this theory is completely wrong. I mean, okay, so first of all, obviously in canon, they're trying to make it so that Corypheus is the big bad guy. So obviously they wanted it to be Corypheus, but I would argue your theory makes more sense. Especially since it would kind of line up with the idea. Imagine if Corypheus was approached by the Nightmare. And Nightmare was just like, hey, we got your back on this. And Corypheus was like, yes, together I will rise to become the new god. And just didn't even question it because he's a moron, right? He's a Krennic. Oh, this itches. Sorry, I'm being eaten alive right now. Yeah, exactly. Something being canon only really means the current owners of the work said it's canon. So. Baldur's Gate 4? 0% chance, Lothario. We know they're working on DOS 3 next, and that's at the least bare freaking minimum 2 game cycles out from here. Oh yeah, Sutherland. Yes, we'll do 1, I think. 1 positive there. Yeah, of course, Blade Terval. Of course you want to join me. I am a god. I will fill the empty chair. Yeah, of course Wizards are going to be dick about licensing, especially with the financial success of 3. Any future... Like, I'm going to make a prediction right now, and I am right about this. Every future Wizards of the Coast video game, like any licensed thing from this point onwards, is going to do substantially worse. That is to say, it's going to be substantially worse, excuse me. Because 2 things happened this year. Did you catch this? There was a successful Wizards of the Coast movie. That's the Forgotten Realms movie. And there was a successful Baldur's Gate 3. Both of them have been financial successes. So now Wizards, who are goddamn morons and run by a bunch of monkeys pretending to be humans, are going to think, oh man, our product is even more valuable than before. And if you remember, I talked about this during the Baldur's Gate 3 run. Wizards are notorious for being jackasses about their licensing and demanding way too much money. That was before they had 2 financial successes in the same year. They're going to be much worse about it from now on. So, yeah, no. There might not even be a Baldur's Gate 4, and if it is, it's going to be crap. And it's probably not going to be under Larian, because Larian's going to look at that and be like, no, we're good. Oh, absolutely, Cashel. It did last time. I would put hard money that Larian will not touch Baldur's Gate 4. Yeah, they did it. They made their dream game. They spent over a decade building up to the point where they can make Baldur's Gate 3. They did it. Time to move on. We also know they already have plans and pre-production work done for DOS 3. So... yeah. Boss fight. Loud boss fight, though, so we're going to skip that. Yeah, I mean, remember how I complained about how Baldur's Gate 3 was kind of the kitchen sink? Well, the plus side of that is, and again, the reason I listed as my theory is why they're doing that is, they probably realized, they were probably smart enough to process that this was it. This was their one shot. So, yes. Is anybody worse than Harmony Gold? In this specific field of worstness? Oh yeah, I can't wait to... Can you imagine buying magic items for your level 2 characters in a D&D video game for real money? Because I can imagine that very easily. Oh, excuse me. Just cosmetics. That makes it okay. It's okay if we have predatory and awful microtransactions which are horribly priced and try to rip as much money out of your wallet as humanly possible, as long as it's just cosmetic. You don't get any gameplay tangible benefit from it, so it's cool, it's fine. Oh yeah, by the way, did you know that they have already capitalized on the financial success of Baldur's Gate 3? How many of you know this? I'm actually curious. I can't tell you without spoiling, Latario. Yeah, you were there when I told you about this, Evo. So, some of you are probably aware of the fact that there's a Forgotten Realms, God, what's it called? They have a mobile game, basically. It's on the PC as well, but it is, in every practical application, a mobile game. I think it's called Idle Heroes or something like that. It's a Forgotten Realms idle game, right? Well, they could not jump on capitalizing on Baldur's Gate 3's success enough. And they have already started releasing multiple additional things you can buy, of course, in that, whatever that game is called, that are from Baldur's Gate 3. So that's cool. Yep, that's what you do with a cash cow. You milk it until the cow dies of dehydration because you didn't feed the cow or take care of it or nourish it or do anything. There's a word I like to use. It's called stewardship. And it's something that I believe in. And I know that's such a dumb way to phrase that. But I mean that. It's not like just some kind of basic, best practices or like a policy. It's something I philosophically believe in, is the concept of stewardship. Take care of your crap, yo. Speaking of, thank you for reminding me, stewarding my body. And it irritates me so much when I see people with tremendous amounts of influence and power doing the exact opposite of stewardship. Just, ugh. Anyways. Oh, Jesus, Nick Crazy, that's even worse. I hadn't heard of that. I mean, I've said this before and I've said this again. People are all like, oh my god, how can executives make such stupid decisions that demonstrably cost them money? Because they don't cost the executive money. The executive gets paid the same regardless, and they move on to another job, because executives change jobs regularly. It's really rare that anyone in the C category of executives will ever be in the same job for longer than 6 years, I believe, is the current statistic. So they bounce around all the time. They don't care. Yeah, they're going to get a nice big bonus for having made some money now. They'll get it, and that'll also go into their golden parachute. And then they'll go ahead and get another job and do the same thing and blah, 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 blah. Repeat. Agreed, Ect. And I've heard those people. I don't understand them. Like, I don't mean any negative about that. If anybody in chat is staying quiet because you're like, I want to defend a CEO, I just don't understand the perspective. In an ideal world, a CEO should be one of the hardest working people in their company. In reality land, or a CFO or a CCO or whatever, the upper tier, right, the money people. In reality land, that would rely on the shareholders paying attention, Sub-Zero. Which is kind of the problem there. That could be... You know what? So Mr. Red just said something. I'm going to say it out loud. Mr. Red says, I mean this not to say that CEOs aren't people, but I think it's because they see CEOs as people. How many of you read Penny Arcade? I'm going to pull this on camera because this is important enough that I feel the desire to do so. I've been thinking about this Unity crap all weekend. Its effects on every artist and creator in their clutches. I can't figure out why they would do this. Oh, that's because you're a human being who works hard and is capable of love. John, whatever his name is not a human being. He's a projection into our universe, a feigned proboscis that juts out from an undulating ocean of sin. The only comfort we can take is that he is not acting out of some kind of particular animus. In fact, he cannot perceive us at all. It's just a wet mouth and a long arm that reaches down to hell. Anyways. A little bit of hyperbole, but gets the point across. Yeah, I noticed the X-Death parallel. Might be on purpose. No, Mike D'Amato, I'm definitely not real. What are you talking about? I think CEOs are a fan of themselves. I mean that with total sincerity. I think that most of the big CEOs, the ones at the top, are narcissists. Like actual, you know, the chemical brain problem of narcissism. And I think they love themselves. And there's a weirdly large amount of evidence that I'm right about that. Again, to be clear, I'm talking about the ones at the top of the pile. CEOs in general, it's a little different. But like, you look up the most financially successful or the richest CEOs in the world and look at that top 5 list. Those people have issues. Self-made. Yeah, they had a small loan of $1 million. I don't want to get too much into it because that is drifting into polemic territory. But you know what amuses me most about that quote? It was meant sincerely. The perspective was such that the idea of a loan of $1 million being small was meant with total sincerity. That it really was a small loan to them. Did it give this pauses, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. No, Sean. That's just Phil Spencer doing his job. Every major publisher out there, including Tencent, has already talked about buying Nintendo and Valve. They will almost assuredly not succeed, but he would be yelled at by the people who are his bosses if he did not bring that up and talk about it. You know one thing I always liked about Lex Luthor? First of all, he's less evil than real-life CEOs, but second of all, depending on the version, obviously, because there's a lot of different versions of Lex Luthor, but in several of them, he really was a self-made man. He really did start at the bottom, and he clawed his way up. But the relevance here is not that, but the fact that as a consequence, he actually understood the value of things. Something that, as was mentioned in chat, several people who are legitimately rich in real life don't. That's why I added that asterisk, Saludo. It's true with every comic book character, right? You know what I like about Batman? Which one? That was why I made that point earlier, Estus Flakes. That's why I talk about, like, the top 5 or the top 10 or whatever, you know, the ones at the top of the heap. Wait, did I not give that positive? I didn't. Whoops. Let's fix that. That's why we do this. Yeah, very technically, I am a CEO. I own my own business and run it. I am the chief executive officer. Work my ass off. Every day. And yeah, I can actually personally name several CEOs which are legit people. Now, here's the flip side of that. I also can name one CEO who is a CEO of a small-time company who's an evil jackass. I've told stories about this person. I will not go into specifics right now. I bring that up because, you know, that's... You don't have to be at the top to be a jackass, right? Or to be a horrible person. And, as Estes Flakes points out, you also do not have to be at the bottom to be a decent person. Yeah, anybody can be a Rule Zero violator. People are people. I've lost my train of thought. Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, I do not act. Probably one more full development cycle, which could be about 6 years. So, about 6 years, maybe 7. Maybe a little longer if they know what they're doing. Still looking forward to those pictures, Bregman. I mean, you know me, Estes Flakes. Well, actually, you don't know me at all. Something I am very, very often quoted of saying is that power does not corrupt, power enables. It's the same for money, right? Because money is a format of power. You get to the top end, it doesn't make you evil, it gives you more opportunities to be you. And that's true whether you're up, down, or in between. Yeah, I think it's it. Yeah, test a person's character, give him power. Right. I've heard that one too, Blades of All. That's not my quote, though, so I don't use it. You got a brand, right? Most people don't understand what it feels like to be starving, Caspian, so there's a validity to that. Okay. Dragon Age Inquisition. How long do you think this game was? Oh, I should shut off the guessing game. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Quick. Gotta lock down the guessing game. If you haven't guessed, sucks to be you. I should have locked this off like half an hour ago. So I gave you half an hour of extra time. No, 160 hours was the total play time. So that's the previous time and this one. But let's figure out how long this is first, shall we? This is actually going to take me minutes, so sorry. Yeah, I'll give you a spoiler. It's not as long as Baldur's Gate 3. I know. Shocking. Although, as a curiosity. 1, 2... Hang on. It's being weird. 2, 3... This is the 5th longest game we've ever covered. 82.75 hours. It's only beaten by HOM 5, Elden Ring, Pokemon Shield, and of course Baldur's Gate 3 at the top. Persona 5 was previous, and no, I don't include MMOs. I don't even keep track of MMOs like that, because I use different math for MMOs. So for example, even though FF14 has 2,343 hours on it, that doesn't really count. Elden Ring was long. And if you remember, we did that without cheats. We also beat every boss in that game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Persona 5 would beat Baldur's Gate 3. Which is funny, because when we review it, I'm probably going to cheat. I haven't decided yet. And by cheat, I mean New Game Plus. Oh, I can't, because I'll be playing on PC. Never mind. It's not really a cheat, but it would make it shorter. 117. Oh god, final boss time! Final boss time! Other boss. There we go. Hmm. 36, 116. Oof. Oh my god. I can almost tell you the score of this game right now. And that probably gives away a little bit too much. Hang on, hang on. I have a couple more maths to do. And I need to do my double checks. I'm going to give something away right now. This game scored worse than Mass Effect 3. Just going to give that away. I can tell you that with total certainty right now. Makes sense, doesn't it? Really, if you think about it. Yeah, nope, that... let me do my double checks. Let me do my double checks. I mean, Mass Effect 3 also had a pretty good gameplay score. I mean, plus 41 to gameplay is really good, gameplay-wise. I would rather go through Dragon Age 2 than Inquisition, but I've already explained why. I'm just going to give the golden number away right now, and then I'm going to bombard you with a few other little stats, because I've got other stats here. So let me just hit you with the final stat. Golden number of... negative... 1.88. Now, hang on. So that was the big one. That was the bomb drop. For those of you interested in the stats, I got a couple other fun things here. So first and foremost, let's magically pretend that those frostbite negatives don't exist, okay? That's still going to be down, but it's not going to be anywhere near as down. That brings it down to here. With that one change, it moves up to a plus 30. Just the frostbite negatives. As a reminder, those frostbite negatives are the ones we know with total certainty are frostbite. There's a decent chance other of those negatives are also a result of the frostbite engine. So by itself, that shoves it up into, not exactly great, but, you know, Mass Effect 3 range. So make of that what you will. Hang on, I queued up the music there just for amusement's sake. Forgive me. Let me find, yeah, this feels like an appropriate song to play. Let's just do this. That's not actually the one I want. Where's the one I want? Oh, it's over here. Or not? Where is it? Well, I was wondering, because a lot of these negatives are for the optional stuff. So, hang on. Before we figure out a hypothetical, let's figure out the guessing game. Let's see who won that, first and foremost. It's Pancakes! Damn you, Pancakes! How have you... Pancakes has just tapped into the void. That's what it is. Anthem did use Frostbite, yes. So that'll go towards Lords of Magic, SE. Yeah, just using the blood magic. Using the blood magic. That's easy, too. That's just right there. Bam. Andromeda also used Frostbite, yes. You know what's going to be funny is when Dragon Age 4 is made with Frostbite. So that's the golden, or that's the guessing game. I didn't forget this time. I've forgotten a couple of times. Okay. I have a document I call the franchise sheet. And we can pretty fairly add Dragon Age to the franchise sheet now. So, let's check a few things here. Okay. Okay. Hold up. So, no, not the genre sheet. I'll come to that in just a second. Hang on. I'm gonna crudely drag this in here, okay? Just so you can see this. So there's our 3 games, right? So here's our story and our gameplay down here. As you can see, story took a noticeable dive down for Dragon Age 2, but then bounced back up for Dragon Age Inquisition. Whereas the gameplay... Yeah, the gameplay is what it is. Up here, we have the average and the golden number thing, which is its own... I don't know how to do that. Come on. Which has its own thing. Ignore that down there for a sec. So, golden number obviously started pretty strong, and then jumped down, and then just kept jumping. Yeah. Even this means, and this is kind of the reason we like to do this, this means the Dragon Age as a franchise's average golden number is 94.687. And, that's actually pretty good, if we're being honest. Anything above 80 is good, like, is legitimately very good. So, 94 as an average golden number is pretty legit. I'll give you that one, Dragon Age. But hang on, so I've also got this other wonderful little thing, which is the genre sheet. Ignore this music. It's not indicative at all of my mood right now. I mean, why wouldn't you, Caspian? Maybe I misspoke, but plus 94 as a genre, as a franchise, is really good. There it is. Okay, so Inquisition is plus 75, which is 0.91, and 73.58. Gameplay is at negative 80. Christ, that's bad. Oh my god, the gameplay was worse than Secret of the Stars. And I stand by that. Just the gameplay, obviously. Because here's the thing. So on the story side, plus 75, which is very, very strong. I think that puts it fourth, excuse me, overall. Just in spitting range of Baldur's Gate 3's story. That's 0.91 story positives per hour, which is very good. And a 73% ratio, which is good. Gameplay is negative 80. Which is a negative per hour. Please think about that in a game this long. And a ratio of 23.68%. Which is bad. Oh my god, that's just... Exactly, Jesse's best. No, you're exactly right. Secret of the Stars, going back to our MSQ versus everything argument, Secret of the Stars, like, everything is MSQ. There's no optional content in Secret of the Stars. So, it's all crap, right? But in Inquisition, you can just skip all kinds of stuff and not have to deal with any of that. Right? Oh, while we're on the subject, anybody want to know how many dungeons we had back in Dragon Age 2? I kept meaning to share it, and we just kept going and going and going. So, the least number of repetitions we had in Dragon Age 2 was... Can you guess it? Really quick, really quick. Dramatic pause. With a repetition of 3 iterations, we had the ruins. You know, the Dwarven ruins. 4 house areas. 7 coastal areas. 11 warehouses. And, to absolutely nobody's surprise, dramatic pause, the cave at the top. With 14 reiterations. Throughout Dragon Age 2. The goddamn cave. It's a very nice cave. Great place. I loved it. 14 out of 14. Looking at these numbers is fascinating, really. Like, you probably didn't even catch that, but the story ratio of this game is 73%. And the gameplay ratio is 23%. That's almost perfectly an inverse of each other. Which is then further emphasized by the fact that it's plus 75 to story, negative 80 to gameplay. What was being asked? Hang on, what did Blade Turtle ask? I missed it. That is why it was nearly a 0. That's why I knew the moment I just tallied up just the net score, I was like, oh, this is going to be close to 0. You know, I had a big speech planned, and I also planned to be done with this game like 3 hours ago. A couple final thoughts. And we're done. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I still haven't had lunch. I already said I'm gonna skip lunch. I got paperwork to do. I got post-stream stuff to do. I did. Absolutely, Lord Harriman. Wait. Actually, maybe I didn't. Shoot. Hang on. Maybe I didn't. Maybe we'll get one last story positive out of this. No, I did. Okay, 115. A game like this is one of probably the biggest flaws in my review system, because without actually doing, I'll probably type up more there to make it more clear, Lord Harriman. Because as I've said before, and I stand by this, I still firmly agree with my own opinion on this matter. Weirdly enough. I think that reviewing a game should review the whole game. I think that golden number should be reflective of the entire game. And that's the point behind it. Secret of the Stars, for all of its garbage, which it absolutely deserves because it's a garbage game, is only 14 hours long, right? But again, Secret of the Stars is all meat content. It's all MSQ, as the saying goes. It's one of those ones that would be really easy to define. If we were to try and split up things into main story quest and secondary story quest. It's the exact same. We've actually already run into this. This is not unique to Inquisition. Arguably, we ran into this into Ocarina of Time, but no, we ran into this in Final Fantasy XIV, and Tor, and in Star Trek Online. All three MMOs, their scores have been brought down drastically by virtue of the tremendous amount of optional content, which is imminently skippable. And I still stand behind that. So, when looking at the entire game from that lens, from that philosophy, does this game have worse gameplay than Secret of the Stars? Yes, absolutely. And I stand by that firmly. But it is, of course, worth noting that is this game worse than Secret of the Stars? No. The sheer fact, the mere... I know, Lord Harriman. The mere fact that that golden number is exactly where it should be, in the negatives, which I stand by, but substantially better than Secret of the Stars, kind of makes my overall point for me. The whole point of the golden number is to try and analyze and acknowledge and just generally do the best it can to come up with a chukunk, a final reflection of the overall perspective of everything. And I continue to be happy with the golden number system and this thing. And once again, praise to Savacon for helping me figure out the math. There's a lot of math that goes into the golden number. But it continues to prove itself. It continues to be a valid system, and I stand by it completely. To give a little bit of perspective, let's sit down here. Before we cut off, before I go do paperwork, let's do a quick glance at all that optional content, right? And let's get rid of all those optional negatives, and let's just see what that does to the number, shall we? I'm going to leave the frostbite negatives in for the sake of this, okay? Five different calculations had to be changed, Jesse's Mask. I had to use different variables, almost top to bottom. It's essentially a completely different calculation, Jesse's Mask. That's why it's a different scale, because it's literally using different math, so it does not apply linearly to the rest of the scale. That's true, Junk Garrosh. So hang on, let's start up here. Let's get rid of all the optional positives. For the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to do this with gameplay, because if I did that with story, that's most of the story. I believe you, Lord Harriman. But that makes sense, since you like this game. I do not. Hold on a second. Let's redefine this. Good night, Taquita. Let's redefine this. Rather than getting rid of all the optional stuff, because I'm about halfway through the gameplay positives, and it's most of them. Let's change our mind about this for a second. Let's go down to the gameplay negatives, and let's just get rid of the, let's call them the open world negatives. Sound good? The super optional stuff, right? The mega optional stuff. The no really, this stuff shouldn't be in the game stuff, right? Let's see what it's like if we eject that. The stuff that I think shouldn't even be in the game. And I've given that opinion. Again, from a manager perspective, that content should have been cut for the sake of working on the rest of the game. So let's nuke that and see what that does to us here. Anyone want to guess how many negatives I just mentally tallied for the no really optional stuff? I was debating a little bit as I went there, so forgive me for taking so long. $59. Do you know how many games don't even have 59 negatives total, like gross? Ejecting that, and that's just the mega optional stuff. Again, that's just the stuff that should have been axed from the game, in my opinion. Just that by itself drags the score up into the 90s. And all of a sudden, that makes this a pretty good game. Like, a legitimately good game. And I think that by itself makes my point for me better than I ever could. Yeah, that would actually push it above Dragon Age 2. Which, hey, makes sense, doesn't it? Go figure. Yeah, no, that tracks. That completely tracks. By the way, that's keeping in the Frostbite negatives, for the record. That was keeping in the stuff, because we're assuming the Frostbite engine is still a problem, so like the issues with the controls and the bugs and all that is still a problem. But we got rid of all that extra crap, all that chaff. And yeah, that's just on the gameplay side of things. There's some, honestly, the score would probably go up even more than that, because there's also some story negatives I gave for all that crap too. And a couple positives. I didn't feel like going down the whole list, but my point is, it can only go up from there. Because there were a couple decent story things, but I'm pretty sure it was a net negative from all that extra crap too. So that's true, Lord Aramont. That's true, and we did that, if you remember. 130 was Dragon Age 2's score without Act 3. Yeah, exactly, Blade. That would only boost it up to like 95, 98, maybe something like that. Okay. Yeah, no, that tracks. Everything lines up. We have double-checked and we have triple-checked. That is exactly where that score should be. So, I stand by everything I just said. I think this game is kind of crap, and I think it's net negative. But I also think that if you skip stuff, it's actually a pretty good game. And I fully understand why people like it and understand and enjoy it, right? That's awesome. And I mentioned this because, while a lot of people disagree on this sentence, allow me to now say this, because I have now covered every BioWare game except for Neverwinter Nights 1. This was the last one. This was the last spark of good. Right? This was the final time when they managed to actually be like, yeah, and reached for something. And obviously, I stand by all those negatives, and I stand by the flaws and all that crap. But you can see why several people love this game, and you can see why this was that last dying gasp of something good before we moved on to Andromeda and Anthem, and of course, where Tor eventually descended into. Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. That is a damn shame. I also now, I mean, I already had this theory. I was pretty sure this, I don't think my theory has changed by the final thoughts of Inquisition. I do personally think that BioWare is not a particularly good developer company. More like there's enough people there who give enough of a crap to put out some good content, and who got really, really lucky. Even this very game got lucky, if we're being honest with ourselves, and we've already talked about that. Yeah, were. Past tense. Were. As for Andromeda, someday I do hope to actually do an audit review of Andromeda and pull it into the modern system. It didn't score super well or badly last time. It was pretty close to a 0. I don't know if Andromeda would score better than Inquisition, because remember, Andromeda has a lot of open world chaff as well. And its story is definitely worse. But its gameplay is also definitely better, so who knows, honestly. I can't even predict if Andromeda would beat Inquisition. I don't think Andromeda would beat Dragon Age 2. But, you know, that's out of its weight class at that point. Oh, God. Imagine if Dragon Age 4 is worse than Anthem. Because that's possible. Anthem is not the worst game that I have covered. I know, right, Lord Harriman? Isn't that just weird? I stand by it, though. I think Dragon Age 4... Excuse me, I think Dragon Age 2 is out of Dragon Age 4's weight class. I don't think it's in punching range of that. So, thank you everyone for joining me, and for doing this, and for being awesome, and for putting up with me. I am going to go ahead, and I got a lot of paperwork to do. I want to get all that done, get that dealt with. And honestly, I'm probably just going to go lay down and close my eyes for a bit after I do that. Love y'all. See ya.